A young man named Yi suddenly wakes up inside the classroom at Anqing No. 1 High School in the Xia Kingdom, and he looks in complete shock and horror. He realizes he has traveled back in time to exactly 25 days before the college entrance exams. This revelation feels like a terrible trick to him. He curses his rotten luck, thinking that if he must be reincarnated, it should have been after he got into college, not back to this difficult period. Other students are busy with their assignments. They are startled when Yi stands up abruptly and screams. He grabs his own hair in despair over his situation. He feels someone is messing with his destiny. The world he now lives in, Blue Star, is plagued by invasions from mysterious secret realms. These realms connect to a world full of terrifying monsters that threaten human civilization. To fight back, humanity developed a beast gene system. People can inject these genes to awaken a monster template and gain genetic talents. Warriors who awaken these powers have a very high status, making martial cultivation the most important thing for everyone. Just then, a system notification informs Yi that he is the host for this world traversal. It begins implanting the memories of this world's Yi into his mind, and as he holds his head, his classmates laugh at him. They call him a loser for even thinking he can pass the exams. A class beauty named Huang Tongtong openly mocks him. She suggests a loser like him should drop out and become a common laborer. Yi now understands the original owner of his body had a very bad reputation. His parents had an accident in his second year, which made him lose all focus on his training and studies, and as a result, his grades became the worst in the class. Yi looks at Huang Tongtong and she becomes angry. She accuses the class loser of trying to pick a fight with her. Yeah, he feels this is outrageous. He was only thinking, not looking for trouble. He feels unlucky to inherit such a humiliating life. The class teacher then announces a critical event. The students will now receive the genetic modification serum. The teacher says their 3 years of physical training have led to this moment. He adds that those who never took their training seriously will get what they deserve, looking directly at Yi with annoyance. Yi just smiles, thinking he will clean up the mess left by the previous owner of his body. Later, all the students are taken to the gene injection hall for this important conference. They chatter excitedly about what powerful ability they might awaken. Some hope for a Tier 3 Mountain Splitter or a Tier 4 Sea Bridge Dragon. A massive machine opens, revealing test tubes. These tubes contain the gene awakening serum with primal genes from all recorded magical beasts. The teacher tells them not to be nervous and to calmly accept the surge of power after injection. The stronger their physique, the stronger the gene they should awaken. The teachers start calling names. Students inject the serum and immediately scream in either pain or extreme pleasure. Yi watches this and decides to bite the bullet. He injects himself but feels absolutely nothing. He stands there speechless. The class teacher approaches him with a skeptical look, noting that Yi does not seem to have changed at all. Yi replies that he might have gotten a fake dose. Huang Tongtong laughs at him, saying he awakened nothing. She says a warrior who hasn't awakened is like a bird without wings. She pokes his face and says this doomed future suits him just fine. Her constant yapping annoys Yi immensely, especially since she led the bullying against his body's original owner. Just then, Yi starts feeling a sudden pain in his body and sweat starts dripping from his face. A system notification informs him he has acquired an infinite monster template. It displays his current status. His name is the host, his overall physique is grade E, and his martial skills are the ninth student basic Q technique, the blocking palm, and the iron body technique. Huang Tongtong sees his expressions and mocks him for pretending after failing to awaken. Yi tries to warn her to stay away, but she does not listen. Just then his body begins to shake violently. His eyes glow with an immense power, and a raging beast of enormous power bursts forth from him. The force throws Huang Tongtong across the room like a rag doll. The power also affects all the students nearby, knocking them down. This incredible display immediately grabs the attention of the top awakeners, Miss Liu and Lin Sinuan. The system notifies Yi of his awakening. He has a ranked template called the Mad Flame DONGHUA. Its bloodline abilities are Scorching Breath, Molten Pulse, and Spore Absorption. His advanced form is the Flame Lord DONGHUA, which will unlock when his template compatibility reaches 100%. He starts at just 3%. Yi wonders if this incredible power is the special advantage, his golden finger, from the system. The other students' impression of him does a complete turnaround. They now see the class loser might have awakened something monstrous. His aura was strong enough to blow everyone away. Even Huang Tongtong, who had awakened a second-tier flaming lizard, is knocked out cold. Yi apologizes for making a scene, noting he did warn everyone to step back. His classmates are now bowing and acknowledging his monstrous potential. Just then, a PA system announcement directs all awakened students to proceed to the testing building. They must examine what magical beast gene they awakened and test their martial arts level. At the testing device, a holographic screen displays each student's information. Lin Xinyuan awakens a third-tier magical beast bloodline, the Swiftspine Bug. The students comment on his lucky break from being an average student. Another top student, Chuzhou, lives up to his reputation. He is a level 9 martial apprentice and awakened a top tier 3 bloodline, the Ice Demon Dragon. People think he will be the champion of Aning City. Next is Ms. Liu, also a level 9 martial apprentice. She awakens a stage 4 rare bloodline, the Nether Sparrow. This is a well-deserved ability for the top scorer in the province. He notices something peculiar. Everyone's awakened beast templates are classified as stage 3 or 4, but his system called his A rank. He wonders why his is different. It becomes his turn to be examined. The crowd of students stares at him with dreamy eyes, believing he will be someone very important. Some girls even express a desire to have his children. He understands this world truly revolves around martial power. He walks into the chamber with great confidence and superiority. The crowd cheers him on like crazed fans. Lin Xinyuan watches with a serious expression, acknowledging he is someone to look forward to. The result, however, is mind-boggling. The device only shows basic information for head of stage 3 with an unknown beast bloodline. A brief silence falls over the crowd. Then the guys burst out laughing at him like he is a mad joker. The girls cringe in disgust and embarrassment for ever thinking well of him. Yi calmly walks out of the chamber. He expected this result because his martial power and beast bloodline are unique and probably immeasurable by their standard technology. His system template was not detected, but it triggers a prompt for the infinite monster template. He starts laughing like a maniac, and as he reflects, his template rank is different. It means he can draw monster templates infinitely as long as he meets the conditions. With this power, he wonders if he is going to become the true king of monsters. Later that day, after the class is finished, he visits his teacher in his office and requests to take a break from classes to study at home. The teacher wonders about his sudden request for a study break and questions the sincerity of a student like he actually studying at home. He insists he truly wants to improve, explaining he has fallen too far behind and needs special training. He argues that following the normal class pace offers him no hope. The class teacher reminds him that becoming a warrior requires college admission. He states that Beijing University is very difficult to enter and requires serious preparation. The teacher believes Yihe's foundation is too weak to pass the entrance exams this year. He suggests preparing to repeat the year for a better attempt next time. Yihe ignores this advice, stating his desperation to learn. He claims that his awakened powerful bloodline will let him achieve anything with hard training. He asks the teacher to look into his eyes, insisting they show his sincerity. Seeing the determination in his eyes, the teacher reluctantly agrees to the break. He makes Yihe promise to return and repeat the year under him if he fails the exams. With permission granted, Yihe heads to the Ancient Warrior Center. He knows his parents' house was mortgaged for 600,000 yen and the accident compensation exceeded 1 million, giving him enough funds for his plans. Yihe realizes he has 2 paths to power, leveling up as a warrior or increasing his compatibility with the DONGHUA template. He reflects his infinite monster template data showed each template starts with 1 compatibility point, yet his DONGHUA template began with 3 points. He deduces that his template must have absorbed power from the genetic awakening serum, proving that serums related to this world's genes can improve his modal abilities. He concludes that this strategy of spending money to increase compatibility suits him much better than endless training. At the Warrior Center, Yihe experiences a major shock upon entering. Warriors with various awakened bloodlines fill the building, and he can clearly feel their overwhelming genetic presence. His Mad Flame DONGHUA awakening gives him a unique sensory ability called the Magnetic Field of Life. This ability lets him sense the vital signs and burning kai of other warriors, along with the roaring energy of their beast bloodlines. In addition to this, the kingly nature of the DONGHUA bloodline stirs a powerful fighting desire within him, though he suppresses it knowing he is still too weak. Suddenly, someone grabs his shoulder from behind. It is a woman. She advises him not to stare at people as if challenging them. Startled, he apologizes. The woman smiles and says it is fine, noting he probably just awakened and cannot control his powers yet. She asks him about his purpose of visiting the Warrior Center. He calmly explains he wants to buy genetic medicine but is lost in the large building. He asks for her help. The woman agrees but questions why he needs gene medicine at this early stage. She explains that gene medicine is very expensive and can cause resistance over time, becoming less effective. Warriors usually wait until their bloodline reaches a bottleneck before using it. He ignores her warning and asks about the cost. She tells him that a beginner solid-type potion costs around 400,000 yen. This high price shocks him, as he cannot afford more than a few even with all his savings. He asks if she knows anyone who can get him a discount. The kind woman gives him a business card with a veteran warrior's recommendation for a good discount. Thanking her, Yihe leaves. She hopes to meet him again if fate allows. After withdrawing his funds, Yihe buys a few potions and then goes to a warrior's weapon shop. There he buys some weapons and by nightfall his spending leaves him nearly broke. Back in his apartment, Yi begins his upgrade. The injections cause immense pain with his bones shuddering and blood boiling, but it is all worth it as his compatibility increases from 3% to 7% and his overall stats jump from 8 to 15, reaching armed rank 7. Exhausted, he crouches on the floor, breathless from the experience. He realizes that with each shot, further improvements become harder to trigger as his body strengthens. Still, he gained in minutes what others work 3 years for. Now, he feels confident about his exam chances with his bloodline power activated. Yet he decides his next step is entering a secret realm. These rifts are ranked from S-Class to E-Class, with higher ranks containing stronger beasts. S-Class beasts are uncontrollable and could cause apocalyptic disasters. He travels to a third-rate E-Class secret realm in Anqing, but finds fewer people there than expected, likely because it is an old realm with most treasures already plundered, leaving only weak beasts for rookie training. At the checkpoint, a distracted lady hands him a death waiver and ticket without looking up from her television. He signs without hesitation and approaches the rift, his excitement growing. He sees this as the beginning of his rise as the king of monsters. He leaps headfirst into the portal. Inside, he performs a dramatic superhero landing. The dungeon has 3 distinct areas: the Kanglin Star, the Anhui Star, and the Taijin Star. Though he studied secret realms in textbooks, seeing one in person feels magnificent. Just as he is admiring the view, a first-rank Bladefang rabbit silently creeps up behind him and attacks. Yai had already noticed it with his senses and swiftly catches it by the ears. With a creepy smile, he asks the little rabbit if it really thought he could not sense it. It turns out he had already activated his life magnetic field ability. He then instantly crushes the beast's head. From this kill, Yi obtains a beast core of average quality worth 1,000 yen. He realizes earning money this quickly makes life efficient for the strong, contrasting with ordinary people who work all month for similar amounts. Deciding that collecting first-rank cores is pointless, he resolves to find at least second-rank beasts. Just as he thinks this, a second-rank demon corpse bug appears before him, as if begging to be killed, and he prepares to grant its wish. He faces the demon corpse bug. He unsheathes his short sword and aims for the beast's lower abdomen. He recalls reading the monster encyclopedia, which noted the creature's soft abdominal armor compared to its steel-like back shell. The beast coils its worm-like body and spins rapidly toward him. Seeing this terrifying attack, he plunges his sword into the ground and activates the Hyper Beam technique. An overwhelming aura shoots from his arms like a fire cannon, hitting the beast squarely on the abdomen. The attack wounds but does not kill the monster. In retaliation, the bug shoots several spinning discs from its mouth. Yai feels surprised by this projectile attack. With agile and nimble movements, he dodges the attack, though his outfit gets torn. He screams in frustration about the cost of his damaged clothing. Realizing his current martial artist level is insufficient against this bug, he acknowledges his limitations. Without powerful martial techniques, he can only exert 50% if despite his deep dancing energy and strong blood vitality, a consequence of the original body owner's academic failures. Deciding to use his hidden power, he activates his Mad Demola bloodline. His physique empowers from 15 to 21, and his arms transform into a beast form with lethal claws and impregnable skin. Just as the demon corpse bug lunges with its mouth wide open, he leaps directly into it. Once swallowed whole, he begins tearing the beast apart from the inside. The monster bellows in agony until he pierces through its skin from the lower abdomen, killing it instantly. After deactivating his transformation, excess heat vents from his body like a jet engine. He notices his newly bought short sword, costing 250,000 yen, is now corroded by the bug's venom. He curses the terrible quality control and considers leaving a bad review. Just then, his stomach growls with intense hunger from the energy consumed during the fight. Without any food brought, he finds himself staring at the green magic core from the corpse demon bug, its aroma seeming tempting. He decides to swallow the huge green core in one gulp. The dissolving core immediately increases his template compatibility from 7 to 7.3%. This shocks him as he spent hundreds of thousands on a genetic potion for just a 1% increase. He realizes 3 or 4 green cores equal a whole potion's effect, and even white cores from weaker beasts could provide significant gains. He tears up in regret over his wasted money, vowing to turn his frustration into motivation for a night of intense hunting. He places 2 fingers on his forehead and activates his magnetic life field, sending out a pulse to detect everything around him within a wide range. Later, after hunting through the night until the next afternoon, his compatibility rises to 9% and his overall physique to 15.8. He reflects that white magic cores stopped increasing his compatibility after reaching 9%, so he decides to sell them for money. He has collected a total of 20 white magic cores and 4 green magic cores. He goes back and the receptionist at the checkpoint is stunned by the number of magic stones presented by a mere high school student. According to government regulations, martial artists must submit 1/10 of their loot. For each green cores, he hands over 5 white stones. In total, he earns 200,000 Xia Kingdom credits. Now only 9 days are left until the college entrance exams. Meanwhile, near the entrance of a D-class secret realm, a team of 5 warriors is discussing their mission. One of them, who is driving the jeep, asks Captain Lin Hui if they can complete the Blood Jade Flower bounty mission. Captain Linu, a Tier 2 martial artist, states they have already found the flower's general location during their last exploration, but their team at Old Kin got injured and they could not continue. The young lady on the team, named Xiao Xia, questions if they can proceed with only 5 people, noting the rules require at least 6 for a D-class realm. Captain Lin points behind him, revealing he contacted an agency to introduce a new martial artist. The new person is Yi He, using the fake identity, Dad's Law, as a level 9 martial disciple. He had to pay 100 credits to an illegal agency to create this fake identity since students are not qualified for D-class realms. Captain Lin questions the odd name, and Yi He replies he had to avoid copyright issues with his real name. The captain drops the matter, stating it is just a code name. He warns Yi He that at his level, he does not qualify for this mission, so he must only observe and not hold the team back. Yi He agrees, appreciating the clear responsibilities. The team drives into the portal, arriving in a desert landscape, which Yi He notes is different from the previous rainforest. He quickly realizes that secret realms must connect to multiple worlds. Captain Lin then explains that, according to the tracker, the Blood Jade Flower lies in an oasis ahead, but is guarded by a Tier 2 monster with a general-level bloodline. They continue forward, and suddenly the driver notices a horde of earth demon rats locking onto their scent. Captain Lin orders a teammate named Hood to handle them. With murderous glee, Hood throws daggers that explode upon piercing the rats, eliminating the threat effortlessly. Hood feels full of himself, while Yi He silently notes that this guy is ruthless and says little. The group arrives near their destination and exits the vehicle to proceed on foot to avoid alerting highly sensitive monsters in the oasis with engine noise. Captain Lin distributes tasks. Xiao Xia will throw a stun grenade with high-level monster pheromones to lure the beast, Xiao Wu and Hood will set traps, Old Liu will provide suppressive fire, and Captain Lin will handle the front line. He tells Yi He to stay still and watch, which Yi He finds boring but accepts. The strategy begins. The stun grenade attracts a Tier 2 Earth Dragon, which roars fiercely and charges toward them. Captain Lin warns Yi He to be careful as the monster approaches. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a mysterious silhouette appears at the site where Hood eliminated the Earth Demon Rats. The figure picks up a discarded dagger and licks the blade with sadistic glee. This idiot seems to be tracking the team. Back at the oasis, Captain Lin decapitates the Earth Dragon with his energy-imbued sword. Upon landing, Xiao Xia and Xiao Wu rush to his side to check if he is okay. Captain Lin sheathes his sword and tells him to proceed as planned, but just then, a massive paw from the dying creature suddenly looms over him. They shout a warning, but it is too late. The Earth Dragon plans to take the captain with it in death. Unexpectedly, Yi He exerts considerable force in his legs and leaps high into the air. He spares no effort and unleashes a terrifying hyper beam at the beast. With his current level and strength, the creature stands no chance and is completely obliterated. Everyone is stunned by Yi He's sudden display of power, as a mere martial novice should not be able to shake a Tier 2 beast. Xiao Xia, Xiao Wu, and even the captain begin to express their admiration. Yi He casually basks in the attention, acting like it was no big deal. Captain Lin thanks him for saving his life. With the Earth Dragon dead, Old Liu pulls out its soul essence and calls everyone to look. The team's attention shifts to this valuable harvest, which looks like a large fruit. Xiao Wu expresses surprise at its high value. Captain Lin confirms it is worth a lot and can greatly improve a warrior's template. He believes they can now find the Blood Jade Flower. However, in a shocking turn of events, a sharp dagger suddenly pierces Captain Lin's lower abdomen from behind. The attacker is the traitorous Hood. He tells the captain there is no point in thinking about the mission now, as he will die and his entire team will follow. The group is shocked by this betrayal and questions Hood's actions. Hood makes a massive leap backward to avoid the captain's retaliatory swing and lands beside a bulky man named Huang Peng. Huang states that Hood is simply doing what he always meant to do, which is to strike it rich by robbing other martial artists. The team is furious at the sudden appearance of Huang Peng. Yi He asks Xiao Wu if they know him personally. Xiao Wu explains that Huang Peng is a known bandit who robs martial artists in dungeons and has recently targeted their team. Old Liu helps Captain Lin but discovers the blade was poisoned. The team wonders how Huang knew their location, since only teammates learned the oasis coordinates after entering the dungeon. Yi He remembers Hood's explosive daggers and tells others that it seems they were not just imbued with energy but also transmitted their location. Hood gives a menacing smile and tells Yi He he is smart but should have stayed in school instead of walking hand in hand with death. Yi He agrees about the college exams, noting the top scorer title awaits him. But he decides who walks with death. Hood throws a dagger at him, calling him arrogant. Yahi catches it between two fingers and counters that a bald freak like Hood has no right to bark at him. He states it is time to pick up the trash, meaning both traitors. Huang Peng grins with glee, finding Yi interesting, and orders Hood to take care of him, specifically demanding his head. Hood grabs numerous daggers and throws them at Yi in a fraction of a second. Knowing their explosive nature, Yahi roars, and the mere shockwave of his roar shatters all the daggers. The next moment, Hood disappears from sight and reappears directly above Yi, using his martial technique, Mountain Splitter. The team warns Yi to be careful. Yi places two fingers on his forehead, stating it is the perfect chance to test his new skill. He shoots Hood with a hyper beam that shatters his defenses and pierces his chest. The group is surprised again at how effortlessly Yi has defeated Hood with a single move. He blows smoke from his finger as Hood's lifeless body falls to the ground. Huang Peng gets annoyed and surprised by Yahi's gene technique and questions which family he is from. Yahi repeats the word, family, with a dark look, then claims to be from the DONGHUA clan. He asks if Huang plans to beg for mercy. Huang roars that even with a gene technique, Yahi cannot close their massive martial gap. Huang activates his Tyrant Terror Blackbeard bloodline, and his massive size grows 1,000 times over, and as his imposing figure looms, Huang activates his Peak Shaker martial technique. Yahi bends low and aims his hyper beam at Huang's legs. The mountain beast of a man roars in pain from the shot. Huang quickly adjusts and counters. He closes his hands into one massive fist to slam Yi down, but Yi is already above him in the air. Huang immediately leaps after him. Yi comments that second-tier martial artists are really something else, as his atomic beam could not even penetrate Huang's ankle bone. Huang leaps forward, his massive hands closing in from both sides of Yi, intending to crush him into paste with a single clap. The clap creates a terrifying shockwave, but Yi dodges and suddenly appears behind Huang, stating it is his turn. Huang's eyes widen as Yi activates another technique, Core Fused Mountain Crushing Fist. His hands grow in size and become imbued with martial energy. Numerous fists rain down on Huang like a tsunami. Huang cannot dodge a single blow, and when the dust settles, Yi stands over Huang's body with steaming fists. The idiot's body is riddled with countless blows and his face got disfigured. The group stares wide-eyed and speechless. Huang shouts at Yi, accusing him of using a gene technique that releases toxic gas. He calls it despicable and swears that a wicked martial artist like Yi will surely be punished. Huang continues cursing. With an overwhelming aura, Yi glares at Huang and presents another core, Fused Mountain Crushing Fist. Calmly, Yi says that with so many people cursing him already, their words only pile up, and Huang will just have to wait his turn. Then, with a cold sneer, he asks Huang, and who is even supposed to be. 9 days pass quickly, bringing the highly anticipated college entrance exams in the An City. The Central Sports Stadium buzzes with energy as students from various schools gather for this crucial event. The host welcomes everyone with enthusiastic words, explaining the tournament format that will determine their futures. He emphasizes the importance of this competition not just for individual careers, but for humanity's future against monster threats. The atmosphere grows tense as students prepare to demonstrate their martial prowess through direct combat matches spread across 3 days of elimination rounds. The competition begins across multiple arenas simultaneously. In Arena 1, 2 male candidates face off with intense determination. Arena 4 features a mixed-gender match that draws considerable audience attention. However, all eyes eventually turn to Arena 6, where a curious situation develops. Huang Tongtong from An City No. 1 Middle School stands alone in the combat area, waiting for an opponent who has not appeared. The host checks the participant list and confirms the missing fighter is Yi, Huang Tongtong's schoolmate. According to competition rules, Yi will be disqualified if he fails to appear before the match begins. Huang Tongtong displays a smug expression, recalling how Yi humiliated her during the Gene Awakening ceremony. She plans to return the favor by demonstrating the power of her flaming lizard bloodline. The audience begins murmuring about Yi's apparent cowardice, with some spectators suggesting he belongs sweeping streets rather than participating in martial arts competitions. The referee raises his whistle to officially declare the forfeit when something extraordinary happens. But just then, a powerful energy signature suddenly appears above the stadium. The crowd looks up to see Yi descending like a meteor toward the arena. He lands with tremendous force that shakes the platform. Before Huang Tongtong can process what happened, Yi delivers a powerful kick that sends her flying out of the arena, knocking her unconscious for the second time in their encounters. He comments quietly about his perfect timing, having nearly missed his chance to compete this year. The host announces Yi as the winner amid stunned silence that quickly turns to roaring applause. Spectators marvel at his spectacular entrance and decisive victory, dubbing his technique the kick from the heavens. Yi's system interface displays his current stats, total physique at 26, and template compatibility at 20%. Improvements gained through his recent Secret Realm adventures and the Blood Jade Fruit from Captain Lin. He feels particular satisfaction at easily defeating his former bully. Yihee's dominance continues through subsequent matches. His next opponent is Long Tao from NC City's number 4 middle school, who falls to another single kick. Another candidate from the same school meets the same fate moments later. With 3 consecutive victories each ending in a single strike, the audience nicknames him One Kick Superman. The host then formally announces Yihee's advancement to the 3rd round, noting his perfect record of instant victories. A crowd quickly forms around Yihee after his matches, with admirers seeking his contact information and school representatives offering recruitment opportunities. Reporters ask about his academic ambitions, and Yihee confidently states his goal to attend Huado University. This declaration causes many in the crowd to disperse. Considering his ambitions unrealistic given Hodo's status as one of the world's top 5 martial arts institutions that typically accepts only the most exceptional students from major cities, Yihee remains unfazed, knowing his abilities will prove his worth. Examiners take special notice of Yihee's performance and request a retest of his martial level. The results shock them. Yihee has jumped from level 3 to level 9 martial disciple in just half a month. Their investigation reveals his frequent visits to E-class secret realms after leaving school. When questioned about this dangerous training regimen, Yihee explains his father's final message about surpassing humanity by overcoming fear, and he has simply done that. Yihee tells them that during one of his ventures in E-class secret realm he somehow broke through his genetic locks. The mention of genetic locks alarms the examiners, who immediately depart to report this development to higher authorities. Later, in the competitor's waiting room, Yihee observes live streams showing parents and friends supporting other examinees. He experiences a moment of loneliness as an orphan without personal supporters, unaware that his class teacher is cheering enthusiastically for him from home. His next match pairs him against Luo Zhuan from the city's 3rd high school, a level 8 martial disciple with a rare 2nd-tier monster bloodline and warrior parents. Yihee displays obvious boredom toward his opponent, and motions for Luo Zhuan to make the first move. Feeling insulted, Luo Zhuan activates his bloodline and executes his signature dashing lightning claw technique. His body accelerates to incredible speeds, heart pounding like a supercar engine as he aims his sharp claws at Yihee's throat. The attack generates sonic booms and visible sparks, carrying enough force to kill 9th level disciples. Despite the impressive display, Yihee effortlessly catches Luo Zhuan's arm mid-strike. He comments that the momentum shows promise, but falls far short of that old man's collision force from his previous encounter. Terrified, Luo Zhuan begins begging for mercy, but Yihee delivers a palm strike that knocks him unconscious instantly. Yihee then challenges the tournament to provide worthier opponents, questioning whether any real competition exists. The host announces another one-strike victory for Yihee, and a particularly significant one as Luo Zhuan was a seeded player expected to perform well in the competition. The crowd erupts in excitement at this latest demonstration of power, wondering how far this dark horse candidate can advance in the tournament. Dozens of high-speed cameras focus on Yihee from every angle, with live broadcasts generating massive online buzz. Viewers express both awe and excitement about his overwhelming power, particularly how he defeated the fierce-looking Luo Zhuan in the blink of an eye. In this martial arts-driven era, Yihee's dominant performances stir passion throughout the audience, with some female viewers even expressing desires to have his children. One of the participants keenly observes all this attention and cheer Yihee is getting. He sees medics carrying Luo Zhuan offstage and smiles at the prospect of facing Yihee in the finals with overwhelming power of his own. Meanwhile, at the head of Huado University's admissions office, the officials are watching Yihee's impressive performance through live broadcasts, and their head immediately demands complete information about him within 30 minutes. In another arena, the second group of qualifiers begin their matches. This time, both competitors are top-tier beauties with substantial followings. The match features Kai Xiaoling from Anqing Second Senior High, known as the Queen, against Lu Chungju from Anqing First Senior High, called the Unattainable Flower. Tai Xiaoling flips her long golden pigtails and gives Lu Qingju a provocative look, expressing her dislike for the robotic expression of the Lu family's young lady. Lu Qingju responds with a slight bow and expressionless face, showing she doesn't take the challenge seriously. The referee's whistle signals the start between these two martial disciple level 9 competitors. Kai Xiaoling instantly appears before Lu Qingju, sweeping a kick toward her neck that threatens to slam her to the ground. Lu Qingju remains unmoved, lightly waving her palms to make the air around her thicken into a swamp, like consistency under her martial technique's influence. When Tai's kick meets the air barrier, her leg, capable of tearing through military-grade steel, sinks into what feels like soft cotton. High-speed cameras capture her white leg moving in slow motion, visibly decelerating. Furious at Lu Qingju's immovable expression, Kai Xiaoling intensifies her attack by cloaking her body in martial energy to minimize air resistance. She blurs into a shadow circling Lu Qingju, waiting for the right moment to strike at her side. However, her palm stops 3 inches from Lu Chungju's waist, unable to advance further. Realizing she's fallen into a trap, Kai tries to retract her hand but finds it stuck with unimaginable suction force. Lu Chungju makes her first move. She extends her slender fingers that shimmer with jade-like light. Veteran warriors watching the stream recognize this as the Xuanhong Jade Finger from the Zhuanhuang martial technique. Astonished that a high school student has mastered it, a skill that could guarantee direct admission to Hadu University. Sensing the terrifying energy from the Jade Finger, Kai Xiaoling realizes she must use her trump card immediately. Without hesitation, Tai activates her Shadow Tiger King bloodline, creating a massive shockwave that shatters the air around her. Lu Qingju doesn't attempt to withstand the blow, instead she taps the ground lightly to slide back a dozen meters. Examiners in the stands hold their breath, amazed at the appearance of a king-level bloodline known for its brutal power and difficulty to control. The bloodline Awakening places heavy burden on Tai Xiaoling's body as she exhales hot air and challenges Lu Qingju to display her Nether Phoenix bloodline. Lu Qingju speaks her first words since the battle began, stating calmly that this is enough. Completely enraged, Kai shouts that no one below warrior level can challenge her as her body moves like a vicious tiger with fierce blood energy coiling behind her. Facing the brutal strike, Lu Qingju responds with graceful hand movements like playing piano, and her technique's invisible threads gradually reduce Kai's force until it disappears entirely. Kai uses immense blood energy to dispel the threads and launches another crippling kick from midair. Lu Qingju calmly activates the Primordial Chaos Jade Finger technique. Their powerful techniques collide, shattering the specially made arena beneath them in a cloud of dust. Tens of thousands of spectators watch with bated breath as it clears to reveal Kai Xiaoling covered in dirt, stumbling a few steps before collapsing from exhaustion. Lu Qingju stands like an ethereal fairy with slightly disheveled hair but otherwise pristine and composed. And her victory using only martial skills against an opponent with both level 9 disciple rank and king level bloodline instantly explodes the live broadcast room with amazed reactions. People call her true genius and even wonder what will happen when she awakens her rare 4th-tier Nether Phoenix bloodline. After this spectacular battle, the remaining matches seem dull by comparison. Several elimination rounds later, the final 8 competitors are decided: Yihe Lu Qingju and Chuzhou from Anqing First High, 2 from Anqing Second High, and 3 from Chunfeng Private High. Then, the top 8 finals begin and Yihe steps up to draw lots and finds himself paired against Shen Guan from Chunfeng Private High. Shen Guan reveals his matching draw and introduces himself simply. He suggests they watch the first match together since they're scheduled second. The first match features Luo Juan from Chunfeng Private High versus Chu Zhou from Anqing First High. Shen Guan casually informs Yihe that Luo Juan is incredibly talented, a repeat student specifically aiming for Hwadu University with great bloodline mastery, but it turns out he still stands no chance against Chu Zhou. Just as Shen Guan finishes speaking, the host announces Chu Zhou as the first winner of the top 8 qualifiers. The principal of Chunfeng Private High curses angrily at the early loss. When Yi asks calmly how Luo Juan compares to Shen Guan himself, Shen Guan smiles and replies that as martial arts president at Chunfeng Private High, his 2 teammates combined cannot match him in combat. He then turns his gaze to Yihe and reflects calmly that he senses Yihe is like a dormant volcano with a hidden beast inside, making him his biggest rival in this exam. Shen Guan then points to the arena and tells Yihe that it's their turn. The host announces the second match of the top 8 qualifiers: Shen Guan from Chunfeng Private High versus Yihe from Anqing First High, setting the stage for what promises to be an epic confrontation between 2 powerful competitors. The match begins and Shen Guan's fist collides with Yihe's in an explosive impact. The solid platform beneath their feet shatters completely, sending debris flying and creating a massive deep pit with a reverberating boom that pierces the audience's eardrums. A powerful shockwave blinds spectators momentarily as the 2 powerful fighters test each other's strength. Shen Guan sneers excitedly despite having a nosebleed, feeling ecstatic rather than angry at having found an opponent who can match his power. He recognizes that Yihe's nosebleed-inducing ability must be part of his bloodline, something mysterious that can directly target an opponent's cells for destruction. To tackle this, Shen Guan quickly adapts by creating a martial energy barrier around his body to shield himself from what he correctly identifies as nuclear radiation. Yihe notices this with a calculative look and commends his martial arts, calling him a monster not to be trifled with. Shen Guan, meanwhile, decides to reveal his family's generational martial techniques, and activates the Shape Wolf Fist followed by the Deer Peak technique. These moves combine swift venomous snake, like lethality with stag antler piercing power. He moves his double fists with lightning speed that leaves Yihe immobilized and unable to dodge. The devastating double fist attack shatters Yihe's defenses and hits him squarely in the lower abdomen, pushing him back significantly as he clutches his stomach and spits fresh blood. This marks the first time the previously undefeated one-kick Superman receives such a powerful blow. Before he can recover, Shen Guan immediately follows with another technique called Beer Crash, integrating martial energy into his body for double damage. Shen Guan's arms shockingly extend and become flexible, wrapping around Yi He in a tight embrace that locks his martial energy and renders him capable of using martial techniques for a limited duration. Then, using the Ape Hurl technique, Shen Guan throws Yi He across the arena, then switches to Tiger Pounce for a solid uppercut while his opponent is airborne. He finishes with Eagle Dive, demonstrating why spectators see him as a walking zoo of animal techniques. Yi He goes flying and crashes on ground with a devastating force that shatters what remains of the arena. Shen Guan loudly declares his intention to win overwhelmingly, stating under no circumstances can Yi He defeat him. Debris flies everywhere, and Shen Guan crosses his arms and laughs with satisfaction, believing he has secured victory with this relentless barrage of attacks. Medical staff outside the venue prepare to move onto the arena, knowing that Shen Guan's shape-will fist combination techniques would have killed an ordinary martial artist. The host begins declaring Shen Guan the winner when the supposed champion feels a terrifying presence behind him. Shen Guan turns to experience the biggest shock of his life as a massive paw covered in impregnable scales with lithely sharp claws emerges from the dust. Yi He's voice cuts through the noise, praising Shen Guan for his strength but noting his misfortune to be matched against him. He reveals that Shen Guan is the first person to witness his true form, the savage, traced DONGHUA bloodline awakening. Shen Guan sweats bullets, petrified to see Yi He's beast embodiment, recognizing that such magical embodiment would normally guarantee admission to Hodu University without exams. The host announces in amazement that besides Lu Qingju, Anqing now has another bloodline genius in Yi He, whose awakening level is truly terrifying. Examiners equipped with monitoring headphones notice Yi He's nuclear radiation values shooting off the charts at 99999, causing their eyes to bulge in disbelief. They immediately wrap the arena with martial energy to prevent nuclear leakage as required by safety protocols. The audience discusses Yi He's bloodline with fascination, noting its cool appearance but complete mystery since no records exist of his awakened beast type at Anqing No. 1 Middle School. Yi He hears these discussions with his heightened senses but isn't surprised, realizing there are no creatures like DONGHUA on planet Blue Star. Shen Guan continues suffering nosebleeds as his martial energy shield proves insufficient against Yi He's enhanced nuclear energy. Deciding to end the fight quickly, Shen Guan activates his own bloodline awakening, the Golden Star Ape Demon, which encases his body with martial energy and significantly increases his physique and overall stats, even making him grow in size. Shen Guan activates his form, will fist snake strike, and goes on the offensive. Yi He counters with a terrifying powerful attack called Mountain Arresting Fist, which appears to be an upgraded version of his Hyper Beam technique. The impact disables Shen Guan's entire left arm, and he realizes that without releasing the force in time, his arm would have shattered beyond recovery. Shen Guan understands he was making a big fuss earlier when Yi He never went all out, and now he feels metaphorically slapped in the face. Yi He, fully immersed in the fight without reservations, tells the dominated Shen Guan that he was outstanding, but unfortunately this cannot change the outcome of this match. The crowd watches in awe as Shen Guan activates his bloodline awakening. The host announces with delight the appearance of a third Order King bloodline, contrasting it with Yi He's unknown but powerful magical beast bloodline that clearly represents a rare sight. Shen Guan takes a defensive stance, calming himself to assess his current predicament with a level head. He recognizes that after Yi He's bloodline awakening, his opponent's strength has become simply unfathomable, making direct confrontation inadvisable since he can no longer suppress Yi He's martial energy. Shen Guan decides his only option is to retreat strategically and wait for an opening to present itself. Yi He makes a mad dash toward the larger opponent, instructing him not to become distracted. The moment Yi He closes the distance, Shen Guan executes a tactical retreat while simultaneously activating his form will fist technique called Snake Strike. His arm becomes flexible and moves like a serpent, wrapping around Yi He's left hand to temporarily restrain it. Surprised and distracted for a fraction of a second, Yi He sees Shen Guan use this narrow opening to swiftly reposition himself behind his back. Shen Guan informs Yi He that he cannot budge him as expected, but his true aim was always to get behind him. Now successfully repositioned, Shen Guan leaps high into the air and stomps down with force comparable to 1,000 tons of weight. Although this pressure would have immobilized any other candidate, Yi He swiftly dodges the bone-crushing stump with ease. Shen Guan immediately makes another tactical retreat with 2 massive leaps backward, believing he has put sufficient distance between himself and his powerful opponent. Looking up at Yi He, Shen Guan becomes surprised to see his opponent casually watching him the entire time with arms folded. Yi He releases his terrifying aura and announces that it is now his turn to attack. The moment he raises his right foot, he closes the distance to Shen Guan with another mountain arresting fist technique. Surprisingly, Shen Guan drops to his knees just as Yi is about to strike and admits defeat respectfully. This sudden surrender leaves Yi completely speechless and shocked. He feels all fired up and ready for his turn to attack, making Shen Guan's surrender feel particularly uncomfortable. He sighs heavily and lets out a fiery breath, stating that holding back his energy makes him extremely uncomfortable. Nonetheless, according to competition rules, once one party surrenders, the other has no right to continue attacking. The host declares Yi as the winner, and the crowd cheers excitedly like crazed fans, calling him awesome and cool. Across almost all media platforms, comments sections feature Yi and Shen Guan's match as the trending topic of discussion. Shen Guan faces humiliation as fans compare his confident demeanor before the match to his surrender after it. Simultaneously, Yi's popularity and fan base increase exponentially, with fans establishing chat groups and sharing full videos of his matches throughout the college entrance exams. His supporters unanimously declare their big brother Yi as the top scorer of this year's exams, claiming neither Chu Zhou nor Liu Qingju could match him. The principal of Qingfeng Private High trembles with pent-up anger, having placed all his hopes on Shen Guan after Luo Zhuan's loss. The moment Shen Guan shows his face, the principal spares no time expressing his displeasure, questioning how Shen Guan could admit defeat after all the money they invested in his training. He calls Shen Guan an ungrateful bastard and threatens that without paying off the debt, he shouldn't even think about attending college. Shen Guan calmly approaches the principal and places his injured hand on the man's shoulder. When the principal demands to know what he's doing, Shen Guan simply replies that he couldn't take Yi's punch, so he admitted defeat to avoid further injuring his already damaged body. He asks if the principal would have taken that punch for him instead. Regarding the kindness Qingfeng Private High showed him, Shen Guan promises to repay it slowly in the future, but warns the principal to refrain from threatening a warrior significantly stronger than him. This subtle threat shuts the fat old bastard up immediately, leaving him sweating bullets and trembling with fear as he concedes that Shen Guan has a point. After fierce competition, the top 4 contestants of the year's college entry exams are decided: He, Liu Qingju, Chu Zhou, and another contestant nobody particularly cares about. Meanwhile, the principal of Anqing No. 1 Middle School floats on cloud 9, fanning himself with the expression of a creepy old man as he admits that old Liu has worked hard at the school for many years and deserves promotion. The draw for the semi-finals takes place with Yi drawing the first slot unexpectedly matched against Liu Qingju, who draws the other first slot, while Chuzhita gets matched against the relatively unknown 4th contestant. The first match of the college entrance exam semi-finals becomes an internal battle for Anqing No. 1 Middle School. Deemed the strongest battle in the history of the city's exams, and the most anticipated showdown since the competition began, the goddess Liu versus the supposed one-punch Superman. Some fans believe Liu Qingju has better chances of winning because intelligence reveals she has mastered 2 mysterious royal martial arts, which helped her crush Tai Shaoling, who possessed a 3rd-level king bloodline. Additionally, Liu Qingju's 4th-level Netherbird bloodline awakening has not been fully revealed yet. Meanwhile, Shen Guan also had a 3rd-order king bloodline and was forced to awaken his bloodline by Yi. Although Yi's bloodline seems very powerful, estimates place it at 4th level as well, but fans argue he cannot compare with their goddess who possesses both a 4th-level bloodline and superb martial arts background. When the awaited time finally arrives, the arena gets set amid erupting excitement from the venue crowd. Both Yi and Liu Qingju step onto the arena platform, and the referee spares no time starting the match. The moment the match officially begins, a cloud of dust and steam forms around Yi, completely encasing him and briefly covering the entire arena while blocking Liu Qingju's direct line of sight. She stares ahead and becomes surprised to see a silhouette of terrifying presence encased by the dusty smoke and steam. She steels herself while hoping her opponent proves strong enough to give her a worthy challenge. The stage becomes set for what promises to be an epic confrontation between 2 of the most powerful students in Anqing's history, with both combatants preparing to reveal their full capabilities in this crucial semi-final match that will determine who advances to the championship round against the winner of the Chu Zhou match. The audience finds itself completely obstructed by thick steam covering nearly the entire arena, leaving everyone wondering about the ongoing events. Spectators cannot see Yi at all and barely make out the silhouette of Liu Qingju through the dense vapor. This visual limitation forces everyone to rely on the host's commentary to understand the battle situation. The host works hard to maintain engagement and keep anticipation palpable throughout the venue. He questions how Liu Qingju, the talented young miss from the prestigious Liu family, will deal with Yi, the dark horse of this year's college entrance exams. The host speculates whether the massive steam output means Yi has awakened his bloodline again, though everyone must wait to see the truth. It eventually becomes clear that Yi has directly entered his blood awakening state specifically to generate this enormous amount of steam. His strategic reason involves hindering Lu Qingju's direct line of sight while buying himself a little more time to assess his battle strategy in greater depth. He knows Lu Qingju typically avoids making the first move anyway, so this situation works strongly in his favor. Having carefully studied the battle video between Lu Qingju and Tai Xiaoling, Yi has formulated a specific battle strategy based on his observations. He recognizes clearly that Lu Qingju's martial arts skills far surpass his own, particularly with her magical martial arts capabilities. No matter how strong his raw power might be, he cannot easily hurt someone with her sophisticated techniques. She represents the kind of martial arts genius with exceptionally high combat intelligence, meaning the longer their battle lasts, the more disadvantageous it becomes for him. Understanding this temporal disadvantage, Yi decides he must go all out right from the start. He activates his mountain arresting fist technique, creating a sonic boom on the spot as he makes a mad dash forward toward Lu Qingju with a massive glowing fist. The attack appears so obvious that Lu Qingju, ever calm and vigilant, evenly spreads her hands and stirs the airflow in front of her as if preparing to absorb the incoming fist. She believes since Yi has taken the initiative to attack first, she will use her martial arts to defend and counterattack effectively. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Yi's mountain arresting fist never actually arrives. Instead, he skillfully twists his hips together with his waist the moment he deactivates the skill, landing abruptly to close the distance between himself and Lu Qingju. Then Yi uses his martial energy to create DONGHUA's thick tail behind him, swinging it flexibly like a steel whip that bursts through the air and strikes Lu Qingju's lower body from the side. Lu Qingju feels completely deceived by this unexpected tactic. Throughout all her years of fighting since childhood, she has never encountered an opponent who clearly committed to using a fist strike, but abruptly changed to using a steel whip-tail attack. In battles between masters, critical changes often occur within mere seconds, and now Lu Qingju finds her rhythm completely disrupted. She executes several backflips to put some distance between herself and Yi, but he refuses to waste such a good opportunity when his opponent has clearly lost her rhythm. Relying on his strong physique, Yi chases and attacks fiercely and firmly to gain the upper hand. He suddenly appears before Lu Qingju the moment she tries to balance herself. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live broadcast see Lu Qingju being deceived by Yi's cunning tactics and immediately falling into disadvantage. Some begin to scold Yi for being unethical in his fighting approach, while others support his actions, arguing that all tactics become fair in warrior battles on the battlefield. Yi's pursuit remains too fierce and relentless, leaving no chance for Lu Qingju to escape at all. An endless barrage of skills and attacks rains down on Lu Qingju like a meteor shower. At some point, Lu Qingju manages to use her martial energy to shake off Yi slightly, briefly escaping her opponent's grasp. Or so she thinks, because Yi transforms his right hand into a beast form with lethal claws, making clear that Lu Qingju won't get away that easily. Suddenly, Yi's dark, impregnable claws become directly imbued with martial energy as they tear through the air. Fortunately for Lu Qingju, she senses this danger and skillfully flips back horizontally in the air just in time to avoid being swept by the projected energy claws. The energy claws explode behind her the moment she gracefully lands, and of course, her persistent classmate immediately appears before her again, giving her no room for respite. The two combatants find themselves right back where they started. Yi roars as his fists swing out like afterimages, constantly compressing Lu Qingju's escape space. She wonders why he shows no signs of fatigue from these numerous high-intensity attacks, realizing her opponent possesses incredible physical strength and stamina. Lu Qingju has mastered two mysterious royal martial arts, the defensive Lu family secret art, Floating Shadow, and the more offensive Jade Finger. If she could use either technique, she could escape Yi's onslaught, but he seems completely aware of this possibility and gives her no chance to activate them. From all appearances, Lu Qingju cannot hold on much longer before she falls off the arena and loses by eviction. Though she maintains a cool and pretty expression on the surface, inwardly she sweats from anxiety. Forced into a corner, she finds herself with no choice but to use her trump card. Lu Qingju activates her bloodline awakening. The nether bird, Yi, who is about to punch Lu Qingju, quickly retracts his fist and retreats upon seeing the dark purple sparks emerging from Lu Qingju's body. With a loud and sharp bird cry, Yi watches Lu Qingju soar into the sky. The DONGHUA's blood flowing in his veins begins to boil, feeling the provocation of another high-level life form. Plump, dark purple wings grow on Lu Qingju's back, sparkling with colorful light under the arena illumination. The dark purple wings do not need to flap, because wind elements automatically lift Lu Qingju into the air. Her amethyst-like pupils stare directly down at the dark blue demon on the arena floor, and the air suddenly seems to spark with the fighting spirit between these two powerful beings. The host enthusiastically announces that although Lu Qingju remains far from mastering the true form of her bloodline, she has developed its most important organ, the wings of the nether bird. For the first time, the nether bird can be seen on full display by none other than their genius beauty Lu Qingju. The live broadcast platform immediately lights up with comments pouring in like a tidal wave of excitement and admiration. After her bloodline awakening, Lu Qingju stretches out her slender jade finger and points at Yi as her fingertips begin turning a transparent jade color. In a cold tone, she declares that Yi should be careful because she cannot fully control her strength in this awakened form. He replies excitedly from below that he feels glad to hear that, mentioning he has only exerted about 50% of his strength until now. He states he can finally go all out and hopes she won't disappoint him. Accompanied by a strong wind that sweeps across the entire arena, Lu Qingju appears behind Yi in an instant like a bolt of lightning. He even catches a faint and beautiful fragrance before registering her presence behind him. Lu Qingju activates her mysterious royal martial art, the Jade Finger. Yi immediately turns and activates his Atomic Blast Fist, with a crystal blue light shining on his fist. This skill represents Yi's combination of Demura's Atomic reaction ability with martial arts. The elegant jade fingertips collide with the ferocious blue magic fist, creating a massive energy reaction at the point of contact. A huge explosion of light and heat follows, blinding the audience with its bright impact and strong gust of wind. Both fighters find themselves blown away by the turbulent airflow, though Lu Qingju's dark purple wings flap automatically as wind elements gather to offset the impact of being blown back. He lands with one hand on the ground and smirks while looking at her. Lu Qingju uses the force of her wings to break through the smoke and dust, heading straight for Yi when she suddenly feels a fatal threat. She recognizes this dangerous energy fluctuation and realizes the situation has turned critical. She notices protruding vertebrae appear on Yi's back, lighting up one after another in a dazzling sequence. The commentator excitedly explains that Yi's magical beast true form seems to be gathering power through the protruding spine on his back, which appears to be storing huge energy that transmits to his mouth bit by bit. Each time a vertebra lights up, it signifies a horrible atomic reaction beginning to occur, gradually gathering at a single point in Yi's mouth. The immediate space around Yi becomes heavily charged with atomic energy as blue thunderous sparks emit from his protruding vertebrae like lightning, illuminating the massive stadium with an eerie blue glow. Unlike previous instances where nuclear radiation leaked everywhere uncontrollably, this time Yi controls and concentrates the energy rapidly in his mouth as the undisputed king of all monsters. Lu Qingju finds herself momentarily frozen in place upon feeling this enormous energy fluctuation aimed directly at her. She understands this development is extremely dangerous and recognizes the impossibility of completely dodging this impending attack. The radiation around Yi proves too massive to approach closely, and leaving the stadium airspace is not an option since it would count as stepping off the arena. The audience wonders what is happening as the host announces excitedly that Yi's magical beast form appears to be gathering power through his protruding spine, with the stored energy finally being transmitted to his mouth. All vertebrae on Yi's back flash with blue light as his wide, open mouth shows a blue atomic light emitting a breath of destruction brewing in his throat. This unfathomable nuclear energy beam represents Demura's atomic breath. Just then, a dazzling blue particle beam spurts from his mouth, creating a terrifying torrent of nuclear energy that instantly submerges his opponent. Despite feeling the fatal threat of the nuclear attack, Lu Qingju chooses to bear the full force of it, angling the majority of the energy away from herself. She decisively folds her wings, wrapping herself tightly and activating her latent ability Awakening. The blood power of the nether bird becomes stimulated in this moment of life and death, with countless dark purple feathers sparkling and reflecting light like crystals. This nether bird's feather deflection technique causes the blue particle beam to collide with the dark purple feathers and refract like light hitting a mirror. The thick condensed beam refracts into several smaller rays of light reflected outward from the dark plumage transformation of Lu Qingju. The refracted lights shoot out of the arena in all directions, prompting examiners to try to stop them though they act too late. The audience witnesses this development with immediate horror, dreading their fates, and survival seems impossible against the numerous reflected beams. Fortunately for everyone, a golden martial energy envelopes the entire arena at that precise moment, causing all beams directed outside to disappear as if digested upon contact with protective energy. This powerful act of neutralizing countless beams comes from Ancient's Mayor Huangqing. The audience and examiners want to greet the mayor, but he gives them a stern look signaling them not to do so. He tells everyone to watch carefully because the strongest champion in Ancient's history will be born today. The host announces enthusiastically to the audience that they remain fortunate to be protected by Mayor Huan, whose presence assures them that nothing unexpected like this incident will repeat itself. After approximately 15 seconds, the atomic breath finally ends. Thick smoke streams from Yahi's mouth and back like a steam engine, his eyes fixed on the girl before him who looks somewhat miserable. Lu Qingju spits out a mouthful of fresh blood, her two dark purple wings having melted after reflecting the atomic breath to their limit. She realizes that without using vanity and shadow in time to dissipate the remaining energy impact to the surroundings, she might not have withstood Yihi's attack. She reflects that the nether bird's true form bloodline remains too difficult to control, preventing her from unlocking its core attribute abilities yet. Otherwise, she wouldn't have faced such difficulty against that energy beam. From the moment of her birth, the Lu family placed high hopes on Lu Qingzu. Under family expectations, she had to fight battle after battle to establish her reputation as the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Though outsiders praise her genius and strength, she feels no keenness for these titles, possibly not even knowing why she fights or that she wants to fight at all. She finds comparing herself with others meaningless, simply following her mother's expectations and moving forward silently while always giving outsiders the impression of being aloof and difficult to approach. In reality, she suffers from social anxiety, with her cold and expressionless demeanor serving as a protective front for her social phobia. Mentally and physically, she feels completely tired and drained. Based on the current battle situation, she believes this could represent the extent of her capabilities if she plays her cards right, with no one being the wiser. After all, facing such a strong opponent makes her inability to win seem only natural. Thinking this, Lu Qingju immediately prepares to pretend to admit defeat. She comes before Yihi and slaps his chest with a palm, inwardly begging him to hurry up and defeat her already. She knows Yihi possesses enough intelligence to seize the flaws she deliberately shows. Unexpectedly, Yihi makes no move to counterattack and takes her palm strike head on instead. Lu Qingju's beautiful eyes widen with great confusion, wondering why he didn't dodge as he obviously should have. Yahi lowers his gaze and stares coldly at her, speaking calmly to question why she lacks fighting spirit. He mentions feeling her absence of mind since the battle's start. Lu Qingju feels surprised by this response, never expecting Yahi would reject her subtle offer. He continues in a cold and clipped tune, stating that if Lu Qingju had ever looked him in the face, she would have seen instantly that he always intended to win this title fairly and squarely. Yihi suddenly swings his martial energy imbued fist downward with whistling wind force. In desperation, Lu Qingju uses her arms to block her face while mobilizing airflow to block Yihi's fist. However, all airflow mobilized by her gets torn apart by her opponent's attack. Though her arms protect her face, the punch still manages to connect with the lower section. Yihi calls her out on her earlier move and warns her to start facing him seriously if she cherished her face. Yihi doesn't stop with just one punch. He pounces on Lu Qingju and begins raining punches on her face wildly, furiously urging her to start getting serious. Lu Qingju protects her face with her arms, looking extremely embarrassed and feeling profoundly wronged. She recalls never being beaten like this since childhood, yet now finds herself dunked on the ground before hundreds of thousands of live viewers with endless punches raining down on her head. She clearly wanted to give Yihi the victory, so why does he keep provoking her and trying to force her to fight seriously? Everyone has a bottom line, and Lu Qingju tried her best not to lose control. However, she finally reaches her tolerance limit after being punched in the face repeatedly. She roars like a phoenix rising from the ashes, calling Yihi an insulting term for hitting a girl in the face. Her eyes turn red as an extremely powerful martial energy bursts out, knocking Yihi back several steps. Yihi looks extremely pleased by this development, coldly murmuring that this response seems more appropriate. He states that if the eldest daughter of the Lu family doesn't want to be hit in the face again, she needs to get serious. A strong fighting spirit burns in Yihi's eyes. As the king of monsters, his innate desire involves conquering other monsters, wanting them to know that even when trying their best, they will inevitably submit to his superior strength. Lu Qingju's eyes remain red from the sudden burst of power activated through the Lu family's forbidden martial arts secret technique, blood ignition. This technique increases the user's blood purity in a short period, squeezes out their maximum potential, and dramatically increases their strength, though it carries too many side effects and should only serve as a last resort. This development means Lu Qingju has started fighting for her life. Ashes fly across the sky as a huge pair of dark purple wings spread out, stirring up a howling wind. Strange patterns spread across Lu Qingju's pretty face, with tail feathers swaying behind her like an imperial robe as shrill bird cries echo in all directions from her body. Lu Qingju has unexpectedly entered the true form of the nether bird through her true bloodline awakening. She stares down at Yihi from above, declaring that she will defeat him with her strongest form as he wished. On his side, Yihi feels satisfied with successfully pushing Lu Qingju to fight seriously and reveal her strongest form. He stares up at her radiant netherbird form with excitement, recognizing that with his opponent's true form revealed, The battle finally becomes interesting. Determining not to be negligent, he decides to reveal his own true form. His martial energy combines with atomic reaction energy to envelop his whole body in blue flaming lights and thunderous sparks. Shortly after, his entire body becomes covered with impregnable scales radiating terrifying radioactive energy. This represents Yaihe's physical skill that combines DONGHUA's template with his hard Q-gong, named the Nuclear Light Combat Bodhi. With a sudden explosive boom, energy gathers under Yaihe's feet, creating a deafening sound that propels him into the sky like a missile toward Lu Qingzhu. This sudden display does not faze Lu Qingzhu at all, who watches with eerie calm. She flaps her wings to mobilize surrounding air currents into a hurricane infused with netherworld energy that has the property of devouring any form of energy. The tearing hurricane envelops the entire space, crushing the arena base to pieces. Yi shows no fear and dives deeply into the netherworld hurricane like a torpedo. This move would be suicidal for most martial arts disciples, but Yi activates his atomic fist upon entry, producing a blasting punch that creates a massive blue energy explosion tearing through the hurricane and rushing toward Lu Qingzhu unstoppably. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu taps into the explosive power of her netherworld bloodline and activates the cry of the nether bird. The strange patterns on her face turn red and purple, becoming as hot as branding iron. Despite the pain, she opens her mouth toward Yi, releasing visible sound waves that distort the air and sweep over him. Yaihe's figure gets drowned by these sonic waves, and the atomic energy in his body begins flickering like a flame. If his DONGHUA bloodline weren't high enough, his internal organs would have been torn apart by the netherbird's sound waves. Yaihe questions almost amusedly whether she thinks she's the only one who can scream, his eyes sparkling with blue atomic glow. He opens his mouth as beams of blue light light up the vertebrae behind him one after another. The atomic energy reacts violently with terrifying aura spreading out, signaling the familiar sequence of DONGHUA's atomic breath, though this time at maximum power output. Lu Qingzhu feels pressure but doesn't feel overwhelmed like before. Determination fills her beautiful eyes as she decides to use her family's strongest defensive move, believing the best offense is the best defense. Placing her middle and index finger on her forehead, a familiar jade color shimmers brightly on her fingertips, showing her intention to confront Yaihe head-on. A dazzling blue light beam rushes toward Lu Qingzhu with cloud-breaking force. This move will decide the battle's outcome because after using maximum power atomic breath, no atomic reaction can occur in Yaihe's body temporarily. Lu Qingzhu, having given up defense, releases her strongest attack, the Xinhuang martial arts Hanyuan Jade Finger superimposed with Nether Sparrow bloodline power, the Netherworld Bloodthorn. Her jade-colored fingertips gather purple, red destructive energy as she points at the incoming atomic breath. Her dark purple wings provide impact force to split the atomic breath light column forward. The two destructive attacks head toward inevitable collision. Outside the arena, everyone watches with anticipation as the host excitedly announces that the power collision exceeds what the two warriors can control. Examiners maximize the barrier around the arena with martial energy, while the mayor expresses displeasure with this battle strategy. He considers both geniuses too valuable for An City and even Xia Kingdom to suffer damage, so he decides to intervene. The mayor activates his genetic earth magic, Divine Leolin Wall. The earth trembles as three thick high walls blessed with his martial energy rise instantly, blocking the atomic breath and netherworld blood thorn. The stone walls collapse moments later as dazzling colorful light floods everything. The martial arts shields released by examiners crumble under the energy impact, with dust and smoke filling the entire arena and much of the stadium. The audience realizes they would have been collateral damage without the mayor's intervention. The mayor stares at the smoke-filled arena with sullen expression, knowing his hasty preparation made the three Divine Leolin walls weaker than usual. They were smashed from both sides, causing the attacks to inevitably collide. He worries that any harm to either fighter would cause public anger no resignation could quell, since martial arts geniuses hold star-like appeal in Xia Kingdom. Inside the arena, a slender hand comes into view with fresh blood dripping continuously onto the floor. The hand belongs to Lu Qingzhu, whose entire left arm appears severely burned and messed up. She looks miserable crouching on the ground with utterly burnt wings and exhausted martial power from her magical beast true body transformation. Despite her condition, she doesn't want to give up, urging herself to continue fighting. Just as she attempts to rise, Yi emerges from the dusty smoke. He informs her that unless she gets rid of the nuclear radiation in her body, she will be crippled in the future. Lu Qingzhu remains silent momentarily, recalling vividly that her move clearly hit her opponent, yet he appears unharmed significantly. She finally speaks after brief silence, wanting to know why he kept pushing her when she didn't want to fight to this extent. Yi squats down to look directly into her eyes, questioning whether she really doesn't want to fight him or is just being rebellious about admitting her competitive spirit. He mentions feeling her desire to win during their battle. Lu Qingzhu becomes speechless upon hearing this. Upon recollection, she realizes he was right. She was thinking about defeating him moments ago, which explains why she gave up defense to use all her strength attacking. She wonders what's wrong with her, since she supposedly hates fighting and wanted to lose quickly, yet felt an exhilarating feeling of fighting for herself during the battle. Her thoughts get interrupted as Yi places a hand on her left shoulder, making her blush like a cherry tomato. He explains the reason for her decisive loss: too many distracting thoughts during fighting, which becomes a recipe for failure against powerful opponents. He absorbs all the nuclear radiation from her body and stands up. Lu Chungju stares at her healed arm in confusion, while Yi gives a side comment stating she remains the strongest opponent he has ever met. He hopes that if fate allows their next competition, he wants her to give her all from the start so they can have the purest battle. This statement deepens her blush further, and in that moment, Lu Chungju sees Yi under a different lens. The smoke and dust dissipate, with all cameras focusing on the arena center, where Yi is standing proudly. The referee waits momentarily before declaring him the winner after assessing Lu Chungju's condition, thus bringing the first semi-final match to its conclusion. Chuzhou emerges victorious in the next battle, and advances to the finals against Yi. This final match represents the last battle and biggest climax of Anqing City's college entrance examination, determining who will receive the title of top scorer. The biggest beneficiary undoubtedly becomes Anqing City No. 1 Middle School, with both finalists coming from its student body. The matchup features the dark horse Yi against the talented apex student Chuzhou, creating tremendous excitement among viewers. Live stream viewership skyrockets from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions of people watching with great anticipation. Although the finals lack the uncertainty of the semi-finals between Yi and Lu Chungju, this primarily stems from Yi's overwhelming power rather than any lack of talent from Chuzhou. Facing an opponent who defeated Lu Chungju, nobody feels optimistic about Chuzhou's chances. However, Chuzhou does not let this affect his fighting spirit, maintaining the pure heart of a warrior with firm determination. When Chuzhou first awakened his abilities, thousands of people admired him, but he never allowed fame to affect him. Now that he isn't the favorite and receives little attention, he doesn't become discouraged either. In terms of willpower, Chuzhou believes himself much stronger than Lu Chungju and therefore capable of matching Yi. At the referee's command, the final battle officially begins. Chuzhou shows his white teeth with eyes shimmering with evident delight, inviting Yi to come at him with everything he's got. Despite having defeated the supposed strongest candidate, Yi doesn't become careless when facing Chuzhou. Based on his observations, Chuzhou's combat IQ likely stands as the highest among this year's candidates. Chuzhou states calmly that he requests enlightenment as he places his hands together and slowly opens them, causing a cold ice sword to condense in his palms. By doing so, he has activated the power of his ice sculpture bloodline. Chuzhou covers his body with a layer of frost martial energy that isolates the surrounding nuclear radiation. He comes fully prepared with eyes completely focused. He then takes the 7-star steps and then rushes toward Yi. With a loud whoosh sound, hundreds of swords stab at Yi from all directions. Yi simply stands there, too lazy and unbothered to try directly pursuing the real Chuzhou among the countless clones. He has his own way of breaking through these numerous illusory images. Yi clenches his fists tightly, his arm muscles becoming as hard as steel bars with blue atomic and martial energy radiating in waves across his arms. The crystal blue light makes the bulging veins on his arms clearly visible as he activates his explosive fist technique. He punches the floor explosively, shaking the ground as blue energy erupts forth. With a deafening boom, the 10-meter radius around him becomes covered by nuclear energy, forcing Chuzhou to retreat. Chuzhou looks at the dented arena that appears bombarded by cannonballs, feeling extremely fearful of Yi's defensive abilities. He realizes he cannot possibly fight Yi head-on, wondering if any warrior of the same age can compete in hand-to-hand combat against him. Even Shen Guan from Qingfeng Private High, who specialized in physical strength, had no choice but to admit defeat and surrender when facing Yi's awakened bloodline. At this moment, Chuzhou decides to use long-range attacks to consume Yi's energy since close combat proves impossible. He activates his bloodline, awakening the Ice Element Dragon. Dragon scales as crystal clear as ice grow from Chuzhou's body, his eyes turning into golden vertical pupils with a pair of obsidian, like horns emerging from his head. Using his bloodline power, he activates the Ice Pulse skill. A violent cold current blows across the arena as large ice spikes gather into an ice tsunami dozens of meters high, rushing toward Yi. The Ice Dragon status among third-tier magical beasts doesn't rank as high as king-level bloodlines like the Shadow Tiger King or Golden Star Ape Demon, but in Chuzhou's hands, it becomes even stronger than the blood power of Kai Xiaoling and Shen Guan. The audience and examiners express surprise at this strong bloodline power. A wave of ice submerges the entire arena, causing the stadium shrouded in hot summer sun to suddenly drop below zero temperature. The live stream that constantly displayed Yaehi's awesomeness becomes completely silent, with his haters cheering excitedly and calling Chujo handsome while condemning Yaehi as a devil. Chujo gashes slightly from the sudden burst of strong icy force, taking quite a toll on his body. Even with Yaehi frozen by thick ice, Chujo doesn't breathe a sigh of relief, not being naive enough to think Yaehi would be defeated so easily. At this moment, a barrage of comments floods the live stream as the iceberg begins to melt. Yaehi's wide, open mouth shows blue atomic light, emitting a breath of destruction brewing in his throat. A bright blue energy beam penetrates the iceberg and shoots straight toward Chujo. Chujo, who had been on guard the whole time, stares with wide eyes in disbelief at how Yaehi breaks such thick icebergs so easily and quickly. Chujo instantly pushes himself away and manipulates the ground to raise an icicle imbued with martial energy as a barrier. When the blue energy beam hits the icicle, a deafening explosion occurs. It turns out, Yaehi has activated his atomic breath mainly to break out of the iceberg. The melted ice evaporates from the high-energy heat radiating from Yaehi's body as he takes a step forward clad in his nuclear light battle body. The atomic reaction in his body accelerates, covering him with dazzling blue flames that vaporize any ice approaching within 5 meters into mist. Yaehi strides toward Chujo, leaving melting footprints on the ground with every step. No matter how Chujo activates his ice attribute bloodline to attack, it proves useless against the overwhelming gap in strength. So far, only Lu Qingju has faced Yaehi in this form head-on, with even Shen Guan surrendering directly. Nonetheless, Chujo wants to try his final technique. Chujo stares at Yaehi and informs him about his last move representing the current limit of his martial arts, originally saved to face Lu Qingju. Chujo closes his eyes, shuts down his 5 senses, and points the ice sword in his hand directly at the sky. A layer of frost covers his body as the ice crystal dragon scales appear even more dazzling, demonstrating full activation of his bloodline power. The mayor becomes the first to react to the soul-damaging sword intent, his shock no less than when he saw Lu Qingzu performing the Shen Huang martial arts. He recognizes this as a genuine sword intent, marveling at how someone Chujo's age already possesses such strength. Accompanied by a gust of cold wind, Chujo appears before Yaehi with a high-pitched dragon roar and sword sound echoing throughout the arena. A few drops of hot, fresh blood drip onto the ground, burning several pits as Yaehi shows his slightly injured hand with a sword wound deep enough to draw blood. The flesh on the wound begins wriggling and flashing familiar blue light as it slowly heals itself. Yaehi calmly tells Chujo to wait until he obtains a better sword in the future, suggesting there might still be a chance to seriously cut his skin then. Chujo's eyes widen as he stares at the broken ice sword in absolute disbelief. Although he knows full well he has lost, curiosity makes him ask about his chances of success. He responds that the chance of success rates slightly better than being a dog licker. Sighing softly, Chujo raises his hand, looks at the referee, and announces his surrender. Thus, Yaehi becomes the winner of the college entrance examination finals. The audience and viewers across all platforms erupt in joy and celebrations, particularly Yaehi's numerous fans. The dark horse of this year's college entrance exams truly maintains his unexpected victory to the very end. Yaehi's face and title display on every billboard, news channel, and live streaming platform as citizens praise and celebrate their city's champion. Everyone recognizes that the level of this year's college entrance examination qualifying tournament far surpasses previous years, making Yaehi naturally the strongest top scorer in entire history that nobody will likely surpass in the future. Back at the stadium, the audience chants Yaehi's name repeatedly as the mayor joins him on stage. The host quickly gets on stage and announces with bated breath to all viewers following the 24th college entrance examination that after 3 days of bloody battles, their city's top scorer has finally been born, Yaehi from Anqing City No. 1 Middle School. The host mentions hearing that Yaehi's strength results from catching up from behind and accumulating strength over time, asking if he has anything to say now that he has won the top spot. He feels beyond stupefied, thinking the host indeed represents a cultured person who can describe his rapid improvement in such subtle terms. He first thanks his teacher for not giving up on him and encouraging him during his lowest point, providing the fighting spirit needed. Elsewhere, the head teacher watching Yaehi's speech through live broadcast begins shedding tears, feeling unworthy of the praise since he neglected noticing this monster on just before the college entrance exams. Just then, Yaehi notices a lean middle-aged man suddenly appears in the audience waving his hands excessively. Realizing Yaehi has no intention of acknowledging his presence, the man raises his hands making the number 2 million through lip sync. This turns out to be the principal of Anqing City, No. 1 Middle School, wanting Yaehi to promote their school with a 2 million scholarship reward. This changes the money-hungry Yaehi's attitude immediately. He adds thanks to his alma mater and principal, claiming without his wise leadership they wouldn't be there today. Originally unsure what to say, He suddenly understands how to finish the award speech after seeing the principal's clear instructions. Finally, he thanks himself, stating that without his hard work and wisdom, he would never achieve such glory today. Surprisingly, he doesn't feel the least bit embarrassed spouting these lies. In that very moment, the system congratulates him for winning the champion title and rewards him with a random template ability. Yahi's eyes widen upon realizing this template also contains an achievement system, opening new possibilities for his continued growth and evolution as the king of monsters. He wants to check his new template ability immediately, but recognizes the ongoing awards ceremony makes this impossible with tens of thousands of eyes watching him. He decides to wait until later for proper examination. After the ceremony concludes, the mayor gives a summary speech announcing the smooth and successful conclusion of the college entrance examination. As Yi leaves the arena through the stadium corridor toward the entrance, a swarm of reporters resembling crazed hyenas rushes him with various cameras the moment he passes through the open door. Reporters barrage him with questions about whether he felt pressure winning first prize, how he grew so fast in just half a year, and if he plans to attend Hwaju University. Yi screams desperately for the reporters to stop chasing him, mentioning he needs to earn it. A particularly sleazy-looking guy makes his way beside him and shoves a phone in his face while smirking, asking which female candidate he finds most attractive, Liu Qingzhu, Tai Xiaoling, or perhaps he prefers male candidates like Shen Guan or Xu Zhou. He says nothing and bolts faster, having no time for weird fan service interviews. After finally ditching the frenzied media, Yi enters an empty basketball court, his eyes full of excitement about the new system development. He marvels at not being limited to just one template, realizing more can be drawn through system rewards. A man in a black windbreaker approaches and interrupts his reverie, congratulating him on winning the top spot. Yi jolts in surprise, wondering if the man is another reporter. The man removes his hat in a respectful gesture and smiles knowingly, clarifying he isn't a reporter but comes from the imperial capital wanting to discuss something more classified, the issue of genetic locks. Yi immediately becomes nervous, knowing he hasn't unlocked any genetic locks since all his abilities come from the monster template. He wonders if this man knows about his abilities and questions his identity. The man asks if Yi heard the term genetic lock from his father. Yi replies calmly that he had, according to the original host's memories. The man pulls an envelope from his bag and questions how Yi's father, an ordinary taxi driver, knew a term completely inconsistent with his profession. The man hands Yi the envelope, stating that due to his special status, the imperial capital authorized restricted documents for him. Yi opens the envelope and his eyes widen upon reading about Project Prometheus, a research institute that was once a giant in biological genes on Blue Star before being wanted and blocked by various countries due to an incident. Many core researchers were forced to hide their identities and disappear in cities, with genetic lock technology once being their key project. After reading the document, Yi's expression fills with disdain as he understands the implication. These people believe his ordinary father was a senior researcher at Prometheus, making Yi one of their secret research results. The man in the windbreaker assures Yi the country won't make things difficult for him, explaining he came specifically to inform him of the situation since he has the right to know as the person involved. The man clearly fears Yi might panic and do something reckless, emphasizing that as a key prospect in the country's cultivation program, his safety becomes their top priority from now on. Yi stares deadpan at the man, thinking that if he told him he feels calmer than him right now, the man probably wouldn't believe him. Yi's attitude suddenly shifts to feeling smug, like he's being burdened with enormous duty rather than inconvenience, musing about the annoyances of being famous and important in society where status matters everything. The man takes his leave from the basketball court afterward. The moment the man leaves, Yi rubs his hands in delight like a money-hungry hyena, thrilled about making substantial money from the college entrance exams. Everything seems headed in the right direction. Not only does he have a ticket to Hwaju University, but he also received a $2 million scholarship from the principal plus an additional $800,000 bonus. However, the most important thing remains being able to draw a new template ability. Although Yi knows a template as powerful as the legendary Mad Flame Demora is hard to come by, he still looks forward to the new template. He immediately initializes the beginning of his new template ability. A swirling dark purple vortex appears before him with roars of countless monsters heard from within, resembling a cursed void full of ancient beasts. Yi stares slack, jawed in awe before understanding what template he has drawn. The result shows a D-rank Colossus-type humanoid template with its bloodline ability being Giantification, a 60-meter colossal titan with ultra-heated steam. Its evolutionary path is an immutable humanoid with current compatibility at 1%. Yi doesn't feel particularly pleased initially since the colossal humanoid template pales compared to Demora's ranked template. However, his eyes widen as a thunderclap realization hits him, the abilities between templates might be superimposed. If the colossal humanoid template combines with DONGHUA's template, the implications become too incredible to imagine. One thing becomes clear: he wouldn't just be on top of all monsters, but the true undisputed king of every monster in existence, the first real hybrid. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit villa with an auspicious setting, Huo Long, a massive-looking guy, is currently on the phone with a business friend. The person asks if Hu Long has personal matters requiring him to cancel all scheduled tasks. Hu Long confirms this, hanging up before taking a deep breath and rhythmically tapping the redwood table before him. The only sound in the room comes from faint television broadcast audio. A dent soon forms on the redwood table where his finger strikes. Hu Long's younger brother has been missing for over half a month. With search teams returning empty-handed without even a corpse, they did find residue with small amounts of nuclear radiation at his brother's last known location. Being an experienced hunter of forbidden secret realms, Hu Long needs no confirmation his brother is dead, and the scene was cleaned up without traces. Hu Long's gaze locks on the television screen, replaying footage of Yi He's battle with Lu Kyungju, specifically the moment Yi He unleashes his atomic breath beam. Hu Long feels a gut feeling that Yi He's nuclear radiation ability connects to his brother's disappearance. Hu Long closes his eyes regretfully, weighed down by sorrow and guilt. He repeatedly told his younger brother to quit underground society involvement, but his advice went unheeded. Now he has failed their mother, to whom he promised to care for his brother. When Hu Long opens his eyes, his entire demeanor and facial expression transform into something grotesque. He stares at a motion picture of Yi being declared winner and acknowledged as a rare genius in ancient city, noting that Huadu University will undoubtedly vie for him. However, Hu Long believes they won't witness Yi He's enrollment. Early the next day, as Yi He prepares to enter Secret Realm to test his new template and theories, he receives a handwritten letter from Chuzhou. In the letter, Chuzhou informs Yi He that according to Huadu Central Research Bureau investigations, a new secret realm rift will open in Anqing's Redwood Mountain at 3 p.m. that day with an estimated C rank or higher level. Chuzhou plans to join warriors exploring the new secret realm and asks if Yi He wants to team up. Yi He's first reaction isn't about the new secret realm but the absurdity of using a letter for communication, wondering if Chuzhou might also be a time traveler. At 300 p.m., in Anqing's Redwood Mountain, the once sparsely populated area welcomes the most visitors in its history. Thousands of warriors gather there, including many powerful warriors and organizations with long-standing reputations. Even helicopters and troops station themselves there to prevent accidental conflicts. The new secret realm means unpredictable dangers, but also everything remains undeveloped, filled with rumors of getting rich overnight or opportunities for low-level warriors to soar to success. At the mountain base, Yi He meets up with Chuzhou, who now has a sword hanging around his waist. Chuzhou immediately notices Yi He has grown stronger again. Yi He gives a creepy smile, feeling both annoyed and surprised at Zhou's keen sense. He used some prize money to buy several June serums, increasing the colossal humanoid template compatibility 35%. Though just a deer-rank monster template, it has advantages and grows faster, producing quick results. The two chat casually while waiting for the rift to open. Curious, Yi asks Chuzhou which university he applied to. Chuzhou's mood seems somewhat off, but he replies he applied to Huadu University. Yi He notices this but chooses not to pry, simply stating they might become classmates. At that very moment, the crowd erupts in excitement as the secret realm begins opening. A Jap several dozen meters long appears on the mountainside with galaxy-like fluid flowing inside. Suddenly, a sharp scream comes from the spatial rift as a ferocious monster bird with 3 heads and dark purple feathers forces itself halfway out of the rift, undoubtedly a high-tier monster. The 3-headed strange bird relies on its incredible aerial advantage to be the first creature rushing out of the newly opened secret realm. Unfortunately, it gets greeted by thousands of fully armed warriors who let out a battle roar shaking the mountains and forests. The warriors care nothing about the 3-headed strange bird stuck in the rift entrance as they all rush forward aggressively. The bird looks in horror at the thousands of warriors charging toward it like crazy beings. The poor creature tries to drill back into the rift but finds itself embarrassingly stuck. Within mere seconds, its huge body gets trampled into mud by the overwhelming force of warriors. Yi He and Chuzhou follow behind a large group of warriors and pass through the rift into the secret realm. The 3-headed strange bird meets a tragic death, with both its body and magic core hacked to pieces by the aggressive warriors. Inside the Redwood Mountain secret realm, everyone gets greeted by a jaw-dropping sight, an extremely exaggerated forest of giant colorful trees. Each tree stands nearly 100 meters high, so massive that a dozen people might not be able to hug a single trunk. The warriors under these gigantic trees appear no different from tiny ants. A thick metallic stench of blood rushes into Yi He's nose as he notices a small tide of beasts already gathered before the secret realm rift. The area a short distance from the rift entrance undoubtedly becomes the first battlefield between the mini beast tide and arriving warriors. Without moment of hesitation, the warriors rush forward with their roars and war cries, gathering together to play a cruel and bloody symphony of war. The warriors resist the beast tide at the secret realm entrance instead of dispersing to look for treasures because of a state law. Warriors have the right to freely explore secret realms, but also bear the obligation to risk beast tides protecting planet Blue Star. Any warrior ignoring a beast tide and causing casualties among civilians faces revocation of warrior status and military court proceedings. Greater ability brings greater responsibility for warriors. Yi He and Chuzhou join the ranks fighting against the beast tide. Chuzhou activates his bloodline and releases a large stream of ice to freeze the feet of monsters ahead, hindering their movement. Although the ice soon shatters under monster strength, it successfully hinders their actions for precious seconds. Many warriors seize this opportunity forward and kill the temporarily frozen monsters. Unexpectedly, a beast tries to ambush Chuzhou from behind, but in that split second, the poor creature gets hit with Yahi's atomic fist and instantly melts into meat paste. Chuzhou thanks a completely unfazed Yi who warns him to watch his back. Yahi looks quite bored and comments that none of the beasts inside the secret rear are worth fighting. A field of smoldering corpses behind him testament to this truth. Witnessing such an absolutely terrifying and grotesque scene stuns Chuzhou. Yi has effortlessly wiped out numerous monsters, while other warriors carefully hold their defensive line. These results come from his nuclear radiation, hard to resist, silent, and directly attacking the cells of living things. On this battlefield, Yi can finally release radiation without restraint. Constant wailing sounds come from the herd of beasts as they open bloody mouths wide trying to approach Yi. Before getting within meters of him, their flesh and blood melts away, collapsing them to the ground with weak wails. Even the few monsters forcibly breaking through the nuclear radiation net face Yi's more ferocious atomic blasting fist. Monsters attempting aerial attacks get greeted by the dazzling atomic breath symbolizing destruction. The only difference between monsters dying from these moves versus radiation is quicker death without enduring slow, withering pain. He becomes an absolute terror on the battlefield, a god of death wherever he goes, causing life within his vicinity to rot and die. His fighting style frightens even fellow warriors, who secretly feel lucky he is on their side. Yi looks at the magic cores that can't even fill several bags and smiles with the joy of a farmer's good harvest. This smile frightens surrounding warriors even more, giving them goosebumps all over their bodies. Without counting Yi's various atomic reaction moves, few warriors would want to make an enemy of him just for his deadly nuclear radiation field. In other battlefields not far away, warriors fighting monsters look back and find others resting leisurely behind them. A curious warrior curses in amazement, wondering why the fight behind them ended so quickly, and if there's a high-level warrior among them. Another calmly replies that obviously Ancient's top scorer in the college entrance exams is among them. The curious warrior questions how a martial artist could possibly kill so many monsters, having missed the live broadcast, deeming it uninteresting. What could be special about high school students fighting? The other calls him a foolish idiot since that high student can effortlessly beat 10 of him. Beast tides form because several Lord-level monsters lead them. Once these Lord-level monsters get beheaded, the beast tide disperses. Currently, about 10 high-level warriors have joined forces to go deep into the beast tide searching for Lord-level monsters to execute a decapitation operation. Other monsters in the beast tide, though weaker on average, come in endless numbers, and as the battle drags on endlessly, warriors begin showing signs of fatigue. They decide to drive monsters toward their champion Yi. Though unclear who conceived this idea, warriors quickly establish a strategy using Yi's nuclear radiation field against the beast tide. More magical beasts get led to Yi's location, including some high-level magical beasts with extremely terrifying strength. Yi doesn't need to attack actively, he simply stays under warrior protection, continuously releasing lethal amounts of nuclear radiation against the beast tide. For nuclear radiation breaching warrior martial energy and accidentally making contact, Yi easily absorbs it back. With Yi as the core, every warrior in his vicinity gathers around him, collectively resisting invading monsters. Although some highly intelligent beasts within the discover Yi's peculiarity, they can only guide other monsters to attack continuously, trying to overwhelm their enemy. Fighting intensity on the battlefield escalates rapidly for an unknown duration until a flare flashes in the air, signaling successful decapitation of the beast tide leaders. The warriors' eyes, numb from fighting, finally light up. They have won as the beast tide begins retreating. On another part of the battlefield, Chuzhou finally wipes sweat from his face in exhaustion after being forced into a desperate situation. He breathes a sigh of relief knowing the fight against the first wave of beasts in Redwood Mountain's secret realm has been won. The beast tide retreats, leaving only over 800 survivors from the original thousands of warriors. Those who survived remain covered in blood, with many left disabled and ending their warrior paths. This is a warrior's life, enjoying glory while facing unfathomable danger. never knowing which comes first. Yeah, he walks toward Chuzhou carrying several large sacks on his back. His relaxed look appears very conspicuous among the battle-weary warriors. After the battle, he asks Chuzhou if he knows how to transport all his goods. During the Beast-Tide retreat, Yi slowly came to each magical beast that died of nuclear radiation and dug out their magic cores. While warriors could take advantage of magical beasts dying from other attacks, nobody dared approach creatures covered in deadly nuclear radiation. Feeling somewhat helpless, Yi drops the several large sacks filled with magic cores on the ground when Chuzhou hands him a silver, black space ring worth tens of millions. The money-hungry Yi can't help smiling, never knowing Chuzhou possessed such wealth. A sudden bustling from the crowd draws their attention, as many people crowd in one place with eyes full of admiration. The crowd makes a path for a tall, particularly upright man named Wu Sen who strides toward Yi. Wu Sen and his group of friends were the high-level warriors who eliminated the Lord-level monsters, ending the Beast-Tide before others died of exhaustion. Wu Sen introduces himself as leader of the Silver Wolf martial arts group in Anqing, having heard of Yi's heroic performance from group members. He wonders if Yi would like to join them. Joining the Silver Wolf martial arts group wouldn't affect Yi's college education, but would let him enjoy various subsidies and benefits. Wu Sen even offers to sign an S-level group membership contract with Yi. These words make surrounding warriors extremely envious since martial arts groups receive sponsorship from various companies converted into activity funds and member subsidies. Without group support, a single warrior cannot sustain the extremely expensive career. The Silver Wolf martial arts group counts as a large-scale organization throughout Xia Kingdom, with even ordinary Imperial Capital University students typically ineligible for S-level contracts. This offer shows Wu Sen values Yi's talent tremendously. At that very moment, a gorgeous tiger with shiny hair walks out from the crowd, not a warcraft but a genetically synthesized beast created by a genetic company. Sitting cross-legged on it is a heroic woman who previously wondered why Wu Sen left immediately after the Beast-Tide ended. The woman invites Yi to join the Chengde martial arts group. Though smaller than Silver Wolf, she guarantees Yi can enjoy 15% of the group's monthly training resources after joining. These words make all warriors' eyes widen. 15% of training resources equivalent to investment-level treatment. They underestimated Yi's potential, causing martial arts groups to make crazy concessions scrambling for him. Other martial arts group leaders remain silent, wanting to win over Yi but needing to consider whether offering conditions comparable to Chengde and Silver Wolf proves worthwhile. Yi soon gives his answer, apologizing to both that he doesn't intend to join any martial arts group currently. Wu Sen and his companions aren't surprised since Yi would remain extremely outstanding even without a top group. They regard winning him over as establishing good relationship foundations. Several people come forward extending similar courtesy, exchanging brief greetings before leaving. During this period, Chuzhou also receives an S-level contract offer from Wu Sen which he declines like Yi. With the Beast-Tide crisis ended, many warriors leave one after another, beginning the free exploration stage. Since the secret realm contains a forest of giant trees, Yi suggests going to the tree canopy top to see the overall layout before making plans. Chuzhou has no objections, thinking the same. Looking at the 100-meter-high giant trees, they use their own methods to climb up. Chuzhou gathers strength in his knees and jumps suddenly upward. At his jump's highest point, he controls moisture in the air, condensing it into ice under his feet as a fulcrum for double jumping. Yi uses a simpler and more brutal method, activating his nuclear-like combat body mode, gathering nuclear energy under his feet, and ejecting like a rocket to propel himself airborne. He reaches the tree canopy seconds before Chuzhou. What the two see makes Chuzhou's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. A group of black humanoid creatures moving slowly in the distance, their bodies mountain huge and visible even hundreds of kilometers away. Such enormous bodies must stand over 1,000 meters tall, making it really hard to imagine. Yi disagrees, saying it isn't difficult to imagine since they remain young. In coming years, they might conquer these mysterious beasts and even discover the truth about secret realms. Chuzhou looks at Yi in silence, feeling his classmate lives up to his reputation. Where Chuzhou feels fear facing unknown powerful existence, Yi feels confidence about defeating such beings. It seems he falls short of Yi not only in martial arts but also willpower, considering Yi the real warrior. Yi doesn't know his casual remark has written a 1,000-word essay in Chuzhou's mind, getting regarded as a life mentor. Beyond simply looking out from treetops, Yi maintains his life magnetic field to detect life distribution within the secret realm. He notices something strange. A lake location appears completely blank in his magnetic field like a vacuum zone. He recognizes that abnormal situations must indicate something wrong, believing where there's smoke there must be fire, and bigger winds and waves mean more valuable fish. Yi points southeast and tells Chuzhou they need to investigate a lake there. Yi decisively takes Chuzhou to investigate the mysterious lake, convinced that the abnormal energy reading indicates something valuable. The two quickly pass through the giant tree forest and arrive at the lake's edge, where three people have already gathered. To Yihee's surprise, one of them is Huang Yuli, the woman who helped him weeks ago at the Warrior Center. Huang Yuli chuckles upon seeing Yihee, joking about the unexpected appearance of their city's top scorer. She never expected the high school student she helped with a discounted Warrior business card to become so powerful in just half a month. Though her assistance wasn't substantial, Yihee always remembered her kindness. Her tattooed bald teammate jokes about her knowing the little top scorer, while the glasses-wearing teammate adds that this top scorer impressed everyone during the Beast-Tide battle. Huang Yuli briefly recounts the story of Yihee's first visit to the Warrior Center, making her teammates marvel at the wonder of fate, how a young man met by chance would surprise everyone half a month later. Yihee asks how long Huang Yuli's team has been there, and she replies they arrived not long ago, with two teammates who are good swimmers having gone down to explore the lake. Just as Huang Yuli finishes speaking, a figure bursts to the water's surface, her teammate Yu Yang, who excitedly announces they've hit the jackpot and are going to be rich. Huang Yuli asks for clarification, and Yu Yang explains there's a ruin under the lake. The entire team becomes extremely excited except for Yihee, who doesn't understand the significance. Yihee nudges Chuzhou's arm for explanation. Chuzhou explains that in secret realms, there are mysterious buildings suspected to be left by civilizations from the secret world, collectively called ruins by experts. These ruins contain technologies or artifacts from secret realm civilizations, with modern human martial arts theory and many genetic technologies reportedly originating from such discoveries. Yu Yang suddenly realizes two outsiders, Yihee and Chuzhou, are present after sharing this sensitive information. He immediately stares at them with hostile eyes, placing a hand on his sword. Chuzhou senses the murderous intent, recognizing that people often kill each other over ruins where significant interests are at stake. Just as Yu Yang prepares to engage, Huang Yuli angrily shouts to stop him. She places an elbow on Chuzhou's shoulder as the two stare at Yu Yang with mocking looks. Huang Yuli explains that Yihee and Chuzhou ranked first and second in Anqing's college entrance exams, with strength far exceeding ordinary warriors, making them valuable additions for the raid. Yu Yang questions how they will divide the spoils. Yihee remains unbothered, stating that as external aid, they will receive allocation according to their contribution. The more they contribute, the more loot they get. Yu Yang's eyes flicker, and seeing his other teammates agree, he drops the issue, recognizing it's better not to make enemies with future big shots. Yu Yang leads the way as everyone follows him into the lake. Relying on their powerful warrior lung capacity, the six dive 30 meters to the lake bottom. Yu Yang finds marks left earlier and leads everyone to a cave at the lake bottom containing a hidden secret passage. When they surface from the water, they find themselves in an underground cave. Yu Yang mutters in confusion upon getting ashore, wondering about the whereabouts of his teammate Louis, who was supposed to stay behind. The tattooed guy angrily suggests Louis might have found treasure and left first. Yu Yang takes out a walkie-talkie and calls Louis several times with no response, giving him a bad feeling that something has happened. Huang Yuli calmly asks if they found any signs of monster activity after coming to this underground cave. Yu Yang replies that he and Louis released all monster bait bombs but found no monster hair. The female teammate becomes shaken, suggesting the underground cave seems dangerous and they should reconsider exploring given Lai Wei's disappearance. This annoys Yu Yang, who shouts that they must explore. If they dare not take the wealth and glory before them, they'll remain low-level warriors forever. Those afraid of death should leave now. Nobody withdraws, not even the female teammate who proposed withdrawal, recognizing that refusing Mountain of Gold goes against human nature. The group proceeds forward with Yu Yang leading. Due to Li Wei's disappearance, the group remains silent and vigilant against possible dangers. Yu Yang uses an ultraviolet flashlight that clearly shows marks he and Li Wei left earlier. The group gradually goes deeper into the underground cave as the path narrows until only one person can pass through. He walks through the narrow tunnel with flickering eyes, turning to meet Chuzhou's gaze and communicating through lip language. Both notice something wrong with the timing. Huang Yuli said her team arrived at the lake just 10 minutes ago, yet Yu Yang and Louis Fai found this cave at the bottom of a huge lake and discovered a hidden route to ruins as if having map perspective. Perhaps the ruins' news temptation is too great, or the involved parties are confused while bystanders see more clearly. Experienced warriors like Huang Yuli don't notice anything unusual about their former teammates, but this clearly appears to be a scam. Chuzhou wants to know if they should alert Yihee's acquaintances and leave, but Yihee tells him not to panic since he has a trump card. Chuzhou nods and remains silent, trusting Yihee's judgment. Walking out of the narrow path, the view suddenly opens up to a football field-sized cave. Huang Yuli and her two teammates look gloomy as Huang Yuli suddenly questions Yu Yang about the ruins he mentioned. The huge cave has dense dark green vines covering every corner, many wrapped with dull magic cores and surrounded by magical beast skeletons turned to bones. The female teammate screams upon spotting a dried corpse pierced by vines hanging in the air, identified as Lai Wei by his clothing. Huang Yuli and her female teammate tremble with wide eyes. Yu Yang doesn't answer Huang Yuli's question about ruins, instead kneeling on the ground holding his head and talking to himself neurotically. Yu Yang seems to regain his last bit of sanity, turning to look at everyone while murmuring incoherently about Lu Wei's death, vines catching up to him, his escape, and other nonsense. The next moment his head begins swelling before exploding like fireworks, with several vines swaying from the gap in his head like devil tentacles. A split second later, a dazzling blue light beam submerges Yu Yang's upper body, destroying the strange vines with atomic energy. It turns out he was parasitized by the monster. This monster has frightening intelligence. After hunting two warriors, it parasitized one's brain and used him as bait to lure more prey. Yi looks with cold eyes at the dark green vines slowly moving throughout the cave. With a crackling sound, a huge rock entangled with vines falls from above like a meteor, collapsing behind them and blocking their retreat. Chuzhou finally remembers reading about this monster, a second-order king-level magical beast species called the Ghost Demon Vine. Huang Yuli and her two teammates pause their breathing upon hearing this, trembling with fear. King-level blood species cannot be estimated by ordinary levels. This is simply beyond what a few first-level warriors like them can fight against. Yi grins, revealing white teeth as he states he doesn't care what level it is, promising everyone will watch how he hacks it to pieces. Just as Yi prepares to enter Colossal Titan mode, a loud boom sounds from behind. The collapsed passage behind them blasts open as a mysterious warrior with terrifying blood energy sweeps over. This one is none other than Hulong, the 8th level warrior, who has arrived here to take revenge from Yi for killing his younger brother. Hulong originally had no plans to come to the Redwood Mountains secret realm. However, upon hearing reports of someone using terrifying nuclear radiation capabilities to help warriors resist the beast tide, he immediately realizes this person must be Yi. After arriving at the secret realm, finding his target's trace proves very easy. He simply follows small amounts of residual radiation. When Hulong finds Yi, the group has just emerged from the lake with Yu Yang. Though far away, Hulong hears Yu Yang mention ruins and his breathing becomes rapid with excitement. He chooses to stay hidden temporarily, waiting for Yi and the others to enter the lake bottom and find the ruins before taking action. In the secret world, warriors killing each other occurs often, and with evidence difficult to obtain, the government usually turns a blind eye. This presents the perfect opportunity to kill his brother's murderer and Anqing's top scorer without worrying about Shi Kingdom's retribution. If he can take valuable items from the ruins, he can flee to a country strong enough to shelter him if trouble arises. Hulong conceals his breathing and follows the group into the underground cave. Unexpectedly, they destroy the narrow tunnel behind them, blocking his way forward. Hulong's heart sinks as he believes Yi has noticed his presence. Even though Hulong stopped his heartbeat, breathing, and other states falling into suspended animation, he underestimated Yi's capabilities. Yi indeed noticed the mysterious 8th level warrior's presence but feels confused about why this stranger seems to be searching for him specifically. Hulong directly bursts out with the blood and energy of an 8th level warrior, breaking through the collapsed tunnel and bulldozing his way out while declaring he should prepare to die. Hulong launches himself toward Yi with a roar like thunder in the air. He soon realizes something is wrong. The supposed ruins before him clearly represent a powerful monster's cave. The ghost demon vine hunts prey based on life breath, and at this moment Hulong's life breath is the strongest, making him the primary target. A thunderous boom sounds as the entire cave at the lake bottom shakes like an earthquake. Countless vines shatter rock layers and rush toward Hulong, who looks at Yi unwillingly while cursing and questioning if this is also part of his plan. Hulong's path toward Yi becomes blocked, forcing him to resist the demon vine's attacks. Despite being a veteran warrior, the king-level blood species, even at second level, can cause him to fall. The ghost demon vine raises wave after wave of demon vines trying to kill Hulong. His punches and kicks resemble artillery shells, blowing countless vines into pieces with juice spilling onto the ground. Although Hulong seems to have the upper hand, the demon vine's greatest characteristic involves absorbing chi, blood, and martial arts while releasing nerve toxins. Hulong feels his condition declining as the demon vine grows endlessly. If the battle lasts long, he will definitely be defeated. Huang Yuli becomes alarmed that the cave is about to collapse from the fighting but gets told to get out of the way. Dark blue rough skin grows on Yi's body with crystal blue light flowing through the cracks. He opens his mouth as the protruding vertebrae on his back light up with blue light one after another. Accompanied by a thunderous boom, maximum power atomic releases a torrent of blue light that breaks through everything, shooting through the rock formation above everyone, into the lake above, and finally rushing into the sky. Large amounts of lake water pour into the cave from the gap above, surprisingly opening the passage to the outside world. He tells Huang Yuli and her teammates to escape first. They don't hesitate, recognizing that although not an official martial artist, he remains the strongest among them. Without him staying behind to cover the retreat, the others cannot escape. Hulong shouts loudly for them not to run away as all his martial energy bursts out, shattering all demon vines within dozens of meters. He stumps the ground, creating an air wave explosion behind him as he rushes toward He like a missile. Chuzhou, who has been on guard the whole time, draws his sword immediately with bloodline power bursting out, pouring all cold air into his cold attribute material sword with an 82% martial energy transmission rate. Chuzhou activates his soul-damaging sword intent, creating an extremely sharp sword energy that cuts a vacuum zone in the air with thick ice condensing wherever the sword energy passes. Hulong throws a punch, his fist rubbing against air to create blood-red flames from his raging blood. The blood flame fist and icy sword intent collide, scattering large amounts of water mist. He knows Chuzhou's sword cannot stop the opponent due to the large martial arts gap. He rushes into the water mist right after, activating his nuclear light combat body as terrifying atomic energy gathers on his fist. Dazzling blue light illuminates the entire underground cave as he activates his atomic explosive fist. Hulong, caught off guard by He's punch, flies backward and smashes into the stone wall. He spits fresh blood and crawls out from the stone wall. After receiving Chuzhou's strongest sword and He's charge punch, he still exudes a powerful aura with only skin burns. High-level warriors have their skin, flesh, bones, and even internal organs tempered in every way, their entire bodies transforming into incredibly tough killing machines. He tells Chuzhou to leave first. After swinging his sword, Chuzhou's momentum weakens and he knows he can no longer help so he decisively withdraws to avoid causing trouble. Not long after Chuzhou leaves, the cave begins collapsing on a large scale with countless rocks falling down, revealing thick ghost vines inside. Meanwhile, Huang Yuli and the others stand on the shore watching the lake become turbid as the sound of ground collapsing continues echoing from the lake bottom. The demon vine has gone completely crazy, stirring the entire lake bottom into chaos. Huang Yuli feels relieved when Chuzhou comes ashore but notices he hasn't followed. A brilliant blue lightning flashes across the lake, illuminating the entire surface. The moment He bites his palm, fine blue electric current bursts from the wound. Hulong feels something wrong and sprints toward He with all strength, trying to interrupt him. But it is too late. With a deafening boom, dazzling blue lightning bursts from He's body, directly submerging Hulong. Hulong's hard muscles begin carbonizing upon touching the lightning. Similar to an attack on Titan transformation, every Titan transformer transforms by biting their palm, with huge energy bursting out, usually released as lightning. Since the colossal Titan is the largest after transformation, the energy released during the process is also the largest, making it strategically useful as a small human nuclear bomb. With a roar like a giant beast, he turns into a dazzling blue ball of lightning that explodes, submerging everything in terrifying energy explosion. Chuzhou and the terrifying blue energy current explode out of the water and hurriedly move away from the lake to avoid injury. Large amounts of water vaporize as the raging blue lightning continues for half the lake water evaporating. Chuzhou and the others vaguely see a huge figure flash in the mist, but the huge black shadow soon disappears, making them wonder if they imagined it. As they remain on guard, a naked He rushes ashore and asks Chuzhou for clothes. Chuzhou takes out dark leather pants and a tank top from his space ring and throws them to He. Once fully clothed, Chuzhou asks about the sudden explosion. He explains the mysterious warrior carried a plasma bomb and died together with the demon vine. Chuzhou states skeptically that plasma bombs represent military contraband, and the explosion seemed more powerful than a typical plasma bomb, pointing out the massive lightning and giant in the smoke didn't match a plasma bomb's characteristics. He keeps insisting it was a plasma bomb, and Chuzhou must have seen wrong. Chuzhou nods and tactfully doesn't delve further, recognizing everyone has their own secrets. He feels relieved, knowing it would be problematic if Chuzhou learns about his monster template abilities. He was already heavy-handed, and Hulong got crushed by him. Though he lost the corpse, he fortunately obtained the Ghost Demon Vine's magic core. After their narrow escape from death, Huang Yuli and her two teammates feel very tired and plan to leave the secret place. She apologizes to He for not only having them follow for nothing but also troubling him to save them, promising compensation when they leave the secret realm. He tells her not to be so polite, considering this trouble is repaying her previous favor. However, if she gives compensation anyway, he would always owe her a favor. Huang Yuli smiles heartily and says no more about the matter, waving goodbye to He before leaving with her two teammates. Over the next 2 days, He and Chuzhou continue exploring the secret realm. With the powerful perception of his life magnetic field, Yi finds many spiritual medicines. Though they find no magical rare spiritual medicines like the blood jade fruit, they still achieve a fruitful harvest. By the third day, Yi and Chuzhou feel they have reaped enough harvest and prepare to leave the Redwood Mountain secret realm. They divide the spoils, with Yi taking the lion's share. Upon exiting the secret realm rift, they feel slightly shocked at Redwood Mountain's current appearance. The once barren mountain has been completely transformed. All trees and boulders razed to the ground and replaced with a steel jungle of concrete and steel bars housing a hospital, auction house, arsenal, and even a hot spring hotel. A temporary airport was built far from Redwood Mountain. When night falls, the bustling lights of the entire mountain can probably be seen from the atmosphere, demonstrating Xia Kingdom's terrifying infrastructure capabilities. Yi and Chuzhou cannot help but admire this incredible development. Later, Yi goes to the secret realm appraisal office to appraise his harvest and hand over 1/10 as tax. He summons a large sack from his space ring and throws it on the table. The staff immediately reprimands him for his rough movements, warning that damaging office property won't benefit him. Yi scratches the back of his head and apologizes, explaining he has too many things and worries she won't finish appraisal before noon if he doesn't take them out quickly. The staff simply tells Yi to rest assured, as everyone there are professionals. Hearing this, Yi takes out another large sack from his space ring and places it carefully on the ground. Then comes the third sack, the fourth, the fifth. The lady looks pale as death as he keeps pulling sack after sack like he owns the entire Redwood secret realm. After about 3 minutes, she finally asks if Yi is done. He replies that he is done moving the sacks, but there are still many spiritual medicines left to take out, indicating his incredible harvest from the secret realm exploration. The appraisal center staff quickly moves Yi to the spiritual medicine appraisal center upon learning about his extensive collection. The identification process for spiritual medicine proves much more complicated and time-consuming than for magic cores, requiring all staff to work overtime. The staff becomes stunned seeing the magical medicine spread across an entire table, wondering if Yi Comes from a wholesale market, since rare elixirs appear as plentiful as cabbages. All appraisers in the entire institute halt their regular work to prioritize identifying Yi's spiritual medicine. While the appraisal institute marvels at the rarity of some magical medicines, Yi maintains an expression of complete indifference. The green and white quality magic cores no longer affect him, so he plans to exchange them all for money. However, he decides to keep the 5 blue magic cores from 3rd level monsters collected during the Beast Tide, and the special green magic core with gold patterns from the 2nd level King Ghost Vine for himself. After leaving the magic core recycling station, Yi has more than 27 million Xia Kingdom currency deposited into his bank account. Despite the long string of zeros in his account balance, he feels none of his previous joy about money. Perhaps the amount has become so large it represents just numbers, or maybe his vision has broadened enough to recognize that such wealth matters less than improving his template compatibility by 10%. Just as Yi prepares to pick up his elixirs from the appraisal center, an extended luxury business car stops beside him. A friendly middle-aged man emerges with a warm smile, introducing himself as Li Yushin, owner of Ping Pharmacy. Having heard about Yi's large collection of spiritual medicines from the Redwood Mountain secret realm, Li Yushin offers to buy them at a price 1 point higher than market value. Yi remains silent but recognizes that personal information clearly isn't confidential at the identification center. However, this development doesn't bother him since he needs to sell the spiritual medicines anyway. Someone approaching him directly saves him the trouble of finding potential buyers. The deal proceeds smoothly, with the pharmacy owner happily handing over a contract in a manner that makes it seem like he's the one begging to make the purchase. Li Yushin willingly accepts lower profits because he recognizes Yi's exceptional talent for finding large quantities of elixirs in a single raid, and as a businessman, he keenly senses Yi's potential and wants to establish a long-term relationship, hoping to purchase rare items in large quantities from him in the future. Despite the substantial money added to his bank account, Yi faces a new dilemma. All this wealth still cannot compare to improving his personal strength by 10%. The genetic potions generally available on the market, along with white and green magic cores, provide almost no improvement to his template. He sighs upon realizing his template has pickier requirements than himself as the host. Yi wants to obtain higher-level genetic medicine but discovers such items have purchase restrictions, and his current status doesn't grant him purchasing privileges. To improve his compatibility degree, he needs another rare treasure like the blood jade fruit, but such items remain in short supply with no marketplace available even if he has money to spend. Suddenly, his eyes light up with a realization about another way to improve his strength: martial arts techniques. During the college entrance examination, he defeated Lu Qingzhu and others, relying entirely on Demor's template abilities rather than martial arts skill. Against true martial arts masters, he would have no advantage without his powerful bloodline abilities. This realization leads Yi-hee to think of the person with the best social connections who could help him obtain advanced martial arts, Principal Lo Deng from Ancient No. 1 Middle School. He immediately heads toward the school. At the principal's office, Principal Lao Deng pours Yi-hee a cup of hot tea and massages his shoulders while mentioning he didn't expect the champion to visit his alma mater. With his experience, the principal recognizes Yi-hee has a request. He happily presents a bottle of white wine containing a rare ginseng elixir obtained from Liushan at Ping Pharmacy, a treasure that supposedly no middle-aged person can refuse for its blood circulation, yang strengthening, and health maintenance properties. The principal's eyes light up like stars upon seeing this gift. Yi-hee claims it's his duty to honor elders as part of Sia country's fine traditional virtues. After accepting the gift, the principal becomes more receptive to Yi-hee's request for help obtaining martial arts training. Yi-hee explains that although numerous martial arts circulate on the market, most vary in quality while high-end martial arts remain extremely rare. Warriors typically obtain powerful martial arts through two channels: redemption through contribution points within universities, or family inheritance like the Lu family secret techniques available only to core members or outsiders making special contributions to the family. This explains why top martial arts apprentices like Lu Qingju, Xu Zhou, and even Yi himself remain stuck at the peak level to their talent and physical foundations surpassing many actual warriors. The country restricts civilian access to warrior promotion methods, reserving them exclusively for college students. The principal questions why Yi doesn't wait until university to learn martial arts, but Yi explains his impatience. Having applied to Hodu University with 100% certainty of acceptance, he uses his most sincere expression to emphasize his desire for immediate improvement. Seeing Yi-hee's dazzlingly determined eyes, the principal reluctantly agrees to help, recognizing his special talent and potential for future achievements surpassing his own. And as educators, the principal believes they must teach students according to their aptitude rather than following rigid rules. Yi cleverly adds that rules are dead, but meant for living people, praising Principal Lao Deng as an educator who understands necessary changes, compliments that put the principal on cloud 9. The next day at noon, Yi receives a call from the principal while showering after training. The principal has arranged everything, simply instructing Yi to head to the location now. When Yi asks which martial arts family the principal contacted, his eyes widen in absolute disbelief upon learning the Lu family has agreed to teach him their secret techniques. Though this seems wonderful, Yi feels suspicious about why the Lu family would teach their techniques to someone who defeated their jewel Lu Qingju before hundreds of thousands of spectators. He wonders if the principal might be teaming up with the Lu family against him, but decides to proceed despite his doubts. The Lu family maintains a manor on the outskirts of Anqing as their family land. Meanwhile, a guy named Ji wearing slick dark glasses and a leather jacket rides a black modified motorcycle costing about 2 million yuan with engine power comparable to a supercar. The roaring engine creates a buzzing sound throughout the street as a blonde girl hugs his waist tightly behind him, her hair blowing in the wind as she praises his awesomeness. Feeling proud from the beautiful woman's compliments, Ji prepares to brag when a figure suddenly appears beside him, Yi pedaling a little yellow bicycle while advising Ji not to drive distracted at high speeds to avoid causing tragedy for loved ones. Ji feels insulted that a seemingly broke biker would compare himself to him and twists his motorcycle handle tightly, making the steel beast roar furiously as he speeds away, leaving Yi behind while giving him the middle finger. The blonde girl continues praising Ji's manliness until they hear a buzzing sound behind them that drowns out the motorcycle noise. A blue light streak appears in Ji's rearview mirror, Yi riding his bicycle with nuclear light combat body mode activated in his legs, creating blue rocket-like tail flames that propel him past them in a flash. Jay and his girlfriend stare with embarrassed expressions, wondering when shared bicycles became faster than airplanes. He arrives at the entrance to Liu Manor, staring at the castle, like building that looks magnificent despite not surprising him. The entire Lu family manor centers around the Lu family castle with various garden landscapes built in concentric circles around it. Professional gardeners trim green plants into animal shapes, complemented by bronze sculptures and park fountains that enhance the manor's beauty. The Lu family castle itself appears solemn and dignified with towering stone walls and spires combining old-fashioned architectural style with strong historical heritage that makes anyone feel intimidated standing before it. This display matches expectations for a wealthy martial arts family, completely different from new riches like himself. Why he activates his life magnetic field to detect powerful beings within the Lu family manor, finding several presences. From a distance, he spots a graceful figure in a white dress approaching the gate, Lu Qingju herself. Lu Qingju uses her cold demeanor to hide nervousness as she welcomes her classmate. Yi questions if she feels unhappy to see him, prompting Lu Chunju to lower her head and deny this. Yi amusingly concludes that means she's happy to see him, never imagining the young miss would be so fun to tease. With flushed face, Lu Chunju explains her mother asked her to greet and welcome him before quickly walking ahead to lead the way without looking at Yi. Yi decides not to tease her further, following quietly while admiring the Lu Manor scenery. Two maids with impeccable etiquette and dress stand at the manor's main door, bowing to Lu Chunju before opening the door for them. Stepping on expensive high-end carpet, Yi enters a spacious hall with exquisite and grand decoration where high ceilings and huge arched windows make the space appear bright and luxurious. Opposite the gate hang self-portraits of successive Lu family heads, displaying the family's heritage and confidence while showing the glory and brilliance of each generation to outsiders. Lu Chunju announces to her mother that Yi has arrived. The crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor follows as he looks up to see a beautiful woman with mature charm, dignity, and grace slowly descending the stairs. Lu Chunju's mother possesses beauty that hasn't faded with time but rather matured like aged red wine. Yi holds his breath. He has never seen a beauty like hers. Flashback shows that after the college entrance examination concludes at the Lu family manor, Lu Chunju returns home expecting scolding from her strict mother. She prepares to accept punishment, but instead her mother simply calls her the manor study for tea. Kunlan personally brews tea for her daughter with impeccable etiquette in every movement. Though nervous, Lu Chunju finds her mother revealing a lazy yet elegant temperament that cuts off her attempted apology. Kunlan mentions watching the live broadcast of her daughter's battle against Yi and considers her performance very good. She notes that Yi's strength would make him a dark horse even in the Imperial Capital College entrance examination, so Lu Chunju shouldn't blame herself. Lu Qingzu remains silent with lowered head, neither taking a seat nor sipping the tea before her. Kunlan continues after a brief pause, explaining that in their generation, Lu Qingzu alone can shoulder the Lu family's heavy responsibilities since her younger brother lacks sufficient ability to inherit the family legacy. However, as a beautiful girl without her father's early protection and with their family power forced to retreat to small Anqing city, they cannot refuse if a major family proposes marriage alliance. This would mean the Lu family's annexation and the loss of their century-old foundation to others. Kunlan suggests Yi seems like a very good boy with outstanding talent, simple family background, and bright future. From her observations, he definitely doesn't seem ambitious. She proposes pairing the two together and asks for Lu Qingju's thoughts. Lu Qingju's eyes widen at this suggestion as her mother looks directly into them with aggressive phoenix eyes. Before Lu Qingju can respond, Kunlan adds that she doesn't need to answer immediately but should try getting along with Yi first. Returning to the present, Kunlan descends the stairs to officially welcome Yi to the Lu family manor. He greets politely with serious expression, suppressing the weird thoughts emerging in his mind. He presents a gift, but Kunlan simply stares expressionlessly. She mentions hearing from Principal Lao Deng about his desire to learn advanced martial arts and confirms this with him. Without hesitation, Kunlan adds that her daughter will show him the way. Yi feels surprised at her generosity. Kunlan walks down the remaining stairs, accepts the gift without looking at it, and states that her daughter will take him to the Lu family's martial arts pavilion. Since martial arts in the pavilion cannot be taken out, he will have only one day to study inside. 3 sets of Xuanhuang martial arts reside deep in the martial arts pavilion, and whether Yi can learn them depends on his ability. Upon hearing he can learn Xuanhuang martial arts, Yi feels surprised again. He initially expected to learn only slightly more advanced martial arts, not gaining access to the prestigious Xuanhuang techniques. He wonders whether Principal Lao Deng possesses significant influence, Kunlan proves overly generous, or this represents an investment in his potential. Despite suspecting hidden motives, he cannot refuse this opportunity placed before him. He thanks the Lu family rather than Kunlan personally, making a significant distinction that implies a promise to the family itself rather than just its matriarch. If the Lu family needs him in the future, he will fulfill this promise. Kunlan feels very satisfied with Yi's clever answer and finds herself liking him more the longer she looks at him. Yi notices Kunlan's changed expression and feels like he might have done something wrong. After bidding farewell to Kunlan, Lu Qingju leads Yi out of the manor through a long corridor toward the martial arts pavilion. Alone together again, Lu Qingju cannot help remembering her mother's subtle look. Completely oblivious to this, Yi notices Lu Qingju seems to have become even shyer. He questions why she appears to be avoiding him. Lu Qingju denies this, but when Yi suddenly walks quickly to her side and meets her eyes, she panics like a frightened deer and hurriedly takes half a step back. Lu Qingju has never been so close to a boy before, and in that brief moment she can feel his warm breath on her right cheek, making her lovely face heat up and losing all traces of her former mountain flower coldness. She questions why he stands so close. Lu Qingzhu leads Yi to an underground stone chamber featuring an ancient thick stone door with rough surface. He senses the stone material isn't ordinary. Noticing his curiosity, Lu Qing explains the stone door consists of power transformation stone, a special material excavated from secret realms that can dissolve attack power from Shanwu master level warriors without breaking. Hearing this, Yi asks if he can punch it. Lu Qingzhu didn't expect such a strange reaction after explaining the stone's properties. She thought he would marvel at its magic instead. When she tells him he can try, Yi clenches his fists with every cell in his body violently generating atomic energy. Familiar dazzling blue light covers his fist. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu's pretty face darkens as she recalls horrible memories about that blue glowing punching technique. She turns her head away just as a reverberating boom occurs. The fist tears through air and slams into the stone wall, with violent airwave blowing Lu Qingzhu's white skirt aside. Unexpectedly, the blue energy impact doesn't explode but gets completely absorbed by the stone wall, turning into water like ripples that dissolve in circles without causing damage. He clearly feels his strongest and fiercest punch becoming like striking sea water and sinking into quagmire upon touching the stone wall, with over 90% of its power absorbed. Rarely experiencing failure, Yi finds Lu Qingzhu covering her mouth with subconsciously curled corners as if finding this amusing. She opens the stone wall and welcomes Yi inside. With brisk steps, Yi enters the Lu family's martial arts pavilion, where all martial arts display as copies on shelves arranged in impressive rows. Lu Qingzhu explains the martial arts divided body movement, defense, horizontal training, swordsmanship, and many other categories. If he wants to learn any, he simply needs to use an ID card to access them. She hands Yi a black and gold card before he asks about the DONGHUA martial arts. Lu Qingzhu calmly replies they reside in a small stone chamber at the martial arts pavilion's deepest part, also requiring card swipe access. She adds that he won't comprehend Xunhuang martial arts in just one day, likely learning only basics at most. She suggests her mother giving him access might not necessarily benefit him and offers to select several martial arts books second only to Xunhuang techniques that would suit him better. Hearing this, Yi cannot help teasing her again about whether she worries for his sake. Due to this teasing, Lu Qing doesn't want to speak with her classmate anymore. Yi assures her not to worry her pretty little head since he knows what he wants. If he learns something, it must be the strongest available. If Xunhuang martial arts sit before him but he lacks courage to learn them, he should simply return home and continue working on template compatibility. Moreover, Kunlan opening Xunhuang martial arts learning rights represents both investment and test. If he cannot pass this level or dares not take the risk, he will likely never receive another invitation to the Lu Manor. Seeing Yi's persistence, Lu Qingzhu says no more. The secret room storing Xunhuang martial arts features even greater security, using extremely rare black quality power transformation stone. Lu Qingzhu explains her great-grandfather's generation collected materials for this black power transformation stone wall, speaking more frequently than usual and obviously feeling proud of her family's history. The black stone door opens to reveal 3 safes strong enough to withstand tank bombardment. Entering the wrong password 5 times would automatically destroy the original Xunhuang martial arts inside. Yi sees 2 familiar martial arts names, Floating Shadow and Hanyuan Jade Finger, exactly the techniques Lu Qingzhu mastered. The third Xunhuang martial art bears the name Devil in the Flesh, which Yi has never seen Lu Qingzhu use. Lu Qingzhu explains that learning Xunhuang arts requires feeling the martial rhyme, left by creators rather than mere observation. If Yi cannot feel it, or if his martial artist attributes conflict with the martial rhyme, he cannot begin practicing these techniques. Essentially, Xunhuang martial arts are alive, they choose martial artists rather than martial artists choosing them. After this explanation, Yi understands why Lu Qingzhu didn't use the third Xunhuang martial art during the college entrance examination. The issue wasn't talent but attribute conflict. How could a beautiful girl like Lu Qingzhu prove compatible with rough martial arts called Devil in the Flesh? Yi, however, seems very suitable for this direct and violent Xunhuang martial art. He chooses Devil in the Flesh, and Lu Qingzhu cracks the code for him. The safe opens to reveal a bronze statue of a muscular, ferocious man so lifelike that every muscle appears vivid. In the gaps between the statue's muscles, evil ghosts appear wailing and crying. This statue of a viral man meant to suppress ghosts displays murderous aura to the fullest. After the statue appears, he seems to hear evil ghosts wailing. Realizing Xunhuang martial arts aren't books but statues, Lu Qingzhu continues explaining that not only statues but also paintings or utensils can serve as carriers of martial rhyme. This represents one of the mysterious arts of martial masters. Only martial masters can condense martial arts rhythm and objects to pass their mantle to future generations. Many martial arts not only fail to improve warriors' combat effectiveness but may also leave hidden injuries. However, only Xuan Huang martial arts can be created by the Grandmaster, with high threshold meaning high quality. Lu Qingju walks out of the secret room, leaving the space to Yi He since the rest of the journey must be completed by him alone. Yi He feels surprised and confused about how to feel the martial arts rhyme. When he asks Lu Qingju for guidance, she simply replies that if he is fated, he will sense the martial art rhyme naturally. Yi He looks disappointed, feeling Lu Qingsu might be withholding insights as revenge. Deciding to trust fate, Yi He lies down and takes a nap to wait for something to happen. He falls asleep without saying another word, making Lu Qingju speechless as she observes him through surveillance cameras. Although sleeping before the martial carrier represents one method, she expected him to try more traditional approaches like blood dripping or kneeling meditation rather than falling asleep directly. When Yi He opens his eyes again, he finds himself in a dilapidated temple covered in cobwebs with dust everywhere. Even the angry-faced Buddha on the throne has a broken arm. He realizes this must be the martial rhyme space of the third Zhuangwang martial arts. He cannot feel any martial energy, and even Demura's template atomic reaction cannot activate, returning him to his weak ordinary person form. Fortunately, his monster system template remains active, detecting that his consciousness occupies a special space. To prevent sudden death, the system blesses his spiritual body. A domineering and ferocious voice enters Yi He's ears from above, declaring that only a real man can inherit these martial arts, otherwise they should rot in the ground. The voice challenges him to prove himself a real man made of iron. A ferocious man as large as a wild bear appears, sitting on the angry bodice of his remaining arm, staring at Yi He with wild wolf-like eyes. Yi He stares slack-jawed at this mysterious man who looks exactly like the statue. The man explains that when the thunderstorm comes, hundreds of ghosts will roam at night, and Yi He must guard the dilapidated temple without letting the angry-faced Buddha become defiled by evil spirits. Success means receiving at least house-guarding abilities, while failure brings insanity from ghost-devouring and permanent inability to cultivate martial arts. The man tells Yi He to run away if he represents a wimp. A drop of cold rain passes through the broken ceiling and drips onto Yi He's face, making him realize the vicious man has disappeared and the trial has begun. The rain grows heavier as the outside world turns pitch black with only howling wind. Yi He feels countless malicious eyes spying on him. He finds a rusty, broken sword behind the angry Bodhisattva's throne and uses it to block the temple entrance. Pale thunder illuminates his face, signaling the night parade of 100 demons beginning. A shadow rushes toward him from the darkness, and when Yi He slashes at its head with the sword, golden light bursts from the rusty blade. The shadow screams miserably and turns to ashes. Yi He realizes the trial wouldn't make warriors fight hundreds of ghosts unarmed, so hidden props must exist. He becomes excited and stops retreating, instead taking initiative to attack darkness outside with his sword. The vicious man reappears behind Yi He, looking at him with disdain for rushing out of the temple's protection. He considers Yi He another fool courting death, and sighs about worsening martial artists across generations. Just as he prepares to collect Yi He's body, he stops in disbelief, wondering why hundreds of ghosts cannot approach the boy. Outside the temple, Yi He randomly wields the sword without formal swordsmanship skills, simply slashing any approaching ghost. When an evil ghost swings its claws at him, they pass through him harmlessly. Yi He turns and splits the evil ghost in half, realizing the system automatically protects him in the spiritual world, granting invincibility. The broken sword in Yi He's hand flies up and down under his crude skills, harvesting evil ghosts like chopping vegetables. This dumbfounds the vicious man, who wonders when his levels became so simple. And as wind howls, Yi He stands proudly with his sword while ferocious evil spirits retreat like lambs, afraid to approach. Seeing hundreds of ghosts cannot harm Yi He, the vicious man shows up personally, demanding to know how he remains unaffected by the martial arts influence. Yi He replies it results from nothing but hard work and diligent practice, a convenient excuse. The vicious man accepts this and promises to pass on the inheritance since Yi He subdued hundreds of ghosts, though it depends on whether he can accept it. The angry-faced bodhisattva in the ruined temple collapses, revealing a bottomless black well beneath that makes people feel uneasy. The well contains the essence of evil spirit that the vicious man condensed during his lifetime, along with the technique of paralyzing the demon in the flesh. Before the vicious man finishes explaining, Yi He jumps down without hesitation. The vicious man feels momentarily dumbfounded but quickly recovers, developing expectations for Yi He. He praises this unique young man's personality, recalling his own life as a hero who passed through S-level secret realms using Det Ril in the flesh technique. As he aged with declining energy and blood, the suppressed evil spirits began eating back at him, making him go astray and kill people around him. To avoid repeating mistakes, the vicious man chose suicide, mixing all evil spirits and soul with his martial arts style into the statue before death. Although 100 years have passed and evil spirit in the martial rhyme space dissipated somewhat, it still shouldn't be something a mere martial artist can withstand. If Yahi conquers the evil spirit that caused his failure, he will surely surpass the vicious man on the road of devil in the flesh. Back in the observation room, Qinlan joins her daughter as both watch Yi fall asleep and enter the martial rhyme space. Lu Qingju grows worried and confused when she sees Yi's sudden reaction on the floor, asking her mother what might be happening to him during this dangerous spiritual trial. Lu Qingju reflects on Yi's unusual reaction to the martial arts inheritance. Earlier, after falling asleep, he displayed a smug smile as if experiencing something pleasant in his dream. Now Yi's body is trembling uncontrollably with traces of blood seeping from his pores, appearing to suffer intense physical distress. Qinlan shows no surprise at this development. She takes a deep puff from her cigarette and exhales slowly, her charming phoenix eyes hidden behind her hair appearing mysterious and profound. She explains that Lu Qingju's grandfather acquired this third Xunhong martial art by chance in his later years. Even with his grandmaster-level cultivation, he suffered direct repulsion from the martial arts in the statue and sustained internal injuries when attempting to practice it. Since then, nobody in the Lu family has successfully practiced this martial art. Qinlan philosophizes that extraordinary power requires unbearable acquisition methods for ordinary people. Those who want to wear the crown must bear its weight. Since Yi chose to accept this martial arts power, he must endure the consequences. Her confident eyes, usually capable of calculating everything, show rare confusion when she checks the surveillance footage and finds Yi already awake. Not only is Yi awake, but he appears to have slept comfortably and now stretches leisurely. Lu Qingju looks at her mother with a nervous smile, suggesting Yi's ordeal learning this martial art might not be as intense as described. The statue, originally full of charismatic presence, now looks dull and ordinary. Though the carving remains beautiful, it lacks its previous intimidating charm because that trace of charm has transferred into Yi's body. Yi rises and shows respect, thanking the elder for teaching him the third Zhuanghuang martial arts. The vicious man's last words still echo in his mind, praising him as the most talented person ever encountered and entrusting him with uncovering the secret realm's truth, an unfinished task of their predecessors. Yi can only mentally respond that the senior mistakes his achievement, since he essentially cheated through system protection, compared with the grand mission of uncovering secret realm truths and shouldering humanity's future responsibility. Yi finds his newly gained power more tangible and real. He clenches his palms and murmurs with a confident grin about flesh and blood imprisoning the devil and the body becoming like Shura. Though his panel attributes show no increase, he understands that after mastering the Xuanhuang martial arts, his combat power has at least doubled. The stone door opens to reveal Qinlan, usually elegant and dignified, now stepping hurriedly in her high heels. She asks Yi if he has truly mastered the technique. He smiles upon hearing this, revealing white teeth as he confirms his success. Lu Qingju, following behind her mother, wonders if she heard correctly and begins doubting her life accomplishments. Whenever she recalls her past genius title, she blushes without apparent reason because the real genius stands right before her. Qinlan also falls silent, looking at Yi with distrust. She finds it impossible that he mastered in 1 hour what would take her daughter a week of sleepless effort in the martial rhyme space. Seeing their disbelief, Yi has no choice but to demonstrate his skills to the mother and daughter. Yi circulates his martial energy, gathering the magical power generated from his dantian into his palm. Normally invisible martial energy manifests as dark red energy in his hand, the evil spirit he mastered from the martial rhyme world. This functions like a game enchantment, enhancing his martial energy's lethality. He activates a new technique called the mountain blocking fist. He tenses his back like a large bow, exerting strength from his core as he punches with fist wrapped in black and red murderous energy. The airflow explodes, releasing screams that sound like wailing evil spirits. Lu Qingju's pupils contract slightly as a martial arts genius. She feels the extremely high purity from the punch and its strong aftershock, seemingly hearing ghost-like howls. Qinlan looks at Yi with puzzled eyes. Although she took a liking to this young man during the college entrance exams, she now realizes she still underestimated him. Yi feels embarrassed under Qinlan's fiery gaze, nervously thinking that her daughter remains present, and she should show more restraint. Lu Qingju doesn't overthink Yi's stunning performance, feeling only slightly discouraged at being inferior to him in every way while maintaining her pure mindset. She asks if he would like to learn the other two Zhuanhuang martial arts, since he still has remaining time. Upon hearing this, Qinlan closes her eyes and holds her head helplessly, wondering if her dear daughter is truly stupid or just pretending. She questions why Lu Qingju would offer their entire family property to someone not yet part of the Lu family. Though Qinlan invests in Yi, she prepares to accept him as her worthy son-in-law, not give away all family assets unconditionally. Qinlan feels a headache remembering her earlier exchange with Yi, regretting the arrangement allowing him to learn any martial arts within a day. She never anticipated his rapid learning ability. Yi replies to Lu Chungju that one Zhuan Huang martial art suffices for extended digestion, and he won't learn others currently. He respectfully tells Chunlan about his desire to leave since he has matters to handle at home. Chunlan touches her chin thoughtfully, having heard from the housekeeper about his bicycle arrival. She asks if he can drive and offers him a car from their garage for convenient home return, considering her generosity another investment gift. Yi remembers the black motorcycle from the guy carrying the blonde girl and asks if motorcycles are available. Kunlan replies leisurely that of course they have motorcycles, noting his shared hobby with her troublesome son and wishing her son could be as accomplished as him. She calls the housekeeper to bring out the best motorcycle from her son Ji's collection. Meanwhile, Ji walks around the manor garden, learning from Aunt Hong the housekeeper that his mother has invited a prospective son-in-law. He questions who this person might be, considering his sister's exceptional talent and beauty as a once-in-a-century genius beauty nobody can easily match. He suddenly grows angry remembering his encounter with Yi, whose appearance ruined his day by scaring away the blonde girl. Jay vows that Yi better hope they don't cross paths again. Something suddenly whizzes past him, leaving him momentarily stunned before realizing the person riding his motorcycle is the same shared bicycle rider. He becomes furious at seeing Yi on his prized possession. During nightfall in Yi's apartment, he decides to dip the magic core piece in sauce before swallowing it, hoping to improve the taste after his previous unpleasant experience. Rolling heat fills his limbs and bones as he summons the system template. Inside the Redwood Mountain Secret Realm memory, he superimposed the colossal humanoid tent legendary DONGHUA template, now reaching 85% and 21 compatibility respective compatibility after several absorptions. He used the supergiant humanoid for the first time at about 50 meters tall, a Bihi pyramid to ordinary monsters but still too small against the mountain-sized mysterious creatures in Redwood Mountain Secret Realm. Wanting to grow larger, Yi adds all points to the colossal titan template. He picks up the green magic core with gold patterns, dips it in sauce, and swallows it ready to use the special magic core for enhancing his DONGHUA template absorption. The very second he does this, a surge of energy explodes within him with intense lightning enveloping his whole body. After the excruciating process, something unexpected happens to DONGHUA's template. The system template states that after absorbing the genetic sequence of a special plant life form, a special mutation has occurred. The system asks if the host wants to prevent template mutation. Yi feels surprised since mutation could create a monster template with different attributes, possibly advantageous or disadvantageous. After careful consideration, he decisively chooses to proceed, deciding to gamble for the best outcome. Fortunately, the mutation unlocks an S-rank nuclear template, leaving him completely speechless. The notification explains that when the Savage Trace DONGHUA's template reaches 100%, there exists a 2% chance of it changing into a Star Universe DONGHUA. He clenches his fist excitedly reading this. The name alone suggests tremendous power, though it requires reaching full compatibility first. His reverie gets interrupted by sudden commotion not far from his apartment complex. He wonders what might be happening, possibly a terrorist attack disrupting his breakthrough moment and forcing him to address this new disturbance. Outside Yahi's apartment complex, a loud roar echoes through the streets as dozens of police cars flood the entire area. Armed officers evacuate the crowd and form a security perimeter around the neighborhood. Inside his apartment, Yi becomes alert and suspicious when he hears a sudden knock on his door. Knowing the original owner had a withdrawn personality, with no friends who would visit at this hour, and having ordered new deliveries or packages, he wonders who could be outside. His gaze suddenly shifts toward the open window behind him as he questions the mysterious invisible intruder in a calm tone, asking if she knows who stands outside. Seconds later, a figure materializes out of nowhere, a mysterious lady with a very sexy figure wearing a white nanobattle suit that clings tightly to her skin, perfectly highlighting her curvy form. Unfortunately, she wears a black reflective mask that hides her true face. The woman feels genuinely surprised that this young fellow is not an ordinary martial artist. She originally planned to hide something in Yi's apartment and alter his memory conveniently, but now that her target has discovered her, she decides he must suffer a little. She warns him not to try running away. Showing no fear and wanting no involvement, Yi quietly asks who she is and what she's doing in his apartment. After receiving no reply, he notices the shadow on the floor in front of him shows a stream of energy locking onto him like a poisonous snake. In that moment, Yi realizes he cannot move the battlefield outside his apartment. Deciding to accept the situation, Yi notes he has substantial savings anyway and can always buy another house. The mysterious Lady Yaoyumi feels puzzled about what nonsense he's spouting. For dramatic effect, Yi takes a moment to reply and explains that Yaoyumi is already a dead woman walking. Meanwhile, down the streets, several warriors in sweat uniforms fight a man named Zhou Yi. Despite facing siege from many special warriors, Zhou Yi actually holds the upper hand until caught off guard by a powerful punch to his abdomen. The opponent's martial energy penetrates his internal organs, causing piercing pain that makes Zhou Yi clutch his lower side in agony. One special police soldier instructs his group to take down Zhou Yi the moment he reveals a flaw. These special police fighters excel at combat coordination, and after Zhou Yi shows vulnerability, everyone tacitly pursues him, forcing his gradual retreat. Although Zhou Yi nears defeat, he feels much more relaxed because everyone's attention focuses on him, exactly his plan to buy time for Yo Yumi to escape with the golden gene. Thinking this, Zhou Yi laughs out loud like a crazed victor, even using the forbidden blood-burning technique to fight to the death against all armed police. Flames rise, illuminating the streets as the battle intensifies. Suddenly, a bright blue beam of light bursts above everyone's heads and shoots straight into the sky. A dark figure falls beside Zhao Yi, creating a hole in the ground. Zhou Yi immediately recognizes Yu Yumi by her recognizable figure, though her nano-battle suit has turned charcoal black instead of white. He risked his life to let her take the item and escape, so her sudden return confuses him. Yo Yumi stands up from the shallow pit, feeling extremely gloomy. She seriously underestimated Yi He's strength and got hit head-on by the energy beam that spurted from his throat. Without the nano-battle suit's protection, she would have suffered serious injuries. She whispers to Zhou Yi that she successfully hid the item, so they need to escape immediately. Zhou Yi feels relieved hearing this, but the moment armed police realize the two are partners, they try to surround them. Unexpectedly, Yao Yumi releases a special smoke bomb strong enough to block martial warriors' perception, engulfing the large area in thick white fog. The armed police hurriedly use their martial energy to create strong winds attempting to blow away the white fog. By the time the fog dissipates, they find the enemies have escaped into the sewers. 30 minutes later, Zhou Yi and Yao Yumi emerge from an alley, hearing distant sirens and knowing they've temporarily escaped pursuit. They finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just as Zhou Yi admires the nano battle suit's repair efficiency, a cold voice echoes through the silent night questioning why the beautiful lady still hasn't explained her break-in at his house. Yo Yumi's eyes widen in shock. She made a serious mistake randomly selecting a resident and ended up picking the final boss with the worst luck. As reward for breaking into his house, Yi promises to have some fun with both of them. Zhou Yi looks at Yi with murderous eyes, shouting questions about how he found them when special cops couldn't. He naturally won't explain that Yao Yumi got contaminated with his nuclear radiation. When it's time for action, he prefers few words. A tiny explosion occurs under Yi's feet as he takes off like a missile using the recoil. The air buzzes as his fist instantly appears before Zhou Yi. With dark red evil spirit blessing and cellular-level atomic reaction occurring inside the fist, Yi activates his super mountain blocking fist. Zhou Yi's arms protecting his chest try blocking Yi's punch, but dark red energy lightning bursts out, blasting through Zhou Yi's tough skin like nothing. The huge force makes Zhou Yi spit a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling like hit by a train as he flies through the air. His body smashes in the concrete wall behind him, sending dust flying wildly. Yao Yumi gasps upon seeing her brother knocked flying. A 6th-rank martial warrior severely injured by a young boy whose martial energy fluctuations suggest only martial arts apprentice level. She wonders which master's disciple he might be. Zhou Yi struggles to get up, grinning brightly at Yao Yumi as he claims to be the disciple of Emperor Guangla. Yumi has never heard of Emperor Guangla and didn't expect a small city like Anqing to harbor hidden masters. Zhou Yi interrupts, telling Yi not to get too cocky. He just experienced a fierce battle and used a forbidden technique burning his blood, leaving his energy and blood declining with strength probably less than 70% of normal. Nonetheless, he remains someone no mere martial apprentice like Yi can handle. Although he doesn't know which master's genius disciple Yi he represents, he notes geniuses often die early from arrogance and inflexibility. Zhou Yi activates his 5 steps form, stomping his foot heavily on the ground. His soul digs deep into the cold, hard floor as he takes 5 steps forward. With each step, Zhou Yi's momentum rises higher, with surging blood and energy gathering behind him into blood energy smoke. Under the dimly lit night sky, Zhou Yi's skin gains a steel-like silver color, and a thick-looking silver horn grows on his forehead, the true form of his bloodline, the iron-crowned rhino. Seeing Zhou Yi fighting to the death, Yi's face twists into a menacing smile as cells in his body begin nuclear fusion. Yo Yumi believes herself the true attacker, thinking Yi would never expect her to use the nano-battle suit's stealth ability for a rear attack. She launches forward but gets shot in the abdomen by an atomic beam from Yi without him even looking behind. Blasted away. She receives a casual warning to stay out of his way. Seeing his companion's sneak attack fail, Zhou Yi feels annoyed that his useless sister couldn't succeed in a simple ambush. He roars and rushes toward Yi like a runaway train. Yi also experiences a miniature explosion under his feet, propelling him straight toward Zhou Yi. When their fists collide, the air shakes into distorted ripples visible to the naked eye. The atomic energy lightning blessed by Yi's evil sparks Zhou Yi's silver skin, leaving only dark marks without flesh wounds. Yi feels shocked that Zhou Yi's has such astonishing defense ability. Zhou Yi gives a menacing grin, boasting that his iron-crowned rhinoceros true demon beast form can easily withstand tank bombardment. He questions what Yi possesses that could break through his defense, noting that not only has his defensive power increased, but his attack power has surged even more. Yi tries to create distance, but Zhou Yi seizes this opportunity to approach him again for close combat, maintaining relentless pressure in their intense confrontation. Zhou Yi's eyes remain filled with ecstasy and the pleasure of potentially killing a genius. Though this does not hinder his fighting skill. Although he has the upper hand, he clearly remembers the blue beam of light that severely injured Zhou Yi. The expected head-on collision never occurs. The moment Zhou Yi approaches, Yi suddenly disappears. Zhou Yi feels unsure of what just happened but remains confident that no matter how arrogant Yi is, he cannot match his iron-crowned rhino form. He wonders where that brat disappeared to, knowing his attack never landed. Just then, a sudden explosion of blue lightning behind him makes him turn. When he raises his head, he sees a 30-meter tall giant partially obscured in mist with a pair of dark blue eyes staring at him. He naturally feels a sense of awe and fear. He stares at the strange and terrifying giant, wondering if it is a monster or if the young man transformed. The giant moves a large hand with exposed muscle tissue and burning blue blood flowing through its veins, pushing aside the mist to grab Zhou Yi directly. Zhou Yi's battle-hardened body feels the threat and jumps up, dodging by instinct. But the giant's other fist already breaks through the mist and heads toward him. Zhou Yi finds himself unable to dodge and gets smashed down with tremendous force. The earth shakes and the wind blows away everything. The giant punches Zhou Yi deep into the ground. This is only the giant's first punch. More punches rain down like a meteor shower, completely overwhelming Zhou Yi with brutal impacts. Meanwhile, on Yi's system panel, data shows his colossal giant overall physical fitness has risen from 23.8 to 29.4. Zhou Yi, who is struggling to get up, trembles all over when she sees this scene. Zhou Yi, a dignified 6th-rank warrior, is being beaten like a sandbag by a giant who seems to be Yi. Zhou Yi feels extremely foolish for provoking such a monster. She cannot let her companion die like that. Even if she abandoned Zhou Yi, she believes she cannot escape Yi's pursuit based on their brief contact. She can only fight to the death. While Zhou Yi resists the giant's punches, Zhou Yi rushes to a tall building and jumps down holding a thin yellow thread. Her eyes fully focused, she reaches the giant's throat. With the molecular yellow line from her nano-suit, which can cut through high-grade alloys. She wraps it several times around the giant's throat. Although the giant is powerful, she believes human body weaknesses must remain. To Zhou Yi's surprise, the giant does not resist and lets her cut his throat. A large amount of burning blood gushes out like a fountain, forming a pool on the ground. Zhou Yi gets up and sighs in relief, believing it is over. She looks into the giant's dark blue pupils, larger than lanterns, and sees a teasing expression. The giant opens his mouth and blue destructive light brews in his throat. The humming sound of increasing energy fills Zhou Yi's ears. The last image in her memory is an endless expanse of brilliant blue beam. A thunderous boom accompanies the atomic breath that engulfs Zhou Yi's body, then penetrates a building, leaving a brilliant blue mark in the air. After the exhalation ends, the giant's head and body with exposed muscle fibers emit enormous amounts of hot air like a steam engine and gradually disappear. He walks out from the remains. Flesh and blood threads on his body also emit hot air. With hands in his pockets, he stares down indifferently at Zhou Yi, who is covered in blood. Zhou Yi slowly raises his head, covering and trembling helplessly. He spits blood at Yi, calling him a true monster. Yi simply replies that those who kill should be prepared to be killed. Both hear police sirens approaching in the distance. Yi's fight was too loud to go unnoticed. Just when Yi is about to finish Zhou Yi, the dying man says that he will drag him down too. Zhou Yi tells him that Zhou Yi hid something called the Golden Gene in his room. It now belongs to Yi along with all its troubles. He says Yi should run because he will face endless pursuit. Zhou Yi promises to wait for him in hell. This annoys Yi. He bashes Zhou Yi's head in the concrete wall, ending his nonsense. He wonders when he has ever run from anything. With police approaching, he efficiently deals with Zhou Yi's body and disappears into the night. After his departure, police arrive and witness the charred, bomb-like streets and the huge hole in the building from Yi's atomic breath. Yi returns home and messages Kinlan to ask about her police questioning. Kinlan replies that everything is fine, but things are unstable recently, so Yi should stay calm until Hwado University starts. Yi tells Aunt Chun not to worry, calling himself well-behaved. He feels glad he warned her earlier, since his nuclear blast would otherwise draw police attention. After chatting, he finds the golden gene Zhou Yi mentioned. It is a sealed silver cylinder with a logo of a black eagle with skeletal wings spread. Yi recognizes it as the symbol of Laser Bird, a biotechnology giant. According to Joey, the golden gene is a genetic engineering masterpiece created by Laser Bird using part of Prometheus' biological research legacy. Joey complains that the Laser Bird's security team embezzled the golden gene, stole it, got hunted, and now dumped the mess on him. He tries opening the sealed cylinder but fails. Putting the matter aside, he looks at his destroyed living room and decides it is time to move out and find a hotel for the night. A month has passed since the incident with the golden gene. In the only B-level secret realm in Ancient City, the Swan Lake, a team of warriors with average strength not less than 5th level successfully surrounds and suppresses a 3rd-level blood wolf monster. Just as the team captain cuts open the monster's belly to retrieve the magic core, a sudden ominous sound reverberates from a nearby distance, immediately alarming the entire team. With a trembling voice, the female redhead of the team calls out to her captain and points out that something is wrong. Trees collapse in the distance and footsteps of numerous monsters sound like rolling thunder, crushing everything in their path. These endless monsters fill the horizon with no end in sight. On the head of a crocodile-type monster larger than a mountain, there sits a throne made of bones with countless skulls gathered into a well-created hill serving as its base. Since monsters do not leave bones after death, these remains must belong to high-level warriors. On this ostentatious throne of bones, a black ape is sitting lazily with its legs crossed like a human, its eyes half closed as if sleeping. Even in its resting state, strange phenomena manifest in the heavens above its head, dark clouds with crackling thunder that prove its nobility and power. This celestial display marks it as a dominant-level monster. The entire team bolts in terror in the opposite direction. The captain, not caring about the hard-won magic core, urgently states they must notify the army. An overlord-level monster has been spotted leading a massive beast tied toward Ancient City, a threat almost impossible to resist. The country must deploy grandmasters and senior grandmasters immediately for support. He curses, noting that high-tier monsters rarely leave their territories to invade low-level areas, which has kept the secret realm's danger level stable for so long. He wonders what this terrifying being is doing here. Each overlord-level magical beast acts as a moving scourge, releasing a special sound wave that only magical beasts can sense. All magical beasts below the sovereign class become controlled by this sound wave, automatically gathering around the overlord to become its soldiers. This snowballs into a large beast tide. Furthermore, overlord-level magical beasts can promote the evolution of low-level monsters, causing many lord-level magical beasts to be born. If this 5th-tier sovereign-class monster leads this large beast tide into Ancient City, the city will turn into hell on earth with millions of deaths. The black ape slowly opens its scarlet eyes and looks disdainfully at the team of warriors. The giant crocodile underneath seems to understand its meaning, and ferocity flashes in its vertical pupils. The crocodile opens its mouth as if chanting silently, releasing enormous colorful sonic waves that engulf everything. Mud and rocks within a 100-meter radius roll and and gather in the air in a spiral shape, constantly compressing into a 10-meter-sized stone cone that shoots out like a missile. The airwave explodes, and an entire mountaintop gets pierced through by these stone cones. The team of warriors that discovered the beast tide becomes submerged in the bombardment, experiencing what seems like a meteor shower. When the dust clears, only a radio communicator held at arm's length from a broken hand remains, but a signal of overlord incursion has been successfully sent out. The black ape stands up from its throne of bones and speaks in human language, giving the order to charge full speed ahead. The surging tide of beasts responds with loud and bloodthirsty roars. Meanwhile, outside the Swan Lake secret realm, a high-pitched and sharp alarm sounds, warning of the beast tide approaching. The citizens of Anqing fall into a brief state of stiffness upon hearing this alarm. They know what it means, having only heard about beast invasions in news from other countries, and now feel a sense of unreality about facing it themselves. Soon, Mayor Huang Chung's voice comes over the city's radio, announcing that a massive beast tide from the B-level Swan Lake secret realm is about to invade Ancient City. This incursion is expected to break through and reach the city in 20 minutes. The army has been transferred to the front line to resist the beast tide, and the mayor calls on all warriors in Anqing to come support. This broadcast completely awakens the citizens to the reality of their situation. Countless people try to take high-speed trains or planes to escape from Anqing, throwing the entire city into chaos. Armed police deploy to maintain order while government agencies operate at full capacity to stabilize people's hearts and maintain order. Currently, only students and children can use the transportation means to escape. They represent the hope for the future. If Anqing falls, these children will carry the memory of their hometown and someday avenge their parents' souls. Inside the mayor's office, Mayor Huang Qing frowns after making phone call after phone call, trying to buy more time for Anqing. When his secretary rushes into his office with an update, he asks if she has finished the reinforcements request and which cities are willing to send troops. The secretary's face appears gloomy as she replies that it's not just Anqing encountering a large-scale incursion. Many places across the country have beast invasion warnings and cannot help others. The fortunate cities not experiencing beast incursions have started building fortifications to guard against possible disasters. With a slightly trembling voice, the mayor then asks about the imperial capital, wondering if any Grandmaster warrior or above has been sent to support them. Even just one would help. But this seems like a pipe dream because an S-level secret realm has appeared in Guangshan City, the neighboring city of the imperial capital. All warriors in the imperial capital have been deployed to Guangshan City to curb the expansion of the S-level secret realm. Mayor Huang slumps in his chair. His keen political sense makes him realize that the entire Xia kingdom is caught in a huge net. This beast-tide attack is not an accident but premeditated. But soon he stands up again. Nearing 50 years old, Huang Qing shows the resolute look he had in his youth. They have no time to waste. The battle to defend Anqing has already begun, and they can only rely on themselves. Meanwhile, at the Chu family's training ground, Yi He and Chu Zhao are having a sparring session. Chu Zhao now understands that any attack is meaningless against Yi He, and only by trying his best can he make him take things seriously. However, his best effort still proves insufficient. Yi He gives Chu Zhao a bright smile as he punches him in the chest. Chu Zhao quickly condenses ice armor on his chest for defense but underestimates the power of this punch. The fist hits the ice armor, and the extremely thick ice gets torn and shattered by the evil magic fangs attached to the fist. The moment Chu Zhao gets forcefully pushed back, Yi He praises him for being able to withstand his punch. Chu Zhao can feel the mystery of that evil spirit, which is definitely not something cultivated through ordinary martial arts. He asks Yi He when he learned Shen Huang martial arts. Yi replies that it was about a month ago, so he is still rough around the edges, but he has finally understood the essence of the demon in the flesh, which centers on evil spirits. Every time Yi He goes through a tough battle and slaughters his opponent, his own evil spirit can simulate the slaughtered person's essence. Just then, an alarm of a beast invasion suddenly sounds outside. Their expressions change simultaneously because they know something terrible is happening. They both receive messages on their mobile phones informing them that all college preparatory students in Anqing have priority to leave. They are to go to Anqing's airport and take planes B521 and B753 or go to the highway and take train A423 to evacuate immediately. He questions Chu Zhao if he is thinking of leaving. Chu Zhao replies with his own suggestion, believing that with Yi He's talent, he should run rather than stay to defend Anqing City. Unbeknownst to Chu Zhao, Yi He is already getting excited about the beast invasion. He even gives off his creepy smile like the titan he is. He tells Chu Zhao that he talks too much and asks, since when he became so sentimental. If he is staying, then there's only one thing left to focus on, fighting. Back at the Lu family manor. Just as Lu Qingju is about to go out, she finds Chunlan blocking her path. Lu Qingju wants to go support the fight against the beast tide, but her mother's only priority is her well-being. If she heads out to fight in the beast invasion, how confident is she to return alive and intact, or even at all? There are about 30,000 warriors in Anqing City. Even including old and weak retired warriors and volunteers, there are less than 50,000. This number seems like a small sailboat before a large beast tide. Once it hits, they will be buried in the sea. And as for the Overlord-level monsters, they are beings that only Grandmasters can barely fight against, not something Anqing can face. Her daughter's life is not only her own but also the life of the entire family. Lu Qingzu remains silent for a moment, but her action of still moving forward shows her attitude. To her, a warrior family that cannot resist monsters probably has no value in existence. Kunlen does not answer and lets Lu Qingzu walk past her. The moment the door shuts behind her with a loud thud, Aunt Hong suddenly appears from the shadows behind Kinlan. Kinlan gracefully lights a thin cigarette, half of her face hidden behind her long hair. She does not need to give the order for Aunt Hong to know that Lu Qingju is not allowed to leave the manor. However, Aunt Hong expresses curiosity about the boy named Yi He, wondering if he is leaving Anqing with the others. Kunlan replies that she should send Yi He a message and let him make his own choice. At the Swan Lake Secret Realm, tens of thousands of warriors form a defensive formation after entering the starry-skied rift. 60% of Anqing's military and high-level warriors above martial artist level compose this vanguard troop with a singular mission: gather intelligence about the beast tide and discover the capabilities of the Lord-level and Overlord-level monsters, then survive to report back. These courageous warriors charge forward against the horrific tide, their battle cries creating a bloody symphony of war that shakes the mountains. Meanwhile, a temporary military defense establishes itself at the entrance with tanks, anti-aircraft guns, and numerous heavy weapons creating a steel barrier. The limited spatial rift size restricts monster numbers, eliminating the beast tide's numerical advantage. Mayor Huang pins his hopes on holding this last checkpoint where monsters enter the human world. Everyone is astonished when a beloved warrior with a broken arm stumbles from the rift, collapsing helplessly while calling for Mayor Huang. Medical staff and the mayor rush over, but the warrior is clearly dying. He raises a trembling hand containing a USB drive with all Vanguard battle data. Mayor Huang urgently asks about the others. The warrior's blood-stained face contorts as he announces that everyone is dead, crushed by the beast tide without recoverable corpses. With fear and hatred in his eyes, he recalls the brutal encounter, warning Mayor Huang about the plotting black ape that orchestrated their demise. Just then, a loud noise interrupts them as huge rotating stone cones fly from the rift, piercing distant buildings and destroying carefully built fortifications. Countless buried mines detonate under the impacts. Mayor Huang realizes with dread that the monsters are strategically targeting their defenses before emerging. He orders concentrated fire toward the spatial rift. Tanks and anti-aircraft guns unleash flames that submerge the rift, yet stone cone attacks continue unabated. The mayor's expression turns sullen at this tactical warfare from monsters. Another round of stones breaks through artillery encirclement. Just when one strikes ground, a giant winged rat emerges from rubble to bite off a soldier's head, a scene repeated across the battlefield. The stone cones serve as transport cabins for warcraft deployed behind human lines. Mayor Huang urgently orders to intercept the stones before they land. Missiles begin targeting the cones, but this reduces firepower against the rift. Tank troops fall into brief chaos as warrior troops provide support. Monsters avoid direct combat and instead focus on destroying military equipment and weakening defenses. Inside the secret realm, the Blackade's blood-red pupils reveal cunning intelligence. Knowing human resistance nears collapse, it commands total destruction of humans in their land. A white-haired giant, Gorilla King of Lord level, charges out first, drawing firepower while other beasts swarm through the rift and scatter in all directions. On a rooftop overlooking the battle, Yahi watches humans losing control. Though only in Anqing for months, he feels attachment to the city and refuses to let monsters destroy the life he built. Without hesitation, he roars and leaps from the building, running vertically down the wall as tough dark skin covers his body. He charges into battle in his Demora form. Elsewhere in the city, Luo Juan activates Thunder Kick martial arts against a monster, cracking its abdomen with such force that eyeballs pop out. Another warrior praises his fifth kill before retrieving the magic core to prevent healing. Suddenly, a hideous beast head lands before Luo Juan. Kai Xiaoling steps forward and places her foot on the severed head. She teases Luo Juan for boasting about killing low-level monsters. She mockingly questions his claim to being number 1 at Anqing Third High. Just then, the temperature drops sharply. Chuzhou approaches, his hair impeccably styled despite combat. Kai Xiaoling horrifies at the blue magic core in his hand, evidence he solo killed a third-tier beast. She expresses surprise at his presence rather than evacuating. Chuzhou feels no pride in his achievement, considering it meaningless compared to Yihi's capabilities. He explains calmly that with their parents fighting on the battlefield, how could they possibly run away? Just as the three converse, Luo Juan's fingers tremble slightly while pointing skyward with nervous shock. Chuzhou looks up to see a tank falling from the sky toward them. The entire zone has got overrun with countless beasts, leaving corpses and destruction everywhere. Luo Xuan wonders what monster dropped a tank in their direction. Chuzhou silently unsheathed his sword. In a swift motion, he coolly slashes the falling tank in two with a single strike, his blade drawing a half moon in the air as each half falls on opposite sides with a reverberating boom. Kai Xiaoling's eyes widen when she looks behind at the real culprit who launched the tank, dreading an encounter with this magical beast. She believes it is the Lord-level monster that first rushed out of the secret realm, wondering how it managed to reach their rear front. A few meters away stands a 20-meter-tall white gorilla supporting itself on the ground with its arms as it moves forward. With every step, the three feel the ground shaking. Chuzhou corrects Tai Xiaoling, informing her the beast is not a Lord-level monster as its size and pressure feel different. He advises her to calm down. Luo Juan suggests they retreat first, noting that even if not a 4th-level lord, the white gorilla is at least a 3rd-level rare magical beast beyond their capability to handle. Just as they take cautious steps back, they realize the beast has already targeted them. The excited beast throws a fist in their direction with force capable of destroying a tank. The three know a single punch could kill them instantly. With widened eyes, Chuzhou grits his teeth and holds his breath, about to channel everything he has to withstand the punch with his sword, when suddenly a blue atomic beam hits the white gorilla's head. The impact causes its head to flip over as its entire body falls to the ground. The white gorilla stretches out its big hand to slap the figure away, but its huge palm gets firmly held by Yihi's much smaller hand. Unable to move, Yihi gives off a sinister look and tells the beast to open its mouth for dental care. Seeing Yihi's menacing expression, the white gorilla's scarlet pupils widen with realization that it faces serious trouble. Yihi steps on the white gorilla's jaw and pries its mouth open with great force. A dazzling stream of blue light bursts out from his mouth and directly hits the white gorilla's fragile mouth. Black smoke spreads out with the smell of burnt barbecue. The white gorilla struggles desperately, but within seconds, its head and torso melt under Yaihe's atomic breath. Tai Xiling and Lu Juan look at the familiar blue light, then toward Chuzhou for confirmation. Their stunned expressions seem to ask if it is really Yihe. Chuzhou looks at Yaihe's back as he stands on the massive corpse of the white gorilla. He tells the two not to be nervous and confirms it is indeed Yihe. With him on the battlefield, Anqing might just survive this disaster, creating what could be called a sense of security. Yihe has no intention of reminiscing with Chu Zhao and the others. He must support other battlefronts. Performing an atomic reaction on the soles of his feet, he bends his knees and takes off dramatically, flying dozens of meters into the air. While midair, he looks for the area with the most clustered magical beasts and activates his life magnetic field. Meanwhile, one of the defense points closest to the rift in the secret realm has already begun to crumble under the relentless impact of countless monsters. The highest level martial warriors there have died of exhaustion, but remaining warriors and ordinary soldiers have no evacuation plan. They say that even if they fight to the last drop of blood, they will never surrender their stronghold to the monsters. A mammoth-like beast withstands their concentrated tank fire, accelerates, and crashes forward to smash through the high walls. Behind it, monsters surge in like a raging tide. Soldiers cast aside their rifles, draw their swords, and join the warriors in close combat. They know that if they sacrifice themselves, they can hold the beast back for a few precious seconds, creating vital openings for the warriors to strike. Faced with that mammoth monster unafraid of artillery fire, warriors choose the simplest yet most brutal human wave tactic. They pounce on it like ants, even if getting crushed, just to cause injuries. Ordinary warriors and even common people refuse to give up. They fight with everything they have, holding on until stronger fighters arrive to turn the tide. Suddenly, numerous dark red magic shadows appear on the battlefield. They do not attack humans but interfere with beasts instead. Countless monsters become confused by these shadows, allowing warriors to seize opportunities and kill them successfully. Just as warriors wonder about the shadow's origin, a brilliant blue light stream hits the mammoth monster. The mammoth monster, which had been silently resisting artillery fire, lets out a painful whine for the first time. When the atomic breath ends, its huge body collapses to the ground. Its invulnerable skin and flesh melt to form a burnt mark deep enough to see bone. The remaining level monsters glare with open hostility, while Yihe, who has just obliterated the mammoth, activates a new skill called Thunder Fang Cleave. He creates a blue explosive airflow under his feet and plunges downward like a missile. A sonic boom sounds as if he tears through the sky and crashes into monsters below with destructive power so massive that no beasts in the vicinity survive. Meanwhile, on other battlefronts, warriors become dumbfounded seeing beasts temporarily abandoning their siege and moving toward one location. A female warrior informs others that their city's top scorer, Yihe, has entered the battlefield, and beasts swarm him from every direction. The warriors realize monsters are calling reinforcements to besiege Yihe. Though Yihe might be strong, he remains just a kid and their city's last hope. The warriors rush toward Yihe's location, addressing everyone that they cannot let him be killed by beasts like other masters from the past. They must protect their top scorer at all costs. Meanwhile, back with Yihe, he continues killing all magical beasts with his radioactive blue beam. Hundreds of bodies of monsters are lying here, and they're as a result of his killing spree. He has unexpectedly transformed into a perfect killing machine, a walking radioactive disaster. The beast tide attempts to kill Yihe through sheer numbers, but this only leads to their slaughter. He stands at the center of the beast tide as countless dark, red magic shadows burst from his body and sweep across the beast herd. With monsters rushing at him from every direction, he activates his atomic breath. The familiar blue light on his body grows brighter, turning him into a small blue sun as he spews a torrent of atomic beam from his mouth, piercing through all powerful monsters not killed by the intense nuclear radiation. Soon, the tide of battle begins to turn. Other warriors rush to Yihe's side, their hopes rising once more. They shout for everyone to protect and support their hero, Yihe, no matter the cost. A Lord-level monster successfully rushes from the secret realm rift, and after seeing Yihe leading humans to control the beast tide, it charges toward him like an enraged bull. Suddenly, 4 massive stone walls nearly 100 meters high rise abruptly from the ground, trapping this bull-type Lord-level beast along with 4 other Lord-level monsters inside. It turns out Mayor Huang Chung, who possesses the highest combat power in Anqing, has casted the genetic technique of Earth V and Divine Wall. He knows his Earth V and Seal will not stop Primal Beast stop Hull Pride them indefinitely. Only decapitation of the Overlord-level beast would permanently seal the deal. Directly below him, the Lord-level bull-type monster madly rams the Earth V and Divine Wall with force of hundreds of tons per collision. The The stone wall not only remains unmoved, but constantly shrinks as if trying to squeeze the Lord-level monsters to death. Unexpectedly, a white-haired ape king steps on other Lord-level monsters and jumps suddenly, attempting to escape the stone wall. Mayor Huang clasps hands together as golden energy surges between his palms, aiming directly at the Lord-level white-haired ape. This golden energy shoots out in a massive beam that instantly vaporizes the white-haired ape king's head to dust. Just as the mayor prepares to descend and deal with remaining Lord-level monsters, something bursts from the spatial rift that immediately captures his attention. His gaze locks onto the huge crocodile head barely squeezing through the dimensional rift. The creature is so massive its main body cannot pass through completely. He recognizes this terrifying monster from information brought by the vanguard troops. It is the mount of the Fifth Order Overlord monster, the mount of the bloody black ape known as the giant mountain crocodile. This beast is capable of flattening anything in its path. Those missile-like stone cones were condensed by this giant mountain crocodile using Earth attribute bloodline power. The appearance of the Overlord's mount means the sovereign-level monkey can no longer hold back. Mayor Huang quickly reaches the ground, places his palms on the floor, and his endless powerful martial energy spread across the earth. He activates his genetic earth magic, mountain-crushing dominator hammer, commonly known as rock tsunami. The hard soil and rocks soften like water, and the earth's crust before him rises hundreds of meters before collapsing like a tsunami toward the half-exposed head of the giant mountain crocodile. Facing the collapsing mountain, the giant crocodile flashes contempt in its deep green vertical pupils. Being the king of Earth attribute, this marks the first time it encounters a human warrior choosing to fight with the same ability. Under the giant crocodile's will, the center of the rock tsunami begins collapsing and gathering into a huge stone ball that absorbs surrounding rocks, causing the mass and volume to shrink continuously. Unnoticed by the giant crocodile, Mayor Huang's figure hides in the mud and sand, quietly approaching the enormous creature. The moment the giant crocodile finally realizes the threat and attempts to condense stone armor for defense, it is too late. Using the Shen Huang martial arts technique drilling mountain power, Mayor Huang punches out with a powerful spiral of golden energy several times harder than diamond. The attack breaks through the mineral eyelid of the giant mountain crocodile, blowing its eyeball apart. Blood spurts out like a fountain as the giant crocodile's howling anger reverberates throughout Anqing City. Glass from surrounding buildings shatters, and the earth responds to this enraged mountain crocodile. Sharp stone spikes protrude from the ground within hundreds of meters, forming a huge stone forest in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Mayor Huang obtained information about the giant crocodile in advance and evacuated all warriors and remaining citizens within 1 km, preventing too many casualties. If the enormous creature had completely entered Anqing, he would have hardly been able to weaken it. However, since it has only shown its head, it is literally begging for slaughter. Approaching the enraged creature in the air, Mayor Huang performs 1,000 hands of Guanyin, using several powerful martial arts in a short period. The air around him fills with flames from his high-speed fists and feet as he attacks the giant crocodile's weak points with all his strength. Blood spurts from its scales and armor, soon covering the giant beast in blood. Without its powerful self-healing ability from the magic core, it would probably have been killed by Mayor Huang already. Even under these relentless assaults, the monster is not down for the count. Pissed off, it counterattacks, planning to catch Mayor Huang off guard. Spires of stone suddenly grow from its body, aiming to pierce Mayor Huang, who is forced to halt his offense and defend himself. The mountain giant crocodile now resembles a living mace, completely covered in jagged spikes. Although the attack is unexpected, Mayor Huang is not surprised since using its body as a weapon is expected from a king-tier lord-level beast. Just as he stops briefly to adjust his breathing, the stone pillar behind him suddenly cracks, revealing a single crimson eye staring directly at him. Mayor Huang senses the fatal threat and decisively turns around, only to realize it is an ambush. An arm covered with black hair stretches out and grabs Mayor Huang's head before he can resist. It is none other than the 3-meter-tall black ape with blood-red eyes. It questions the mayor what the foolish human thinks he is doing to its mount. Mayor Huang's pupils shrink, but he remains silent, realizing the blood-eyed black ape hid inside the stone spikes purposefully for this precise ambush. The bloody black ape declares in an arrogant tone that it will crush Mayor Huang's skull so every human can see how insignificant they are before him. The bloody black ape slams Mayor Huang Chung to the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep dent. Mayor Huang makes a split-second decision to sacrifice his left arm, escaping the death grip and saving his life. This act only excites the creature immensely. It shows a sinister smile after confirming no stronger martial artists remain in the city, believing it can now kill without restraints. Having tested humanity's trump card, it finds no warrior in the entire city who can resist a 5th-level overlord. Mayor Huang maintains a blank expression, seemingly unsurprised by the situation. He waves his only remaining arm, causing countless broad and sharp stone knives to emerge from the stone forest created by the mountain giant crocodile. The stone knives gather into a storm that sweeps toward the blood-eyed black ape. The creature appears in no hurry to kill Mayor Huang, informing him that his resistance is meaningless and only delays inevitable death. With no natural enemies on the battlefield, the blood-eyed black ape sees this not as war, but as a game designed to make humanity drown in fear and despair. It wants to witness the expression of fear and hopelessness on the strongest human's face in ancient city. The storm of stone knives powerful enough to smash tanks hits the bloody black ape, but the arrogant monster does not bother to defend itself, allowing the stones to cut its body before calmly walking out of the storm. The creature casually comments that the speed was good, but the power was too weak, like some twisted human instructor grading an exam. Mayor Huang raises his working arm, launching another tidal wave of stones that pounces on the overlord beast. The arrogant bastard simply jumps hundreds of meters high, avoiding the attack range. The stone forest gets destroyed by the sea of stones, yet the bloody black ape remains unharmed. It coldly teases that this attack was powerful but too slow. The monster makes its way toward Mayor Huang in the blink of an eye, dashing from one ruined building to the next before soaring dozens of meters in a final massive leap to appear instantly before him. It commands Mayor Huang to kneel, disliking lower creatures looking at him. Caught off guard momentarily, Mayor Huang feels stunned by this deranged overlord-level beast. The beast's fist descends like a collapsing mountain with thunderous impact reverberating throughout the battlefield. Mayor Huang hits the ground, feeling pain in his knees but forcing himself to stay half-crouched rather than kneeling completely. The ground beneath his feet shatters into fractures, yet his eyes remain determined and unshaken. Only calmness shows on his weathered face as the bloody black ape stares in confusion, wondering why the human shows no fear unlike countless warriors it has hunted before. Mayor Huang places his hand on the ground and replies coldly, questioning if the arrogant beast believes itself clever while gravely miscalculating because it remains just an ugly, arrogant creature. He activates a forbidden blood-burning technique, the Earth Vein Seal, having deliberately lured the bloody black ape to that precise vicinity where he laid a formation in advance. The ground turns into quicksand with terrifying suction and begins spinning rapidly in a vortex. Within seconds, half of the bloody black ape's body gets stuck in this quicksand, sinking deeper the harder it struggles. The creature sneers, questioning if this is Mayor Huang's backup plan to seal him underground, calling him too naive since no seal can hold forever. It threatens to tear every human to shreds the moment he falters. Mayor Huang stares down at the arrogant beast with a slight smile, not of joy but resolved pride. He reveals this is not a backup plan but a hymn to humanity's courage. He pulls back his torn shirt, revealing a large star-shaped wound on his chest, then pierces through his own chest with his arm. Blood gushes out instantly. The bloody black ape feels puzzled, questioning what the human is doing. Mayor Huang caused blood but maintains his resolute gaze. He explains that at the war's start, he buried the city's only tactical nuclear warhead beneath the battlefield, with the trigger implanted inside his heart. If his heart stops, the nuclear warhead detonates. The bloody black ape roars in desperation, claiming Mayor Huang must be bluffing and insane, believing no human would gamble their life this way. Mayor Huang keeps that prideful smile as the creature continues roaring desperately. From the war's very beginning, he never intended to survive, knowing only active involvement could completely deceive this cunning beast. Mayor Huang remembers his declaration at the inauguration ceremony 20 years earlier, when he pledged to give everything, including his life, for the city and its citizens. Now he feels at peace and content with what he has done. Huang Qing closes his eyes as the bright light of the nuclear bomb breaks through the earth. Endless light and heat flood his body and the bloody black ape's body, annihilating them in a single blinding instant. A deafening boom shakes entire ancient city as a huge mushroom cloud rises like a tombstone at the center. The nuclear explosion's center reaches hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, vaporizing all matter instantly under this terrifying high temperature. Warriors who received advance information to evacuate the blast range stand in silence. They look toward the explosion's center with tears and great respect, raising their hands in salute with pride and gratitude for what Mayor Huang Qing did for his city. Chu Zhao and the others lower their heads in silent tribute. This is not merely an explosion but a grand funeral worthy of legends. When the dark mushroom clouds subside, the area of thousands of meters in radius turns into a dark red magma swamp. Still, the destructive energy proves insufficient to kill the fifth-level overlord completely. Somewhere within that dark red lava swamp, a charred creature barely recognizable as humanoid trembles. Its carbonized flesh has completely burned off, revealing charred bones. The heart of the skeleton, a dual orange crystal, suddenly emits dazzling golden light as if revitalized. Mystic blood threads emanate from the magic core within and begin weaving along the broken skeleton. After a few seconds, a bloody man forms. Countless membranes grow on its surface, followed by black hair. A pair of blood-red eyes opens, revealing endless coldness and resentment. The bloody black ape is reborn from the ashes, significantly weaker than before the explosion but still alive. The ape cannot believe that it was nearly eliminated by that lowly human. The creature feels the life energy in its magic core depleting. For monsters at the Overlord level, ordinary nuclear bomb attacks are too slow and insufficiently concentrated to cause effective damage. However, being trapped by Huang King forced it to take the nuclear blast head-on. The bloody black ape roars, promising to slaughter every last person in Anqing City. It vows to torture every human to death in the most brutal ways imaginable for the humiliation of being forced to the brink of death by a human warrior it could have eliminated with a single move. It plans to return to the secret realm where it came from to recover its blood and Kai energy before returning to flatten the entire city. At that very moment, it suddenly feels a strong murderous intent as someone questions where it thinks it is sneaking off to. The bloody black ape looks back and finds a young warrior covered in dark scales with blue flames on his body hovering nearby. It recognizes the familiar blue light and identifies this person as one of the biggest obstacles to its beast invasion, a terrifying human genius. After the nuclear explosion, Yi did not lower his guard and used his life magnetic field to repeatedly scan the entire area. After numerous attempts, he found a slight fluctuation of life. He arrives just a little too late as the beast has already reconstructed its body. Yi spares no time charging at the Overlord level beast. With his super atomic blast fist already activated, he punches directly toward the Overlord level beast. To his utter shock, the monster remains unharmed even after taking the attack head-on. Its bloodshot eyes flicker with greed. Human geniuses are usually heavily protected and extremely difficult to kill, but now this human genius stands isolated and helpless, creating the perfect opportunity. Driven by inner greed, the blood-eyed black ape no longer chooses to escape, but takes the initiative to attack Yi. A surging heavy mist bursts out of the bloody black ape. Relying on its dominant defense, it goes against the torrent of energy. When it barely comes in front of Yi, what it sees is not a frightened face but a smile. Yi thinks that if the cunning bastard had run, his mini-nuclear bomb might not have reached it. But since it is so eager to die, he will grant the beast its wish. Suddenly, he activates his 60-meter colossal titan form with familiar ultra-heated steam. And as this enormous ultra-heated steam engulfs everything in sight, brilliant arcs of electricity also burst out. The bloody black ape feels the familiar energy explosion before being engulfed in blue light and heat. The atomic reactor in Yi's body undergoes horrific nuclear fission when the colossal humanoid template and the legendary DONGHUA template trigger simultaneously. This creates a radiant blue nuclear explosion. Though far less powerful than the first nuclear bomb, the familiar destructive feeling is palpable. Several kilometers away, warriors see the second nuclear explosion in surprise and wonder about another nuclear bomb. They speculate if it is another trap set by Mayor Huang King, thinking that man really did consider everything. The bloody black ape stands there in a charred state within the dust, visibly shaken as it stares at the terrifying figure before it. It calls Yi's hybrid transformation monstrous. A demonic figure over 40 meters tall emerges from the dust and smoke. Its skin appears as tough and rough as black reefs with spine spikes exposed with blue, fluorescent patterns. The heavy tail behind it could destroy a cliff with a slight wave. This is the super, giant humanoid wearing DONGHUA's armor. He spreads his long arms, roars to the sky, and declares the majesty of the king. The bloody black ape looks unhappy that Yi appears more like a monster than itself. Most Lord-level monsters do not have an aura like Yi's. Yi looks at the ant, like black ape with blood-colored eyes, and replies that he is nothing like the bald monkey. He raises his overwhelming feet as the overlord beast stares in panic. He stumps down, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. The bloody black ape manages to roll out of the range of Yi's feet. He activates the mountain-blocking fist flash strike, and his arm, as big as a pillar, swings with a fierce murderous aura wrapped around it. He mucks the little monkey, declaring there is no use in running. The arrogant, a blood-eyed black ape cannot accept ridicule from what it deems an inferior life form. It turns around and swings its arm to collide with the fist that is a circle bigger than its entire body. Dark and red lightning explodes, and the bloody black ape is hammered into the earth with a direct beam of atomic energy. Yi's fist is twisted into a knot by the huge force of the bloody black ape. But with the powerful self-healing ability of the giant form, it recovers in just a few seconds. He reflects as long as his real body at the back of the giant's neck remains intact, the external body of the giant will never disappear. He did not expect that the skinny overlord-level beast would still be stronger than average overlords. In his giant amorphous form, his overall physical fitness has exceeded the 30-point mark, yet he still cannot overwhelm the opponent in terms of strength. The bloody black ape looks at Yi's instantly healed arm and finally gives up on killing him. It used full strength in that last strike, and Yi already healed it. It realizes it cannot beat this genius. The bloody black ape gets up and bolts like its life depends on it. which at this point it obviously does. Yi sneers at the creature, no longer charging but running away. The filthy beast does not deserve to stain Mayor Huang Qing's sacrifice. The cracks on Yi's chest glow blue, and the blue crystal-like spine behind appears extremely dazzling. He controls his body over 40 meters long and releases a super-large atomic breath. The blue light, like divine punishment, tears through the air like a sharp knife. Faced with such large-scale energy bombardment, the bloody black ape jumps up and down in a ridiculous manner to dodge, but it is no use. The filthy monkey is hit hard by the atomic breath. The entire body of the bloody black ape smashes into the ground and suddenly disappears. Yi narrows his eyes, realizing the cunning beast has used the force of the atomic breath to escape underground. It is pretending to be dead. This means it feels afraid of being discovered, suffering its most serious condition ever after numerous unprecedented injuries. This presents the best chance to kill it. Yi tries using his life magnetic field to locate the beast, but Overlord-level magical beasts can conceal their presence completely. But now he's gravely injured. Even with its concealment, any faint traces of life can still be sensed immediately. This time, he focuses the life magnetic field underground and eventually finds the creature's location not far away. It has swum through the soil like a fish. Escaping his pursuit, he immediately spurts out an atomic breath that cuts through the Earth's surface. The bloody black ape jumps out of the soil like a fried fish, only to be greeted by another huge fist carrying a terrifying gust of air. The monster's bloodshot eyes flick as it curses inwardly, wondering why this human's perception is so disgustingly accurate. Curses, it had already sensed the entrance to the secret realm and was not far away, hoping to recover its energy and blood before devouring this young warrior who dares to chase it. The punch sends the Sovereign-class monster crashing into the earth upon impact, creating a cloud of dust. Yi confidently declares he will make the Overlord-level beast wish it was dead, adding that this is what the filthy monkey deserves for trying to defile Mayor Huang's sacrifice. The Sovereign-class monster just scoffs at this, telling him not to push his luck. It calls him a vile worm and claims that without the mayor's trap, it would not endure such humiliation. In its current state, the Sovereign-class monster plans to squeeze the magic core of its body to burn out the last bit of energy and drag Yi to hell. The completely torn off right arm of the bloody black ape briefly recovers to its peak condition. The moment it does, it leaps high in the air and launches at Yi in one last final and desperate attempt. Yi raises his fist and counters the attack head-on. The moment the two fists collide, a terrifying force creates a brief vacuum zone upon impact. The burst of black and red electric current gets dispersed by the monster's fist. This terrifying force extends along Yi's fist to his shoulders and chest. His python-like layers of muscles first collapse, and bone fragments mixed with blood shatter completely. His entire arm explodes into bloody mist, and a bloody rain falls on the nuclear explosion wasteland. Yi appears injured at this moment but wears a mocking smile, because the Overlord-level beast has definitely suffered worse. After its desperate attack, it finally reaches the end of its rope. Squeezing its magic core to throw a final punch makes the monster unable to dodge as it drops to the ground. It is about to be hit head-on by an atomic breath when suddenly a melodious and eerie song sounds in the empty nuclear wasteland. Yi's dark blue eyes turn blood red instantly. He feels extremely sharp pain in his brain as countless negative emotions surge in his mind. He knows he is under mental attack and uses all his strength to mobilize the evil energy in his body to protect his mind. When he eventually comes to his senses, he sees the nuclear wasteland covered with white and tender arms. Countless slender hands with beautiful proportions sway in the wind like flowers, full of strange beauty. The bloody black ape, which is almost all its bones completely shattered by Yi's super atomic blast fist, now gets covered by countless pairs of jade hands. The hands lift up its charred body and carry it backward like a baton. Yi's face looks solemn as he wonders if there is another high-level monster. He did not expect such unexpected changes. He waves his hand and tries to grab the bloody black ape but feels the giant's entire body pause. Jade hands have grown out of all the joints of his giant body at some point, making him unable to move like a large machine with stuck gears. He roars, questioning if this mysterious high-level monster thinks it can trap him and save his prey. Suddenly, Yi's 40-meter tall giant body bursts into shining blue flames. He intensifies the atomic reaction in his body, causing his body temperature to increase rapidly from 100 degrees C to 200 degrees C, then followed by 600 degrees C and finally 1000 degrees C. The shell of DONGHUA on the colossal humanoid begins to melt, revealing the flesh and blood flowing in blue magma underneath. The terrifying temperature causes the ground beneath his feet to start burning with wild, inextinguishable flames. The jade hands stuck on his giant's body also begin to spontaneously combust. They make sharp like babies and eventually turn into ashes. At this time, the bloody black ape has been sent by the jade hands and flowers to a position 50 meters away from the spatial rift of the secret realm. It is almost there when it hears a loud commotion not far away. Driven by curiosity, It raises its trembling head to look with its remaining eye, only to see a giant body chasing him with big strides like a devil who has literally crawled from hell. Every step of Yi in his flaming giant form makes the large jade hands burn like wildfire. He roars loudly and stretches out his hands to grab anything in its path. Just as he moves forward, the bloody black ape screams in horror for the jade hands to hurry up. The flaming giant is catching up. For the first time in its existence, it feels that death is so close it can practically taste it. Faced with the instinct for survival, it forgets its cunning and arrogance, leaving only primitive fear. The strange singing voice appears again, mixed with a woman's charming laughter. From the dimensional rift in the secret realm that is 100 meters high, countless arms stretch out like a tide, rising as high as a huge mountain. In the center of the wave of arms, there is a woman's head with two beautiful hand-like masks covering her eyes. He becomes aware that the other party is on the far side of the rift and is influencing across two dimensions with terrifying power. He wonders what this entity could be, whether it is a monster, and if so, whether it is also an overlord. He reflects if this mysterious creature's true form appears through the spatial rift. He will probably be on his knees that very first second. The woman's head seems to feel Yi's approach and finally opens her eyes, having had enough of this young human's meddling. Under her terrifying stare, she lets out a scream as loud as a glorified, disfigured banshee. Her screams make Mihi feel as if his brain is about to explode. Even though he blocks out the giant anthropomorphic hearing, the eerie scream still reaches his brain. The giant howls in pain, and Yihi tears open the flesh at the back of its neck to crawl out. The filthy monkey has killed so many people, and now wants to leave just like that. He becomes like a madman with only endless murderous intent and madness in his eyes. He roars that the monkey is dreaming if it thinks he will just accept its escape. He pours all of his atomic energy into the giant's body. The giant's body with Demora's genes immediately enters an overload mode. All flesh and blood melts into blue magma, like blood, leaving only a huge skeleton to support its movements. He controls the giant's flaming body to the edge of the rift and shoots out from the neck like a missile, burning all the jade arms, blocking his way to ashes. When the giant's body is about to step into the rift of the secret realm, he faces the head of the woman with covered eyes and gives her the middle finger. He offers a mocking smile and says it is a local specialty of his hometown, a nuke to light up her ass, hoping she likes it. The woman with covered eyes stares directly at the flaming giant that has entered the secret realm like the harbinger of death. Then, a dazzling blue and white explosion floods everything. Part of the aftermath pours out from the rift in the secret realm, blowing weaker beings hundreds of meters away like fallen leaves. Warriors several kilometers away notice the phenomenon and observe the beast tide falling into chaos without their leader. The experienced fighters realize the overlord-level beast must be dead, giving them new hope to eliminate the remaining monsters. After a full day and night of fighting, Anqing is secured at devastating cost. Nearly 80% of warriors and soldiers are killed or wounded. Somewhere on the battlefield, Chuzhou sits silently with a brutally battered and bloody body. Meanwhile, at the site of the previous nuclear blast, Yi finally opens his eyes when the city gets a respite. He sits up disoriented, wondering how long he has been unconscious. After pouring all his remaining atomic energy into the giant's body to create a small nuclear bomb, his body fell into a sleeping state. Fortunately, the nuclear radiation in the area has recharged him. He recognizes this victory came through luck and sacrifice rather than pure strength, knowing his infinite monster template still couldn't match an overlord-level beast alone. He clenches his palms, feeling the surging atomic energy rushing through his body. Given enough time, he will reach the peak of martial power in Xia Kingdom. However, this secret realm riot throughout Xia Kingdom gives him a sense of urgency. He has no time for gradual growth. He does not know when the next template will be available, and may not be gold tier or higher if he draws it. The collection of plant magic cores needs acceleration, because merging with the planet Demora's template is the fastest way for him to become a top-tier warrior. There are also the Shen Wang martial arts, since the infinite monster templates can help him cheat. Although the growth period of Shen Huang martial arts is slower than his template abilities, its potential remains extremely high as a cultivation system in the high martial arts world. Perhaps being transported to this world is part of his destiny. 1 month later, the city has mostly recovered. A massive bronze statue of Mayor Huangchun stands in the city center to honor his sacrifice. Through news reports, Yi learns the full scale of the national tragedy. 18 cities attacked, 12 completely destroyed, and Guangshan City declared a life-forbidden zone after 1.8 million deaths. The Imperial had sent Grandmaster Du Jingming with 35 cav warriors to investigate Guangshan City, but only the nation's strongest warrior Fu Hongxing and 2 masters emerged alive after 8 hours, all seriously injured. Facing this dire reality, Yi understands that even National Guardian-level martial artists are barely sufficient. He urgently needs more power, so he dials Qin Lan at the Lu Mansion. She assumes he wants to learn the remaining Shenhuang martial arts. He clarifies he actually needs high-quality plant attribute magic cores, preferably blue or even purple lord-level cores. Kunlan notes his substantial request since plant-type magical beasts are rare and lord-level magic cores extremely precious. Seeing her response is an outright refusal, Yi grows confident and offers to help her daughter Lu Qingju win first place in the Imperial Capital University's freshman in exchange. Kunlan becomes alert, pointing out he underestimates the top talents from other provinces. She adds that her daughter only ranks above average among previous freshmen, and even Yi himself falls short of the top geniuses. Undeterred, Yi boldly states she chose him to revitalize the Lu family and offers to write an IOU. If they don't get first place, he'll work for the Lu family and provide for her retirement. After consideration, Kunlan agrees to help him just this once. She gets up from her leather sofa and moves toward the window. Upon receiving Kunlan's promise, Yi feels temporarily relieved. After finishing the call, he visits the city's central hospital to see Chu Zhou. He hears the battle fanatic took 4 battle stimulants in one day, overdrew his body, and was admitted to the ICU. Just as he arrives on his sleek black motorcycle, fanatical fans, mainly young women, swarm him excitedly and ask for autographs. Some request to add him on Penguin Talk. He feels overwhelmed and honestly did not expect such popularity. He politely rejects numerous requests after signing a few autographs but accepts some gifts for his friend. Entering the ward for Chu Zhou and Lu Juan, he cannot hold back laughter. The originally handsome classmates are now wrapped in bandages like mummies. Chu Zhou lies on the bed with an embarrassed expression. Yahai then notices Lu and asks who he is. Luo Xuan gives an awkward laugh and introduces himself as Yi's first opponent from the promotion match weeks ago. Yi tries to recall him but stops when he notices something unexpected. At first glance, Lu Xuan looks better off than Chu Zhou, but in truth he is badly injured, his one leg is gone. Lu Xuan quickly reassures him it's not beyond saving, that he can get limb regeneration surgery or even the latest combat prosthetics from Laser Bird. To prove he's fine, he kicks his own broken leg, leaving Yahi speechless, torn between pity and respect. Though still inexperienced, Lu Xuan has shown that he is a true warrior, having lost his leg defending Anqing City. Just then, Yahi's cell phone rings in his pocket at that moment. After a quick glance confirming an unfamiliar number, he hangs up and blocks the number. The process goes smoothly, but 10 seconds later, his phone rings again. This time, Principal from Anqing No. 1 Middle School is calling. He picks up to hear Principal's somewhat anxious and furious voice questioning why he blocked that important person from the capital. He should unblock him immediately. Realizing his mistake, he unblocks the number right away. Moments later, a call comes through from a man who introduces himself as Wang Tao, the person in charge of admissions at Imperial Capital University. Wang Tao informs Yi that Hadu University will start school 1 month early, with a special train picking him up in 3 days. He asks if Yi has any requests or disagreements. Yi replies he has none and will follow the organization's arrangements. Inwardly, he knows even if he had issues, he possesses no power to demand anything. The early opening obviously results from the heavy blow caused by the secret realm invasion to Xia Kingdom, forcing Imperial Capital University to make adjustments or reforms. Wang Tao praises him for his high level of awareness and ends the call. Chu Zhou also receives a call from Imperial Capital University, though not from Wang Tao. Among the 3 students in the ward, 2 are top students accepted into Huadu University. Luo Xuan lowers his head, feeling out of place. He believes he should not be in that ward or even on the bed, perhaps under it instead. Before reporting in, Yi has one more thing to take care of. He says goodbye to Chu Zhou and Lu Juan, then leaves the hospital. 3 days pass quickly like a bullet. Back at the Swan Lake nuclear blast site, a massive mushroom cloud had hurled hundreds of tons of dust into the sky. For days, the land around Swan Lake and its surroundings remained shrouded in ash, plunging the world below into endless night. The days after leaving the hospital, Yi returned to this wasteland. Guided by Demora's bloodline instincts, he sought out the areas with the heaviest radiation and lingering energy, places like the very pit, where Huang Qing sealed the bloody black ape and detonated the nuclear warhead. Settling cross-legged in the crater, Yi used Demora's template to draw the radiation into his body. His skin hardened into a rough, reef-like texture as mist coiled around him. He inhaled clouds heavy with deadly radiation, his back muscles loosening as steam burst from his pores like a raging engine. Slowly after days, the vapor around Yi thins, and a ray of morning light pierces the gray haze, striking him like a spotlight. The dust cloud scatters in the wind, and sunlight finally reveals the scorched wasteland. Yahi opens his eyes, a crystal blue light flashing in his pupils. He pulls up his system panel to check the results of 3 days of nuclear absorption. His overall physique is at 27.4, Demora template compatibility has climbed to 38.9%, and colossal humanoid compatibility now stands at 90%. Blue arcs of electricity and dark red evil spirits surge through him, and he can feel his fusion of martial and nuclear energy far stronger than before. After the battle with the blood-eyed black ape, he gained 1.5% more compatibility, an incredible leap. 3 days here raised it by over 6 points, proof this wasteland is a true cultivation sanctuary. But it's time to leave. He bends his knees, atomic energy brewing under his feet. A blue flash erupts, followed by a sonic boom as he soars into the sky. Meanwhile, at the city's high-speed station, train 66066 to Imperial Capital West is about to depart. Chuzhou waits calmly, knowing he won't be late. Just then, an explosive sound rips through the air. The crowd panics, thinking a monster approaches. Until Yi lands with thunderous force, the warriors look at this dusty yet handsome young man with respect and curiosity. He truly represents the pride of ancient city. That oppressive aura just now scared them to death. Chuzhou gives a slight chuckle upon noticing Yi has grown stronger again. He has become accustomed to his friend's rapid growth. He stares at ancient city with nostalgia. He is about to leave the only city he has ever known since crossing over, his first stop and point of origin. He bids farewell to ancient city for the last time as he and Chuzhou stride toward the Imperial University train's waiting platform. Upon boarding the red slick train representing Imperial Capital University, it gradually pulls away from the railway station exactly when the 5 minutes are up. Inside, Yi feels somewhat curious about the strength of top students from other regions. He questions Chuzhou about it, and the handsome classmate confirms their prowess. Not only that, but the entire train uses the most advanced structure and materials capable of withstanding force impacts of thousands of tons. Additionally, no less than 5 Black Tortoise warriors escort Hadu University's train either openly or secretly. Even Grandmaster-level warriors oversee everything, since those sitting inside represent the most talented and elite students of the current generation who will become the backbone of protecting the entire Shio Kingdom in the future. He smiles with a knowing grin. He has used his life magnetic field to sniff out everyone within a 5-meter radius around him. Sure, there are a few strong ones among the bunch, but it seems only 5 people could survive 3 moves from him. The moment he sits down to rest, a loud noise suddenly issues a level 1 alert. The Imperial University train has been attacked by an unknown enemy. An official announcement spreads through the carriage, informing the students that professors and faculty leaders are investigating the situation. Students are told to evacuate immediately and avoid engaging the enemy. The cabin becomes silent for a brief moment before breaking into noise. Many students insist that the situation cannot be real, believing no one would ever dare attack Imperial University. Some suggest it might simply be a drill to test freshmen. Others argue otherwise, pointing out that Xia Nation is currently at its weakest. Guardian warriors are either injured or hidden away, and even Du Jingming, one of the 3 great grandmasters protecting the nation, has gone missing. Countless warriors already perished in Guantan City and other fallen cities, so suppressed nations and factions are naturally stirring up trouble. Most freshmen begin debating whether they should leave or remain. Though all of them are highly talented, confusion and panic spread. Chuzhou looks to Yi for guidance. Yi has his eyes closed, drained after 3 days of non-stop training, and wants nothing more than rest. Yet, being practical, he rises and states that they should confirm the situation themselves. Students react in different ways. Some consider it a test and start forming groups, eager to fight and prove their courage. Others follow instructions and prepare to evacuate. The rest remain uncertain, torn between the 2 choices. Chuzhou unsheathes his sword and follows Yi. Their carriage is far to the back, so they pass through several cars until meeting Zhao Jingxian, a terrified freshman covered in blood. Zhao shouts that the first 3 carriages have already been taken by the enemy. He explains that the attackers control a special domain that drags people into an independent space, hiding the battle from the outside world. According to him, even the teachers who tried to protect them have been killed or injured. Before being sent out, the teachers order him to warn everyone to run. This is not a drill. The urgency of his words causes hesitation among the students, but the moment Yan Zhengxiang appears, attention shifts. With golden hair like a lion, Yan walks forward with an air of dominance. He demands Zhou prove his story, saying that a teacher's token or another survivor would suffice. Without proof, refuses to believe Zhou escaped while his own close friend, a top freshman in the front carriage, did not. Many students agree with Yan's reasoning. He marches past Zhou, followed by supporters determined to see the truth for themselves. Zhou grows desperate as he watches them go. Pale and weak, he notices Yi beside him and brightens with recognition. After confirming he is Yi, Zhou nods with relief. He explains that Lu Chunju had shown him Yi's photo earlier and told him to warn Yi not to go forward. Yi is stunned and asks if that was all. Zhou confirms, adding that Lu Qingju was gravely injured by a sword while protecting him. Since he could not stop others from courting death, he must at least fulfill her last request and keep Yi safe. Yi reacts by striking Zhou lightly on the head, questioning why Zhao speaks of dying wishes when Lu Chunju is not dead. Chuzhou then asks Yi if he intends to move ahead, and Yi confirms without hesitation. He promised Lu Chunju's mother, and he intends to keep his word. Zhao suddenly blocks their path, eyes burning with determination. Yi stares, baffled by how someone this useless ever entered Imperial University. He signals Chuzhou to proceed. Chuzhou instantly slashes with his sword. Zhou disperses the attack, calling them shameless for resorting to violence over an argument. But he is quickly overwhelmed when Yi drives a fist into his abdomen. The blow is so powerful that his old wounds reopen, leaving him retching. Yi apologizes, gives him blood essence pills for recovery, and departs with Chuzhou. For him, Lu Chunju's safety matters more than wasting time. They reach the fourth carriage, already thrown into chaos. The door to the third carriage is sealed by a hazy purple barrier, like an entrance into another world. Yi tests it by tossing in a bag, but no sound follows. His life magnetic field fails to penetrate it, though many freshmen already passed through earlier. Yi tells Chuzhou he is going in and dives forward, Chuzhou following close behind. Inside, the glowing path stretches endlessly. Yi quickly realizes Chuzhou is gone, leaving him alone. The brightness at the end nearly blinds him, but he continues until the light clears and he emerges into a ruined city under a gray sky. Collapsed buildings stretch around him like scars from a great disaster. Yi grows solemn as he notices that his life magnetic fields vanished, blocked by this strange place. He leaps to the top of a building, searching for a view, but the city feels lifeless and empty. Despite the silence, he senses unseen eyes watching him. The feeling of being mocked and observed stirs his irritation. Yet he gathers martial energy into his hands, fusing it with unstable atomic force, shaping it into a globe. He hurls it into the clouds, detonating an immense blast of heat and light. The silence of the city shatters. If someone is hiding, they now know he has arrived. The huge burst of energy gradually disperses the surrounding gray clouds and lights up the entire dead city in an ostentatious fashion. Every freshman of Imperial University holding their breath and hiding suddenly stares at the explosion in the sky. Some show amazement and admiration while others worry it might cause trouble. A few remain indifferent, but almost everyone wonders curiously what expert could make such an insanely flashy entrance. They remain unaware that this supposed expert is one of their own. In a building somewhere, a pale-faced Lu Qingzhu looks at the blue light explosion outside the window and already knows he has entered this dead city. However, she finds herself in no condition to leave her hiding spot. Unlike Lu Qingzhu, Chuzhou already rushes toward the explosion location with sword in hand. He knows Yi's flare has made him the focus of the entire city. Meanwhile, Yi himself looks at the restless city and realizes he has attracted attention from both teammates and enemies. Right on cue, he hears footsteps nearby. At some point, a strange figure wearing black clothes and a white pig head mask appears behind him. This mysterious person holds a rusty chain with a blood-stained long knife at the end. Seeing this strange-looking man, Yi can tell at first glance he means no good. Without any hesitation, blue flames erupt from Yi's feet, leaving scorching marks on the floor. Accompanied by a sonic boom, he appears before the masked figure instantly. He punches directly the opponent's pietted mask with his atomic fist, announcing his intention to rip the guy's head off. Unexpectedly, the moment Yi's atomic fist hits his target's head, the long sharp knife in the mysterious person's hand also stabs him in the abdomen. The weapon directly ignores his martial arts shield and dimmer skin defense. Surprisingly enough, Yi's atomic fist, capable of reaching thousands of degrees and melting steel, only manages to submerge the pietted man's head in blue flames without burning it off completely. The pietted man clenches the handle of the sharp knife stuck in Yi's abdomen. He exerts force with his arms, trying to cut Yi's body open. No matter how hard he tries, he fails to swing the long knife. His sharp knife remains stuck in Yi's quickly healing muscle layer. The pig-headed man immediately wants to retreat, but Yi grabs the rusty iron chain wrapped around the figure's arm tightly and pulls him closer. The guy's strength proves unremarkable, but his weapon is very special with its ability to ignore any defense. He grins mischievously and questions what the hell the guy is. He grabs the strange-looking guy's pietted mask with both hands and forces open the pietted mouth, declaring it is time for oral surgery. He tells the figure to stop resisting and open obediently. What follows is a blue beam of high temperature light gushing from Yi's mouth and pouring directly into the guy's pie-headed mask. The pig-headed man struggles violently with his limbs but cannot break free from Yi's firm hold. The smell of burnt barbecue wafts out, and the pie-headed man finally stops struggling. His pig mouth has been pierced by the atomic breath and his neck melted by the high temperature. Holding the pig's headed mask, Yi declares himself an honest person who does what he says. In that moment, he notices something inside the mask he is holding. He pulls out a green pendant from the wide, open mouth of the pig's headed mask. With this discovery, He becomes convinced everything is actually a trial arranged by Imperial University where they are supposed to kill monsters for loot. The long, sharp knife lodged in his abdomen shatters into tiny fragments at that moment. It seems the masked person's weapon was blessed with the martial energy of a high-level warrior, making it extremely sharp. Once the martial energy fades, the weapon reverts back to an ordinary item. He stares at the pendant in his hand, thinking about how to pass the trial arranged by Imperial University. The entire setting feels like a battle royal. He wonders if he must find a bunch of masked enemies and take pendants from their masks. Just then, he senses an arrow aiming toward the back of his head. Before the arrow can get closer, a ferocious evil shadow instantly rushes out of Yahi's body. It opens several bloody mouths from all angles, stopping the arrow and biting it into pieces. He looks in the direction where the arrow came from and sees another masked figure with crossbows. Already pissed off from the earlier ambush, he rushes forward with the intention of ending this attacker's existence when suddenly a sharp spear pierces through the concrete ground directly in front of him, aimed at his heart. The masked figure seizes this opportunity and shoots several sharp arrows directly at Yihi's vital points. Yihi hasn't had time to catch his breath before being surrounded by murderous intent from all directions. But it proves too naive to think of taking him down this way. Yihi roars angrily and summons the power of the humanoid giant from his monster template. Intense flames and steam burst from his body as huge ribs grow around him. A burning new colossal figure entirely enveloped in dark and red evil spirits takes form. The masked figure with crossbows clearly becomes scared shitless, staring at the insanely massive fist descending upon him like a meteor. Yihi's explosive punch shatters the entire building into a cloud of dust and debris, taking the masked figure with crossbows with it. Most freshmen watch the chaos from afar, wondering what could make an entire building collapse so suddenly. He walks out of the dusty debris with the spear in hand. He wants to see the person who nearly skewered him like a kebab. In that moment, the person in question appears before him on his own initiative. This time, the person wears a red-eyed rabbit mask and a black suit. In his hand, he holds a brand new spear. It seems that as long as these masked men's bodies are not dead, their weapons can regenerate continuously. The guy bends his legs and his calf muscles bulge as big as balloons. Then he exerts his entire body strength to jump and flies toward Yihi like a cannonball, his spear aimed true. Yihi raises his leg and tries to kick the rabbit man midair, but before the force of the kick can hit the rabbit man, he spins in the air and changes his trajectory with his spear still aimed at his target. Yihi feels stunned to see this. The mysterious rabbit man knows martial arts. Just as the spear comes within centimeters of Yihi's stunned expression, someone uses an ice attack, and a massive ice wall suddenly blocks the spear of the rabbit man. It is Chuzhou who has now encased the rabbit man with an ice wall several meters high. With his spear in hand, the rabbit man looks around in confusion when he suddenly senses an attack from above. This attack comes from Chuzhou, who tells Yihi on how close he was to being speared in the head and suggests leaving this battle to him. The rabbit man manages to evade the attack. Countless ice shards erupt from underneath the ground. The rabbit man jumps out of the encased wall of ice. While in the air, he counterattacks with a spear. The sword and spear collide multiple times in an instant, creating dazzling sparks in the air. Within seconds, the two men fight dozens of rounds with their weapons. Sparks flicker in the dark space. Even though the rabbit man has the advantage with his spear weapon, he cannot gain superiority over Chuzhou's superb swordsmanship. In another sword exchange, Chuzhou releases the power of ice and successfully freezes the spear in the rabbit man's hand. After the weapon is briefly sealed, the rabbit man quickly falls into disadvantage. Chuzhou seizes this opportunity and punches the rabbit man in the chest with his open palm. Although the rabbit man is sent flying, he still manages to block the full force of the attack with his frozen spear. The masked figure tries to retreat quickly, but a pair of large hands that have been patiently waiting reaches out from the shadows and grabs him tightly. Yihi, back in his colossal humanoid form, finally catches the elusive figure who had been evading him like a scared rabbit. What follows is another massive burst of martial and unstable atomic energy that lights up the surrounding gray clouds and again breaks the silence of the city. This time, several ruined buildings are destroyed in the process. Meanwhile, in a strange urban space a few minutes earlier, two freshmen in a temporary alliance hid in a building not far away are away. They wonder why there is no movement in Yihi's location after his flashy presence. One freshman asks his partner if the guy who barged in so ostentatiously is dead. The girl with him replies calmly that he must be, explaining that they had over a dozen people ambush those masked men yet none were injured. Their weapons could break through any defense, making them opponents beyond their current level with no way to deal with them. She believes that guy who came in blasting skyward and talking trash was too arrogant, probably a student from a small city who got into Imperial University by sheer luck, a frog in a well full of self-importance. She states that top scholars in big cities are simply not on the same level as those from small cities. She also hears that Yan Zhengxiang and Aoyangzi from Magic City, Len Yusi from Deep Blue City, and Xin Chen from Liuli Island have already started hunting down the masked men, though she doesn't know how they did it. The male freshman expresses amazement at how insanely strong these freshmen are, wondering if the freshman champion will be one of them. The lady disagrees resolutely, stating that every freshman president has always been a local from the imperial capital. Against those Hadu prodigies, students from other regions of Xia Kingdom are no match and cannot compete at all because the martial arts cultivation resources they received since childhood are worlds apart. At that moment, the two are interrupted by a sudden loud explosive blue beam that lights up the entire city. Both freshmen look up at the sky, stunned because this exaggerated blue light streaks across the sky, dividing the gray sky into two. They look at each other in confusion, wondering what that powerful beam could be, perhaps an electromagnetic cannon, though how could there be one in the city? In another corner of the city, new students actively tracking the animal masked men also stop and silently look at the exaggerated beam of light in the sky. Yan Zhengxiang places the broadsword in his hand on the ground, its huge weight causing the blade to pierce a dead horse masked man and sink directly into the ground. He kicks the horsehead masked man under his feet and looks at his good friend, and the top scholar in Magic City, Aoyangzi, who is wearing a black jacket with a white sweatshirt underneath. He stares at the blue beam of light in the distance that penetrated the sky. Yan Zhengxiang asks Aoyangzi's thoughts on the blue beam. Aoyangzi answers that the attack method doesn't seem like the masked man's style, it's most likely some newcomer's method. Yan Zhengxiang repeats, new student, with a slight edge in his tone, noting that apart from freshmen from the imperial capital, there really isn't anyone else who could possess such exaggerated power. Yan Zhengxiang suggests they go check it out, since they have already collected the pendants of rat, dog, monkey, and horse. Len Yusi from Deep Blue City has at least one goat pendant. Xin Chen from Liuli Island has at least one snake pendant. A female freshman named Liu Chunchu seems to have killed the Minotaur and attained an ox pendant. If the masked men are really arranged according to the 12 Chinese zodiac, then only 5 pendants remain: pig, rabbit, chicken, tiger, and dragon. The dragon is undoubtedly an absolute monster that could kill anyone with one touch, obviously a boss that can only be escaped, not fought. And as for the remaining pendants, there are definitely a few in the mysterious freshman's place where those blue beams were released. Xin Chen and Lan Yusi will most likely be attracted over there as well. Aoyangzi tells Yan Zhengxiang that the game has entered the final round. If they want to win, they have to snatch it from the others. Meanwhile, back with Yihe and Chuzhou, the duo has successfully obtained the rabbit pendant. The rabbit man took the full force of the atomic breath at close range and vaporized without any resistance, leaving the pendant intact. Seeing the rabbit pendant in Yihe's hands, Chuzhou feels confused and asks for clarification about what the pendant is. After brief consideration, Yihe answers that before Chuzhou arrived, he killed a guy wearing a pig head mask and got a pendant with a pig shape carved on it from his mask. He guesses correctly that this trial involves Kalev's collecting all the pendants from these animal masks. This makes Chuzhou ask if they are going to proactively hunt for the masked men. Yihe confirms they are. He remembers that on the rooftop earlier, another mysterious figure shot an arrow at him, another masked man who apparently survived and escaped during the chaos. He clearly remembers the exact location where the arrow was shot and intends to find the masked figure to settle the score. The two quickly come to where the archer used to be but find no traces of the masked figure with crossbows. Since Yihe was hit with his arrow, he can track him with it. After intense tracking and searching through the dead city, they come across what looks like a battlefield where someone has already gotten to their target first. Chuzhou looks at the traces of the fierce battle on the ground, noticing damage caused by some high-temperature attack that appears particularly eye-catching. He touches the scorch marks on the ground and finds them still warm, meaning the opponent has not gone far. The next moment, Chuzhou's Ice Demon Dragon bloodline gives rise to strong hostility. An Ice Crystal Dragon aura automatically appears on the surface of his body. Chuzhou clenches his fist tightly and slashes out with his sword in a certain direction based on instinct. A 10-meter-high ice front rises from the ground and crashes straight into the air, accompanied by a pained sound from a fellow freshman, a girl named Len Yusi. In a calm yet disappointed tone, she states that her optical invisibility has been detected. Lan Yusi feigns to be a delicate girl with her pair of blue, purple eyeshadow that particularly highlights her attractiveness and helplessness. For someone caught sneaking around, she shows no sign of threat when Chuzhou strikes her with his ice element. He points out how anyone preferring shadows is always up to no good. Before Len Yusi can reply, another freshman appears out of thin air, a guy with exquisite clothes and gray middle parted hair. The moment he appears, the temperature around him rises rapidly as red flames dance around his hands. He tells a cautious Lan Yusi to get out of the way before his palms turn shiny and red like branding irons. Activating a genetic technique called the Flame Demon Battle Body, Shin-Chen slams his palm against the impressive ice front. Flames flicker within the ice as it shatters into broken fragments. A large amount of water vapor explodes, quickly filling the entire area. Shin-Chen, with a laid-back yet arrogant demeanor, holds a pack of cigarettes as he teases Lan Yusi for having weak optical camouflage that made discovery inevitable. He skips pleasantries and goes straight to the point, asking if the two are planning to ambush them. With an innocent look, Lan Yusi replies before Shin-Chen can, stating he has it wrong. She claims everything is a misunderstanding. They just dealt with a guy wearing a chicken mask and hid only to lure out other masked men. Shin-Chen, standing aside, takes out a cigarette as if nothing happened. He rubs his fingers together and snaps them, smoothly lighting the cigarette with a tiny flame on his fingertip. Chu-Jo questions her story and suddenly grabs her throat tightly, raises her in the air, and as she struggles in pain, she drops a dagger with a strange blue-purple color, obviously coated with poison. He casually crushes the neck of the Lan Yusi, but it turns out to be a clone of her. Shin-Chen beside her gives a rogue smile, never thinking Lan Yusi's sneak attack could succeed since that would be too boring. After smoking the entire cigarette in one breath, he drops it and takes a step forward. Shin-Chen puffs out his cheeks until they enlarge grotesquely like inflated balloons, then exhales a large cloud of black fog toward Yihi and Chu-Jo. The two retreat in time and avoid the black mist, but they don't expect Lan Yusi to take out a yellow fan with flashing runes and violently fan the black mist. The strong wind blows, causing the black fog to spread rapidly and submerge Yihi and Chu-Jo. Shin-Chen rubs a massive fireball from his fingertips and decides to heat things up, shooting it straight into the black fog. A deafening boom immediately sounds as the black fog instantly ignites. The scorching temperature causes the air to twist into a ball of flames. Satisfied, Lan Yusi smiles and covers her face with her fan, thinking their opponents are strong but still no match for them. Just as the creepy-looking bastard raises his eyebrows proudly with a sadistic smile, a thunderous clap rings out. Yihi claps his hands in the fire cloud, and the incredible shockwave generated directly extinguishes the entire cloud of flames. Shin-Chen's eyes bulge out as he shines absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend how a simple clap dispels his fire cloud. His incredulous expression turns into confusion when he sees a fist inches away from rearranging his face. His pupils shrink as he wants to defend or dodge, but compared to that fist, he is too slow. Yihi activates his mountain-blocking fist and moves toward him like a torpedo. A reverberating bang sounds as Jin's right cheek flattens with half of his face deformed. He instantly turns into a straight line and gets trashed away like a ragdoll. Lan Yusi doesn't expect Yihi's speed and speed to be so terrifying. This physical power makes her feel incredibly powerless. Most freshmen, including Lan Yusi and Shin-Chen, currently have no skills advancing them to warrior rank. Their martial arts cultivation remains at the apprentice level, always blocked by a membrane. Even the upper limit for Imperial University freshmen has boundaries. But Yihi is different because of his system. Template, even with martial arts at the 9th level, he stacks physical stats by increasing template compatibility. Lan Yusi doesn't know she faces an absolute monster where teaming up with Shin-Chen isn't enough. The suffocating aura alone makes her regret facing an opponent with zero chance of winning. She is about to flee when she feels sudden coldness at her feet. Chu-Jo has frozen her in place. Lan Yusi waves the wind-attributed magic fan with all her strength, creating multiple wind blades that shatter the ice underneath. Her light body lifts up by the wind the moment she frees herself. But before she can flee, Yihi grabs her delicate ankle. Facing her evident shock and absolute fear, he slams her to the ground, creating a shallow crater as she drops her fan. He shows no hesitation as he raises his fist. Seeing this, Lan Yusi immediately consumes a large amount of martial energy to escape his clutches. A strange cloud of jade energy explodes in the spot as countless clones of Lan Yusi rush out, fleeing in all directions. The real Lan Yusi among them thinks she is in the clear. However, Yihi just smiles with a crazed look upon seeing her desperate escape attempt. He activates his Shenhuang martial arts as countless dark and red evil shadows burst from his body, using imprisoning the devil in the flesh and demonic illusions simultaneously. The released chaotic shadows transform into numerous magical beasts that quickly surround and attack every Lan Yusi clone. Unfortunately for her, her clones are not as numerous as Yihi's evil shadows. Though her clones could suppress 1 or 2 shadows individually, the numbers prove overwhelming. She has no idea what they are and feels too scared to resist. Yihi laughs with the expression of a mad joker. Lan Yusi is completely at his mercy. She cannot fight or flee, leaving her only to accept her fate. Lan Yusi surrenders to Yihi's overwhelming power and obediently hands over the sheep and chicken pendants. When pressed for information, she decisively reveals that Shin-Chen possesses snake and tiger pendants and details his combat abilities. She further provides intelligence about Aoyang Zi and Yan Zhengsheng from Magic City, explaining that to win the trial, Yi must collect all 12 pendants. With the competition entering its final stage, she warns that others will proactively target pendant holders if he doesn't strike first. Having no chance of victory herself, Len Yusi aims to create chaos by pitting the strong contenders against each other. She offers to guide Yi and Chuzhou to Aoyangzi and Yan Zhengxiang's location, but Yi rejects her proposal. Instead, his attention shifts to her fan, which he expresses interest in keeping, a development that worries Lan Yuzi. Meanwhile, Yan Zhengxiang and Aoyangzi make their way toward the recent explosion site after dealing with a group of ambitious freshmen. They assume Xin Chen and Lenny Yusi have already engaged their target, but remain confident they can seize any pendants from the winners. They immediately halt when they discover Xin Chen's body cleanly severed in half on the street, his face frozen in shock and anger. The precise cut suggests an impossibly fast sword strike that gave him no time to react. Earlier, Xin Chen had escaped during the conflict between Yi and Len Yusi, frustrated by encountering such a monstrous opponent before even reaching the imperial capital. While consoling himself that Lan Yusi was surely defeated, he sensed being marked by Yi and sought to ally with Aoyangzi and Yan Zhengxiang. His plans ended when he encountered a tall, thin figure wearing a majestic dragon mask and wielding a long sword. The masked man had double-blood red pupils that exuded an eerie, dangerous aura. In a flicker of unstable streetlights, the dragon mask teleported forward, plunging the area into darkness. When the lights returned, Xin Chen lay dead and his pendants were taken. Examining the corpse, Aoyangzi identifies the killer as the dragon mask, the only one capable of such a clean, overwhelming strike. Previously, they believed the dragon mask was confined to the underground parking lot, where they first encountered it alongside 20 other freshmen. That encounter ended with only Aoyangzi and Yan Zhengxiang surviving after witnessing the dragon mask slaughtering students like cutting vegetables. The hot blood proved the deaths were real, not part of a simulation. Aoyangzi deduces that the dragon mask's emergence means restrictions have lifted, likely because all other masked men are defeated. Now, the final boss actively hunts pendant holders. He concludes a head-on fight is impossible, and they must seize pendants from others before the dragon mask collects them all. Determined, Aoyangzi activates his fourth Order King Bloodline Awakening, the Golden Winged Dragon. Golden light bursts from his body as feathers appear on his cheeks, platinum dragon horns grow on his forehead, and majestic golden wings spanning over 4 meters unfold. He flies high, releasing a provocative cry infused with golden martial energy to challenge all pendant holders. Elsewhere, Lu Chunju is still hiding in a ruined building, wounded from her encounter with the dragon mask in the underground parking lot. After she and 2 others killed the Minotaur mask, they accidentally entered the parking lot and faced the dragon mask. One teammate died instantly, and she survived only because 20 other freshmen drew the mask's attention. She was severely injured by its sword energy, but met a teacher who offered escape from the city to warn others. She chose to send another freshman, giving Yehi's photo with a request to warn him away. Seeing Yehi's blue explosion in the sky, she knows he entered despite her warning. She believes his strength makes him unbeatable except against the dragon mask. Hearing Aoyangzi's aggressive cry, Lu King fears discovery. In her weakened state, escape is impossible, and she knows Aoyangzi will come for her ox pendant. Though she cares little for it herself, she feels Yehi needs it. Instead of confronting Aoyangzi directly, she decides to lure him to the dragon mask's territory in the underground parking lot. Aoyangzi, soaring high, senses Lu Chunju's bloodline connection, a remnant from their parking lot encounter. He recalls her as the Nether Sparrow bloodline awakener from the impoverished Lu family, defeated by an unknown person in the entrance exam. Dismissing her as insignificant despite her powerful bloodline, he identifies her as the ox pendant holder. Without waiting for Yihi or Len Yusi to respond to his challenge, he informs Yan Zhengxiang he is going to apprehend her and vanishes on golden wings. Aoyangzi swoops down from the sky at accelerated speed, penetrating multiple floors into the dark underground parking lot. He releases his golden martial energy and pressure, informing Lu Kyungzu she cannot escape. He dismisses her attempt to use the dragon masked man as protection, claiming the creature is no longer there. However, the familiar sound of a sharp blade dragging on concrete immediately proves him wrong, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. In the darkness ahead, a pair of creepy blood-red pupils stare at him. Aoyangzi realizes his critical error. The dragon-masked man, known as Chenlong, prioritizes hunting zodiac pendant bearers where they are most concentrated. With 5 pendants currently in the parking lot, including the 4 he carries, this makes him the primary target. His arrogance has led him into self-inflicted danger. A sizzling sound fills the air as the parking lot lights flicker. The moment Chenlong's blood-red double pupils shine brightly, Aoyangzi feels a dimensional shift. He faces the tall, thin figure holding a long knife, feeling an indescribable oppression that makes breathing difficult. He realizes Chenlong's special domain activates upon eye contact, trapping him until certain conditions are met or Chenlong is eliminated. Unlike his previous escape with 20 freshmen as cannon fodder, he now has to face the creature alone. All lights disappear into dead silence and darkness. Qianlong leaves an afterimage as he dashes forward, following with multiple sword slashes. Aoyangzi flaps his golden wings as a shield, bearing the brunt of the cold strikes. Within moments, Qianlong appears behind him with raised sword. Aoyangzi's golden pupils widen with dread as he braces for the inevitable blow. Elsewhere, Yan Zhengxiang encounters two opponents more arrogant than himself. He blocks a casual punch from Yi He. Chu Zhou unsheathes his sword and requests Yi He to handle Yan Zhengxiang himself, wanting to test his strength. Insulted at not being taken seriously, Yan Zhengxiang attacks with his ghost head broadsword, exuding a domineering and ferocious tiger-like aura. Chu Zhou counters with an ice sword, summoning a massive ice wall that shatters under Yan Zhengxiang's broadsword. Despite Yan Zhengxiang's seemingly reckless style, he deftly gathers strength midair and swings his sword from the side. Chu Zhou chooses not to dodge, blocking the seeking to determine whose sword intent is stronger, his own pure intent or Yan Zhengxiang's ferocious dominance. Chu Zhou closes his five senses, entering a realm of unity between man and sword known as sword intent. His current intent is purer than during the college entrance exams a month prior, now integrated with his attributes. A powerful slash of pure sword light bursts forth mixed with a crisp dragon's roar, clashing fiercely with Yan Zhengxiang's tiger-like broadsword energy. The intertwined sounds of roaring dragons and tigers spread through the streets. He watches boredly but respects Chu Zhou's desire for a fair fight. Suddenly, Yan Zhengxiang frowns as if something unexpected occurs, abruptly losing interest in the battle. He retreats from Chu Zhou's horizontal slash and declares he has urgent business to attend to, boasting he would have broken all 8 of Chu Zhou's bones otherwise. Just as Yan Zhengxiang attempts to leave, He launches toward him with blue flames, striking him with a heavy punch that sends his body crashing through 3 street lamps. Spitting blood, Yan Zhengxiang struggles to rise, shocked at being knocked away by what he calls a monster. He states that Yan Zhengxiang's excuse was too unpleasant and his reaction too slow. Enraged, Yan Zhengxiang grabs his ghost head broadsword to teach Yi He a lesson. But within 3 minutes, his eyes lose their luster and his face swells like a pig's head. He praises him for lasting 3 minutes compared to Xin Chen's one-punch knockout. He takes Yan Zhengxiang's broadsword, commenting on its weight and stating he will borrow it without objection. Yan Zhengxiang remains beaten into submission, trembling at the memory of being repeatedly slammed to the ground. Then, as an upgrade, Yi He uses atomic flames on the sword, transforming it to suit his radioactive energy style. Meanwhile, Chu Zhou reports finding no pendant in Yan Zhengxiang's space ring but discovers a jade pendant flashing a signal, engraved with Ouyang, and flickering weakly as if about to fade completely. Meanwhile, Aoyangzi struggles desperately within Qianlong's field domain, having already endured 5 minutes at the cost of both his golden wings being severed. All his life-saving methods are exhausted after losing an arm in a failed offensive attempt. The sword energy invading his body worsens his condition. He had tried using an ancient bronze nail relic from secret ruins, designed to block martial energy flow, hoping to pierce Qianlong's heart. Despite paying with an arm, he missed by 3 finger widths, only managing to weaken Qianlong's martial energy output by 30% rather than achieving a full seal. After a few breaths, the parking lot lights flicker back on, revealing Aoyangzi impaled through the heart by Qianlong's long knife into a concrete pillar, forming a grotesque tableau. Qianlong casually discards the body, senses the nearest jade pendant holder, and vanishes into the darkness. Having witnessed Aoyangzi's defeat, Lu Qingzhu flees the parking lot but recognizes her limited strength won't carry her far. Survival depends on reaching Yi He. Inspired by his earlier signal flare, she ascends a nearby tallest building despite agonizing sword wounds tearing her back muscles. Reaching the rooftop, she activates her nether bird bloodline awakening, strange patterns appearing on her cheeks while gorgeous purple, black tail feathers spread behind her. Gather her remaining strength, she releases a piercing cry before collapsing, one's burning with pain. She hopes Yi He receives her message. The familiar sound of a blade dragging on concrete echoes not behind her but beneath her feet. Looking down in disbelief, she sees Qianlong walking perpendicularly up the building's surface, his ferocious blood-red pupils fixed on her. Astonished by his speed, her first thought isn't self-preservation but sending another signal to warn Yi He away. It's too late. The moment their eyes meet, Qianlong's field domain activates, encasing the rooftop under a dark, ominous dome where lights dim significantly. But just as the blade, dragging sound grows closer, Qianlong enters the dome and approaches with raised sword. Time seems to slow for Lu Qingzhu as the lethal strike nears her eyes. At the moment of impending death, a mirror-shattering sound erupts as Yi He smashes through the domain, ghost head broadsword in hand. He tells Lu Qingzhu that he has promised her mother to protect her, and he intends to keep that word. His sudden appearance surprises both Lu Qingzhu, whose eyes widen with hope, and Qianlong, who immediately notices the transformed broadsword now imbued with atomic energy. Yi slashes out a black and blue crescent moon over 10 meters wide. Qianlong raises his sword to block but is overpowered, sent flying off the building as the entire structure is cleaved in half by the devastating sword energy. Yi instructs Lu Qing to leave immediately and join Chu Zhao and Yan Zhengzhang in the East Alley. When she asks about him, he states he'll meet them after dealing with the dragon-masked man. Without allowing disagreement, he leaps down like a meteor, landing with ground-shaking force amid billowing dust. However, Qianlong has vanished from where he was struck and has disappeared completely, and even Yi's magnetic field detection is unable to track him. Then the surroundings plunge into darkness as lights flicker and die. Qianlong has reactivated his field domain. The blade dragging sound resumes, and Yi turns to see a shirtless Qianlong emerging, his clothing destroyed by the earlier crescent slash. Noting the huge bronze nail still embedded in Qianlong's chest, Yi wonders if this is the weakness Yan Zhengshang mentioned, perhaps the key to defeating this domain-dependent opponent. Qianlong suddenly moves forward with incredible speed, almost too fast to follow. Having often sparred with Chu Zhou, Yi instinctively senses the danger and recognizes the unique chill of approaching cold weapons. He grabs his ghost head broadsword and blocks the sword slash from above him. Dazzling sparks flash continuously as the two swords clash. He feels tremendous force coming through the broadsword and feels surprised that Qianlong's thin body can generate such power. This realization makes him genuinely look forward to the fight. The battle quickly intensifies, tearing through everything in their path. A nearby towering building gets sliced into pieces and collapses with a reverberating boom. Amidst the massive debris, both combatants launch back into the air and clash once more. Dozens of fierce exchanges follow, with Yi mostly defending against Qianlong's relentless onslaught. Despite this, Qianlong fails to breach Yi's defenses. Frustrated, Qianlong lets out a thunderous roar that echoes throughout the entire dead city. Yi grits his teeth as he blocks another massive sword slash, the tremendous energy even making him do a double take. He feels genuinely impressed, understanding why the dragon-masked man serves as the trial's final boss. Although he manages to block the attack, the force behind the strike sends him crashing to the ground like a meteor. Amidst the dusty debris, a familiar blue light shines brightly, turning the entire battlefield blue. Under Qianlong's chilling gaze, an unparalleled, destructive energy brews in Yi's throat before spouting out in a huge stream of blue light that sweeps across the entire street. The atomic breath pierces through 3 buildings in succession and buries Qianlong in the ruins. Clad in DONGHUA's armor, Yi grips his broadsword tightly in one hand and wipes excess steam from his mouth with the other. He stares at the ruins and acknowledges Qianlong's incredible strength, recognizing him as the first worthy opponent he has encountered since coming to this world. The dragon-masked man wouldn't be taken down easily, which makes the confrontation even better for Yi. Just as expected, Qianlong rises to his feet. A huge part of his dragon mask has broken away, making his mysterious double pupils more conspicuous with half his face revealed. Seeing this, Yi grins in excitement, commenting that this feels more appropriate. The supposed invincible boss definitely wouldn't go down easily. Qianlong suddenly blurs as he dashes forward instantly, leaving afterimages where he previously stood. He braces himself. Without interruption, Qianlong's blade comes directly upon Yi. The speed of his sword slash proves extremely fast, with afterimages of his blade intertwining as if cutting through the air. Nonetheless, Yi still blocks it in time with his broadsword. The sheer force of the sword strike confirms his suspicion. Not only has Qianlong's speed increased drastically after his mask broke, but his strength has also amplified. The moment Qianlong's blood-red pupils flare slightly with a burst of scarlet light, the ghost head broadsword in Yi's hand can no longer withstand such high-intensity pressure and breaks directly with a loud crack. The sudden break catches Yi completely off guard. At the exact moment, Qianlong accelerates and appears behind him instantly. His sword turns horizontally as if to stab straight toward his throat and remove his head. Reacting on pure instinct, Yi's jaw clamps down tightly and bites the blade mid-strike. With the blade between his teeth, he stares at Qianlong with a smug look, finally having the slippery opponent right where he wants him. Qianlong shows a moment of startled expression, his first visible emotional shift. Dark blue claws suddenly clamp tightly together into a heavy fist. The next moment, an uppercut with black and red lightning bursts out and hits Qianlong's jaw directly. Qianlong gets briefly lifted into the air by the huge force, the mask on his face completely shattering to reveal a strange face with no lips or nose, only eyes. Without giving Qianlong any chance to recover, Yi grabs his wrist, holding his sword with one hand to neutralize his slashes while folding his other hand into another heavy fist. He swings in rapid succession, targeting Temple's throat, heart, spleen, kidneys, and genitals, the fatal weaknesses of the human body bombarded like a hurricane. With each punch, condensed evil spirit penetrates Qianlong's important acupoints and pointure and meridians, causing deep damage. Qianlong's meridians were already blocked and his martial energy not flowing smoothly due to Yangzi's bronze nail piercing his body. After being hit in fatal points and having his body invaded by evil spirit, Qianlong starts bleeding everywhere instantly, his breath weakening drastically. Yet he still maintains strong murderous intent and hostility toward Yi He like programmed boss data in a game. His restrained hand lets go of his sword, then kicks it up with his foot, aiming to stab the blade tipped straight into Yi He's chest. But Yi He expected this and dodges effortlessly. He sneers, already aware Qianlong wouldn't die easily even under this barrage. The only chance Qianlong had to kill him was the moment he first arrived, when he might have caught Yi He off guard with the information gap. But even then, with only a 30% chance at best, since He wasn't using full strength initially. With a flip of his palm, a yellow fan engraved with runes appears in his hand. It is Lan Yuxi's fan, now infused with evil spirit. He roars for the opponent to die, then fans violently, and a strong whirlwind rises from the ground, sweeping up Qianlong, who had pounced into the air. Dark red wind blades continuously cut at Qianlong's body, while the strong wind suction throws him dozens of meters into the air. Without ground leverage, Qianlong becomes completely vulnerable. Yi He leaps forward, transforming into a dazzling blue meteor that appears before Qianlong. His first punch, the atomic blasting punch, reverberates with thunderous boom. The violent atomic explosion shattering nearby windows and blowing away surrounding buildings. Qianlong is thrown through the smoke produced by the explosion. With blue explosions under his feet providing propulsion, Yi He catches up with Qianlong again mid-air and follows with his second technique, the mountain-blocking fist black flash. The aerial battle becomes extremely one-sided as Yi He delivers punch after punch without restraint. He beats Qianlong from the city's east side to the west, finally blasting him against a distant building wall. The originally invincible and oppressive Qianlong now resembles a blood-soaked gourd with broken bones, completely at Yi He's mercy. Yi He feels unimpressed, having expected more from the trial's supposed dragon boss. He approaches Qianlong and pries open his fingers, still tightly gripping the sword hilt. Taking the weapon, he beheads Qianlong in one swift motion without hesitation. Qianlong's magical double pupils quickly lose their luster as his head falls to the ground. Yi collects all pendants except the ox pendant still in Lu Qingzhu's possession. It is time to end this game. Yan Zhengxiang watches in awe, not expecting Yi He to actually defeat Qianlong so thoroughly. When Yi He casually passes by, Yan Zhengxiang doesn't dare look directly at him or mention his broken broadsword. Lu Qingzhu feels relieved to see Yi He safe but disapproves of him fighting the dragon masked man alone. Chuzhou disagrees, stating everyone else would have only gotten in the way. Lu Qingzhu falls silent, knowing Chuzhou is right. With her severe injuries preventing martial arts techniques, she would have only distracted Yi He by needing protection. For the first time, she develops a genuine desire to become stronger, at least not to hold Yi He back. Noticing her deep thought, Yi He waves a hand before her face. Lu Qingzhu snaps back to awareness, somewhat puzzled by his proximity. Her face flushes slightly when he requests the ox pendant. She quickly retrieves and hands it over. Yi He arranges all 12 pendants in zodiac order as Chuzhou suggested, but nothing happens. The group frowns, wondering what step they missed. Lu Qingzhu suggests another method, but still nothing changes. Yan Zhengxiang, silent until now, suddenly has an idea. He explains that the dragon pendant wasn't designed as part of the masked hunters, but rather as a hunter eliminating pendant holders. Under normal circumstances, pendant holders probably shouldn't use the dragon pendant to clear the trial. The moment he removes the dragon pendant from the arrangement, the entire city space begins trembling violently. The gray fog filling the sky begins swirling with a golden glow at the center, illuminating the entire dead city. Yi He looks up and widens his eyes in shock. A huge platinum pupil emerges from the vortex, staring directly at them. The group experiences a falling sensation like skydiving as the world seems to turn upside down. They find themselves thrown from the city ground toward the eye in the sky, descending into dark abyss. Yi He opens his eyes to find himself back on the Imperial University train seat, as if everything was just a dream. However, judging from everyone's reactions, this isn't entirely true. Freshmen gasp for breath with fear in their eyes, some remembering being killed by the dragon-headed masked man. Others recall the strange city from moments ago. Nearly everyone discusses their experiences, many not yet recovered from their death experiences. A sudden announcement informs them to remain calm. They were dragged into an illusion dream created by the magic artifact named Mirage Eye. What they experienced was this year's Imperial University freshman trial. The announcement adds that Yi He, Chuzhou, and Lu Qingzhu's team from Anqing City collected all zodiac pendants and won first place, with Yi He performing outstandingly and receiving a special award after admission. After the broadcast ends, the carriage falls silent momentarily before erupting into louder arguments. Many freshmen who died early have no idea what happened afterward. Their main concern revolves around who this mysterious Yi He is, and what kind of place Anqing City is. Weren't Ayangzi from Magic City supposed to win? How did freshmen from big cities lose to those from Anqing? Some even speculate absurdly that Yi might be a hidden heir of some elite martial clan. Yi, the center of discussion, sits silently as if unrelated to the commotion. His system panel congratulates him for defeating all freshmen in the Emperor's Mirage trial, rewarding him with a chance to draw a new template. Yi asks Chu Zhou for a wet wipe to clean his hands thoroughly, while he silently prays for an awesome template. At his command, the panel begins spinning as countless indescribable monster roars emerge. The drawing session concludes with a devilish, arrogant laugh that seems to look down on everything. The new template reveals a level 13D, class vampire Rakwa with bloodline ability as corpse infection, blood manipulation, and undying body. The compatibility starts at 1% with evolution form Crimson Calamity. Yi nearly loses his composure upon seeing the D-level template, but his entire demeanor transforms when he notices the evolved form includes Time Freeze ability. Although the bloodline abilities seem underwhelming and the vampires inherently evil, cold-blooded, domineering, bloodthirsty, insidious, cunning nature doesn't particularly appeal to him, the potential to manipulate time, even for just 5 seconds, could directly elevate him to top powerhouse status. This SR gold card draw has granted him what seems like a broken ability. At that moment, a young man in a familiar sweatshirt and jacket approaches him. Ayangzi introduces himself with young Zhengxiang following nervously behind, worried his arrogant friend might disrespect Yi and provoke conflict. Yan Zhengxiang keenly realizes that if a fight breaks out, there's no trained infirmary to help Aoyang recover. Aoyangzi asks Yi if he truly defeated the Dragon Masked Man. Yi corrects him, stating he didn't just defeat but killed the mouthless, noseless opponent, emphasizing that winning and killing represent 2 different levels of difficulty. Having personally fought and died by Qianlong's hands, Ayangzi immediately understands the distinction. He stares at Yi with a sullen expression before taking a deep breath and confidently proposing his idea. Ayangzi says he plans to establish a new club at Hadu University different from the student union and hopes Yi will join as president. Over the years, both freshman chief and student union president positions have been firmly controlled by local students from the imperial capital. He believes Yi's strength offers hope to break this tradition. Aoyangzi speaks loudly while extending his hand toward Yi, eyes full of sincerity. The entire carriage falls silent as freshmen watch with bated breath. Feeling this could mark the beginning of a legendary organization at Hwaju University, a historic moment. Unexpectedly, it becomes a historic rejection instead. Yi apologizes and states his lack of interest in competing with the student union or establishing organizations, preferring to operate alone. Ayangzi shows no displeasure at the rejection, simply smiling and handing Yi his business card while adding that his newly founded club would always welcome collaboration. Following this rejection, others quietly observe Yi with mixed reactions, some puzzled by his solitary nature, others unhappy with his indifference, and some admiring his decisiveness. Only Chu Zhao remains indifferent, believing a powerful person like Yi has his own agenda needing no external validation. The train continues uninterrupted until safely reaching its destination at nightfall. Chu Zhou looks out the window and announces their arrival. Yi does the same, amazed to finally see the imperial capital, Xia Kingdom's most technologically advanced city where neon lights interweave into colorful networks and towering skyscrapers compete with stars for brilliance. After disembarking at Imperial Capital High-Speed Railway Station, Yi and other freshmen follow university staff to a helipad where a hovercraft awaits. The aircraft features the Imperial Capital's most cutting-edge technology with futuristic sci-fi design. Freshmen stare in awe at this beautiful transport that will carry them to Hwaju University from the station. They're instructed to board orderly with seat numbers matching their train assignments. Yi spots Lu Qingzhu nearby and rushes over to poke her lower back. The sudden touch makes her tremble with visibly reddening ears as she recalls her mother's lessons about ladylike behavior. Flushed, she questions Yi's public behavior since they're only nominally engaged without official marriage yet, and she shouldn't let him take advantage publicly. The clueless Yi wonders why she suddenly acts so serious, explaining he only wanted to know why they need aircraft transport within the city. Lu Qingzhu visibly relaxes with a soft sigh, wondering why her mother betrothed her to such a country bumpkin. She explains it's because Hwaju University exists in the sky. Following her gaze upward with puzzled expression, Yi finally understands when the aircraft ascends above dark clouds to reveal Xia Kingdom's most prestigious university as an aerial city floating above the imperial capital. The night scene unfolds like a cyberpunk painting with sharp, 3-dimensional skyscraper outlines under the city's night sky. The entire campus compares to 1/4 the imperial capital's size. Constantly protected by an electromagnetic wave net automatically recognizes authorized aircraft and opens circular entry points. Upon entering the city, Yi clearly feels his life magnetic field disturbed, limited detecting only within 100 meters. Each student receives a Hwaju University student ID essential for all future training and campus life activities. Freshmen proceed to the maglev station for trains to their respective dormitories to rest before official courses begin tomorrow. The train passes through the bustling city to a skyscraper with hundreds of floors, one of Hwaju University's student dormitories. Yi, like the country bumpkin he is, loudly comments about arriving at the world's highest city. Everyone except Chuzhou glances at him strangely, wondering about his origins or mental state, though Chuzhou considers it normal for powerful people to have quirks. Inside an elevator, Yi learns Chuzhou's dormitory is in B7 on the 45th floor, Wise is in A3 on the 42nd floor. He bids farewell to Chuzhou on the 47th floor and enters his 100-minute single room. Treatment feels like living a dream for Yi, amazed by the finely decorated room, latest model computer, and eye-catching jacuzzi, equivalent to a 5-star hotel experience he never encountered before. He intends to fully enjoy it, but first must maximize the Vampire Rakuo template. Earlier on the maglev train, he figured out how to use his student card by scanning its unique barcode with his phone to log into Hwaju University's exclusive network, Hwadupes. The Academy City marketplace accessible through this network uses learning points as exclusive digital currency. He converts over 30 million into learning points, receiving 322.43 points in his account, secretly shocked since 100,000 Shia country coins exchange for just one learning point. Despite the high cost, the marketplace offers solid goods unavailable elsewhere, representing significant student benefit. He spends 300 learning points at once selecting several blood attribute magic cores, speculating that same attribute cores might improve template compatibility. Recalling how the colossal humanoid template didn't exceed 10 million coins to push beyond 90% compatibility, he purchases just enough to maximize the Vampire Rakuo template. Within 10 minutes, a drone delivers his package outside the window, thanking him for the purchase and wishing cultivation success while requesting a 5-star review. Impressed by the quick delivery, Yi opens the package to find 9 blue and 4 green magic cores. He gulps them down immediately despite some stomach discomfort from consuming so many at once. The tremendous energy converts rapidly as the panel's compatibility gradually increases to 100%, unlocking the Crimson Calarm. His overall constitution rises to 29. Staring into the mirror, he notices his paler skin, sharper fangs with blood grooves that would suck blood like drinking milk tea when piercing flesh, and visibly long, sharp fingernails. A bold, crazy idea pops into his head. Without hesitation, he pierces his own throat with his nails. He experiences excruciating pain as blood gushes from his self-inflicted throat wound, but it heals almost immediately thanks to his vampire bloodline's enhanced self-healing ability. Though faster than before, these physical mutations matter less to him than the new power he has unlocked. He proceeds to the built-in training room in his dormitory, whose structure and materials can support ordinary martial artists' physical strength, perfect for practice. In the center of the room, he closes his eyes and channels martial energy around him. When he opens them, the Vampire Rakuo manifests before him. This entity possesses various reality-interfering abilities. At Yi's command, it spreads its wings wide while its gray cloak cocoons itself, transforming into a cold-faced humanoid creature that floats behind him like a shikigami. Yi raises his arms to shield himself, while the humanoid creature swings its fist at him with tremendous force, knocking the wind out of him and instantly fracturing all the bones in his arms. A loud bang echoes as his body is thrown backward and smashes heavily against the wall. With his arms completely destroyed, he slowly rises, coughs up blood, and smiles with satisfaction. The punch carried at least twice his normal strength. Next, he tests the time-stop ability centered on himself. A gray spherical area unfolds around him, draining all colors from covered areas into black and white as if light movement has stopped. A timer begins 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Upon reaching the 5th second, the gray area becomes unstable. Yi pushes further. At 5.1 seconds, he begins sweating profusely, his eyes turning bloodshot. The timer advances to 5.2, then 5.3 seconds. His nose starts bleeding, and blood vessels in his eyeballs rupture from excessive pressure. By 5.5 seconds, excessive martial power consumption renders the humanoid creature translucent and unstable. The gray time-stop field begins disintegrating, yet he grits his teeth and perseveres. Finally, at 5.7 seconds, the gray area inevitably collapses. Half kneeling on the ground, he wiped blood from his nose and grins, pleased to learn the 5-second limit belonged to the original template owner, not him. Early the next morning, he meets Chuzhou and they head to the freshman assessment gymnasium. Along the way, Yi finds the sunlight unusually glaring, an unexpected effect of fusing with the vampire template. Although he won't die from exposure like a real vampire, he has developed a distinct dislike for sunlight. Chuzhou asks if he has reviewed the university's new academic reforms for freshmen. Yi admits he spent the entire night training with the Vampire Rakuo and paid no attention to anything else. Chuzhou explains that Hwaju University has replaced its classroom-based teaching model with a group mentorship system this year. Each student will study under a main mentor for the academic year while seeking guidance from assistant mentors as needed. When Yi asks if they need to find a mentor, Chujo shakes his head and clarifies that he is exempt from this process. He shows him an announcement in the freshman group. As the collector of all zodiac pendants, he has the right to directly choose any instructor who cannot refuse. While indifferent to the privilege itself, Yi is concerned about the showy announcement posted publicly. Upon arriving at the athletics hall, they find a long queue inside. Generally, 3 students enter the assessment room simultaneously for evaluation, after which instructors light up their buttons to make selections. Seeing this, Yi waves Chujo farewell and leaves the gymnasium. Since he can choose any instructor at will, the timing of his evaluation is irrelevant. He decides to explore instead, finding the mentor selection process boring. The moment he exits the gymnasium, he detects a faint smell of blood. After sniffing the air a few times to confirm, he bolts in the direction of the source. This is no ordinary blood scent. It carries a hidden yet ferocious intent, like an undersea current of murder and sin, which actively arouses the evil spirit within him. Naturally attracted, he follows the smell through streets and alleys as the crowd gradually thins. He finally identifies the source, a cute little girl harmlessly eating a sweet potato like a harmless kitten. Why he stares at the cute little girl, finding it difficult to believe she is the source of such an evil aura. The little girl with icy hair combed into a bun suddenly turns toward him. Her large gold and crimson eyes study him curiously before asking if he has practiced the devil in the flesh technique. He grabs his chin with a puzzled look. The white-haired loli in front of him appears childlike but acts like a grumpy elder, even referring to him as a kid. He questions how this little stranger knows about his martial arts. She reveals she is the one who helped Lu Chenhu perfect that martial art. Upon hearing this, Yi recalls that ferocious man. The white-haired loli proudly explains that Lu Chenhu was her disciple over 90 years ago. He feels stunned, thinking she must be joking. While martial artists can surpass normal human lifespans and grandmasters maintain their prime into their 80s and 90s, this little girl who still smells like baby milk seems impossible. For warriors practicing certain advanced techniques, adjusting bone structure to child size isn't impossible. But the pure and innocent vibe she radiates seems too genuine to be acted out unless she's an Oscar-winning actor. The white-haired loli notices Yi's skeptical expression and questions if he doesn't believe her. Of course he doesn't, Yi replies skeptically, comparing it to declaring himself Emperor Qun Shi Huan. The moment he says this, his heart skips a beat as goosebumps cover his body. An icy cold sensation grips the back of his neck, and he hallucinates that he is placed on a guillotine and executed immediately after. The purity of this murderous intent immediately puts him on high alert. Just as he subconsciously prepares to use his crimson calamity to pause time, a strawberry-flavored lollipop is suddenly stuffed into his mouth. The white-haired loli stares at him with her big crimson golden eyes, acting cute as she apologizes. She says she might have gone overboard and hopes he won't report her to the school, explaining she can only leave her home 1 or 2 hours per week. Ignoring her deceptively cute appearance, Yi stares into her eyes and seriously demands to know who she is. The white-haired loli finally introduces herself as Gong Qi, a very powerful grandmaster. She adds as a secret that when the current president of Imperial University, Shi Jingwen, was a child, she once made him cry. Suddenly, Yi drops to his knees, surprising Gong Qi. He realizes becoming a disciple of the person responsible for improving the devil in the flesh technique would be a valuable investment. Gong Qi could help him break through his bottleneck, and as a grandmaster specialized in combat and killing, her style suits him perfectly. With utmost sincerity, he loudly declares he has drifted half his life without meeting the right master but now believes he has found one. He asks to become Gong Qi's disciple. Speechless, Gong Qi is totally caught off guard by this cringy and ostentatious display. Meanwhile, back at the gymnasium, nobody expected the 5 deans of Huadu University to be mentoring this year's freshman assessment. Countless freshmen glance in their direction, hoping to see expressions of approval but finding none. Most fantasize about becoming a dean's disciple, a sure ticket to becoming a rising star, but all 5 deans are actually there to compete for Yi. These freshmen aren't aware that the entire Zodiac competition was broadcast live to all teachers. From the moment the Level 1 alert sounded on the train, teachers closely monitored each student's ability to handle sudden crises using AI facial recognition scoring. Students who shrank back or charged unprepared into the Zodiac City space scored poorly. Inside Zodiac City, every student was evaluated on leadership, organizational ability, combat intelligence, and real combat capability. Every interaction during battles with the Zodiac masked men contributed to their scores. Even those who failed to hunt a masked man could score high if they performed well in other criteria. Yeah, he was the only freshman who received the highest score in every trial criterion. However, what truly stunned the 5 deans was his ability to kill Qianlong, the boss not even part of the trial evaluation since no freshman had ever survived encountering him. The deans deduced he probably didn't realize who the dragon-masked man really was, a model created by Xia Nation's supercomputer based on data from National Guardian martial artist Fu Hongsheng when he enrolled decades ago. Although the supercomputer couldn't fully replicate the insurmountable power of the divine double pupils in the Mirage simulation, Fu Hongsheng remained the strongest martial artist in Xia Nation's history. His Imperial University records have never been surpassed in over a century. Yet his annihilation of a model trained by such a master, even without its full strength, proved his incredible talent. The deans believed that without setbacks, he could become at least a grandmaster or even reach great grandmaster level. While they contained their excitement waiting for Yi to formally seek a mentor, an emergency call arrived. An instructor announced that Yi had already become the disciple of Gong Qi, former professor of Hadu University and current special faculty personnel. All 5 deans voiced their absolute disbelief in unison. Meanwhile, Yi had unceremoniously grabbed onto Gong Qi, refusing to let go unless she accepted him as her disciple. His shameless behavior would have landed him in jail for 3 years, if not for Gong Qi's actual age of over 100 years. Gong Qi initially resisted, stating she wasn't searching for disciples and had been expelled from Imperial University. Hearing this, Yi played his ultimate trump card, promising to find a way to help Gong Qi regain her freedom within 2 years if she accepted him. The moment Gong Qi's eyes lit up in agreement, Yi couldn't hide his devious grin. But before they could make it official, 5 powerful auras rapidly approached them. The 5 deans had arrived to covertly impede this master-disciple union. The dean of the School of Mechanics and Magical Equipment anxiously reiterated Gong Qi's promise not to interact with students during her release period, adding that her current mental state made her unsuitable for teaching. The dean of the School of Human Body and Physical Training nodded in agreement, pleading for Gong Qi to just go home. Gong Qi, already used to these hall show but no substance, busybodies, agreed to go home as suggested, but announced she was taking her new disciple with her. She asked for Yi's name and told him to follow her, defiantly claiming her right to teach despite the dean's objections. He follows Gong Qi into the Imperial University Research Institute, a building resembling a tilted Rubik's Cube. Despite her teenage appearance, Gong Qi possesses strength likely ranking among the strongest in the entire university, making her a viable mentor despite her unusual circumstances. She swipes her card through multiple security checkpoints until they reach a secret elevator leading to an underground facility. During the high-speed descent, he questions lives so far from campus in secrecy. Gong Qi explains that she has experienced control issues over past decades that sometimes resulted in harming others, leading the university to settle her beneath the research institute. Fortunately, her improved self-control in recent years has granted occasional freedom to leave confinement. Interestingly, Yi's main takeaway is being her first accepted student in decades. Gong Qi finds her new disciple's behavior strangely fearless, noting that normal people would be terrified of her potential for accidental harm. Yi merely gives a nervous laugh, admitting he hadn't considered that possibility. The elevator opens to a narrow passage ending at an alloy door with an electronic countdown clock showing only 11 seconds remaining. Gong Qi bolts through the door during the final moments, explaining that the timer tracks her permitted absence time. Failure to return before countdown completion triggers alarms in the university president's office and mobilizes the entire university forces against her. They enter just milliseconds before the door seals shut with complex mechanisms. A special electromagnetic field immediately activates within the room, making it difficult for Yi to gather martial energy outside his body, a deliberate feature to weaken martial techniques and prevent escape. The confinement space is unexpectedly luxurious, spanning 3 floors, living quarters on top, entertainment facilities with video games on the 2nd level, and a large training ground at the bottom. All areas are layered with high-powered magnetic suppressors designed to contain Gong Qi should she attempt to break out. Despite being imprisoned, Gong Qi lives like an empress with all comforts provided, including scattered takeout containers, ends, and game cartridges. Meanwhile, in the Imperial University President's office, Shi Jingwen, dressed simply in a traditional suit with gold-rimmed glasses, appears more like a scholar than a grandmaster. He receives news about Gong Qi accepting Yi as a disciple. Though unexpected, President Shi decides to allow this development, emphasizing the university's reform goal to nurture talents capable of shouldering Xia Nation's future rather than producing mid-tier practitioners. He views true geniuses like Yi as needing free growth opportunities. The president's computer alerts him that Yi has entered Gong Qi's safe room. Analytical reports indicate a 5% risk of Gong Qi losing control during long-term confinement with others, with Yi having a 9.7% chance of not surviving a rescue and 95.3% chance of dying even after rescue. President Shi reflects that special, ranked warriors like Gong Qi are either powerful death row convicts or extreme martial artists with uncontrolled strength, typically restricted during peace but deployed as national defenders during crisis. He believes he must have accepted the mortality risks when choosing Gong Qi as his mentor, recognizing that walking the path of a slaughterer requires such readiness. With time running out for Xia Nation amid threats from Northern Brighton Federation and Devane Descent Nation heretics, the younger generation must grow up quickly. Back in the confinement room, Gong Qi begins their first training session on the third-floor training ground, a space equivalent to 2 basketball courts surrounded by special alloy walls. She proposes a sparring match to assess Yihe's strength after over a decade without teaching. When Yi asks if she will suppress her martial arts to apprentice level, Gong Qi chuckles and agrees, having initially forgotten. Just as they assume fighting stances, Yihe recalls the guillotine illusion from earlier and hopes not to relive that experience. The moment he declares readiness, Gong Qi dashes forward instantly, her hand aimed precisely at his throat. Yi analyzes 5 possible dodging patterns but finds all countered before he can move, as if she's reading him like a book. Realizing his only option is to face the attack directly, he activates his nuclear light combat body. Deep blue light bursts from Yihe's body, enhancing his speed significantly. He blocks his throat with one hand while gathering murderous energy with the other to counterattack. Gong Qi smiles brightly at his strategic use of Bloodline Awakening for simultaneous defense and offense but proves still faster. She retracts her attack unexpectedly, her arm wrapping bonelessly around Yihe's like a python. She jumps onto his back and pulls hard, resulting in a gut-wrenching scream as Yihe's wrist, elbow, and shoulder joints dislocate simultaneously, nearly being ripped apart. Despite the severe pain from his injuries, Yihe's extraordinary resilience prevents him from losing combat effectiveness. He completely ignores his bloodied and bent arms, offering his master a pained smile. Her attack had knocked his bloodline awakening back to 0, and the sight of his blood seems to stimulate Gong Qi's long-dormant desire to fight, making her scarlet eyes glow with excitement. Realizing he cannot match his teacher in physical techniques, Yihe decides to use a different martial art. He activates his trump card, the power of the Colossal Titan. A surge of dazzling blue thunderous energy erupts around him, covering the entire training ground with a suppressive aura. He is glad to have fully mastered this giant anthropomorphic template recently. On the other side, Gong Qi readies her stance with a cheeky grin, her crimson pupils shimmering. She notes that this power seems far beyond a normal martial arts apprentice, thinking she has accepted a monster for a student. She decides to show some of her real skill. She slashes her hand through the air, releasing a powerful energy wave that slices through the weak point of Yihe's lightning energy, causing a small explosion and a cloud of smoke. Before the smoke clears, a giant black mecha suit bursts through and launches a massive fist at her. Gong Qi does not dodge. Instead, she meets the giant fist with her palm. The collision completely shatters the mecha's armored fist and tears through the entire arm. Yihe stares in surprise, the mecha's defense based on incredibly tough material, yet Gong Qi ripped it apart effortlessly. Instantly, Gong Qi appears behind the mecha, heading straight for the back of its neck, where Yihe's real body is hidden, despite his efforts to conceal all life signs. She calls out to him, telling him to come out of his shell before she forces him out, her hand raised for another energy slash. Dozens of meter-long armored spikes instantly emerge from the mecha, forcing Gong Qi into a tactical retreat. Just as she lands, Yihe turns the mecha's head towards her, its mouth wide open with a terrifying atomic energy brewing inside. He wonders if her power can defend against this attack. However, before he can release the atomic breath, the scene changes completely. Yihe finds himself bound by countless thick iron chains under a massive guillotine. This is Gong Qi's domain of killing intent. He realizes escape requires spiritual power, not brute strength. Just before the blade falls, he activates his Crimson Calamity to freeze time. Then a familiar muscular demon emerges and throws hundreds of punches at the guillotine, shattering the illusion. Yihe slowly opens his eyes, finding himself lying defeated on the training floor. Gong Qi stands beside him, commenting on how tough his defenses were. He sees the shattered remains of his mecha suit and the diamond, like crystal fragments that had protected him. Understanding, she violently pulled him from his armor. Realizing she used power far beyond the martial arts apprentice level, he questions her suspiciously. Gong Qi first denies cheating, then admits she might have used a tiny bit more force than necessary, claiming it is difficult to hold back perfectly. Under his silent stare, she finally confesses that she cheated and promises not to do it again. She begins to tear up, pleading with him not to leave, explaining she hasn't had anyone to play with for decades. Yet he feels uncomfortable as Gong Qi begins to cry like a child, making it hard to believe her age is over a century. He assures her he is not angry and has no plans to leave. He worked very hard to become her disciple and would not abandon that over a small matter. The moment Gong Qi feels certain he is staying, she returns to normal and insists she was not crying. Yihe is speechless but cannot fault the old master for her sly tactic. With the matter settled, Gongki states she now has a basic understanding of his abilities. She finds them not on her level, but still amazing compared to others. She confirms he is a truly gifted warrior and can now begin his real training. She asks what he truly desires to learn. Without hesitation, he replies that he wants to learn advanced martial arts techniques, specifically how she managed to slice through his lightning and mecha arm. Gongki explains that the slashing technique is difficult to teach. One must get a feel for it by cutting through many things. She describes the feeling as finding a shimmering line on everything, a precise point of entry she calls the kill line. This line can be clearly severed for a perfect cut. Yi understands now that her technique is different from others. It is not about dominance or strength, but about perfect precision, like a skilled butcher. Gongki continues, stating that learning the kill line technique will be complicated. She first recommends he becomes a formal martial artist, because without a solid martial foundation, he is not even qualified to learn most of her techniques. She asks if he knows the difference between a martial disciple and a martial artist. When he admits he does not, she elaborates that the difference is about the mind, not just the body. Martial artists gain a critical new ability known as inner vision. This allows them to see their own meridians, pressure points, and internal organs. They can then use martial energy to reinforce them, expanding the body's limits. A strong spirit must come first before the body can follow. Yahi smiles with understanding, impressed that his master is such a good teacher. He realizes his spiritual power has already greatly improved after fusing with his vampire template, which will give him a huge edge in reaching the martial artist stage. This prompts his next question about the techniques used to advance. Gongki explains that advancement techniques are ranked into 4 tiers: Tiangang, Disha, Zhuanhuang, and unranked. Students from lower-tier schools typically only have access to unranked methods, which are easy to use but common. Students at their university start with Zhuanhuang methods at a minimum. Naturally, Yi wants the best. Gongki informs him that Tiangang tier skills are sacred relics, with fewer than 10 left in the world. Their university has only 1, and he currently has no access to it. However, she can teach him a Disha-level technique she mastered herself, the Killer's Bodhi Heart Sutra. She reveals that the devil in the flesh technique was actually inspired by this very sutra. Yehi's eyes sparkle with a thirst for this knowledge, and he loudly declares his desire to learn it immediately. Pleased with his enthusiasm, Gongki agrees to start right away but warns him to get ready for the killing intent domain she created specifically for this technique. Without warning, he is instantly drawn into the bloody killing illusion. Standing in a sticky pool of blood, he feels both amazed and helpless. Gongki, however, is already excited by the smell of blood everywhere. It is clear he is in for one hell of a training session. Hours later, under the moonlight, Chuzhou is returning to his dormitory when he sees Yahi in the distance. Chuzhou walks over to say hello and asks Yahi about his first day. But just then, he feels a sudden chill on his neck as if a butcher's knife is placed there. The terrifying murderous intent makes him subconsciously pull out his ice sword. It takes a moment for Yahi to snap back to his senses. The moment he does, he apologizes to Chuzhou, explaining he is a little stressed, and it was just a reflex reaction. Although Yihi looks clean, Chuzhou can smell a strong stench of blood on him, as if his friend had just fought his way out of a sea of corpses. This is indeed the case, as the hell Yihi went through felt like standing on a mountain of corpses to cultivate his aura. 10 hours earlier, inside the powerful illusion realm, Gongki subjects Yahi to intense training. She creates countless mindless undead zombies that swarm him from all directions. She restricts him to using only a sword for this battle, forbidding him from relying on any of his other abilities or martial arts techniques. Frustration initially wells up in Yi as he faces the horde with what he considers a dull blade. He complains to his master about the difficulty of the task, not understanding the reason for such extreme restrictions. Gongki explains her methodology. The purpose is to force his body to become intimately familiar with the sensation of a blade tearing through skin and splitting bone. He must train his muscle memory to the point where it can instinctively locate the kill line on any target and strike with perfect accuracy in a split second. Understanding the objective, he focuses. He grips his long knife tightly and begins to slash through the endless zombies with renewed determination, completely immersing himself in the gruesome task. Silently observing, Gongki feels a sense of amazement. Practicing her Disha-level technique inside this illusion is dangerously intense. Most martial disciples are not even qualified to attempt it. She realizes her disciple is different. She notes that if Yihi's spiritual power were not abnormally high, the pervasive killing intent alone would have devoured his mind, potentially turning him into a mentally ill patient or a mere puppet of slaughter. She finally understands why President Xi Jinping calls Yihi the rising star of Hadu University, and she honestly looks forward to his future growth. Returning to the present after his encounter with Chuzhou, Yihi goes back to his dormitory. He treats himself to a comfortable hot bath in the jacuzzi, a fair reward for his dead, tired muscles after such an exhausting day. However, his reverie is cut short when his fiancée, Lu Qingzhao, calls him. On the other end of the line, she is sprawled seductively on her bed, dressed in yellow cartoon pajamas, a contrast to her usual elegant public appearance. She informs him that her mother has sent over the item he asked for, and it is currently in her possession. She adds that her mother also wants to thank Yahi for helping her daughter get first place in the freshman trial team. Since the university dormitories are apartment style with no gender separation, Yihi suggests swinging by her apartment to pick up the item later. Lu Qingzhou suddenly feels nervous at this idea and immediately counters it. She insists there is no need for him to come over and that she can simply drone the item over to him. Yahi agrees to this arrangement as it works in his favor. He then changes the topic, asking her about her mentor. Her tone becomes slightly prideful as she reveals that Dean Bai has accepted her as a student. The dean apparently told her she was very talented and accepted her immediately after the assessment evaluation. Being a disciple of a Huadu University dean is a significant achievement worthy of pride. Yihi chooses not to sully this moment by revealing that he personally rejected offers from all 5 deans, including Dean Bai. He knows full well that this news would prevent Lu Qingzhao from sleeping that night. He feigns a breaking call line and ends the conversation. Time passes quickly, and half a semester goes by. The first term of the freshman year nears its end. Many eventful things happen within the semester. Right at the beginning, Ayang Zenitzian leads from several provinces to form the Dragon Blood Society, which quickly gains influence among the first years. As expected, when the local freshmen from the imperial capital return from their special training summer camp, they clash with this society. The tension escalates into martial arts competitions between the Dragon Blood Society and the local students. Society loses more than it wins, and its influence begins to decline. The most popular freshman student becomes Shan Jianhui, who is the most famous nationwide among their peers. He was the top scorer in the imperial capital's entrance examination. During the live broadcast of the exam, citizens were deeply impressed by his powerful strength. Rumors even circulate that the legendary Fu Hongxing spoke highly of him, praising him as the next national-level warrior. And as for Yai He, who once stood in the spotlight at the school year's beginning, nobody remembers him anymore. He has completely disappeared from the public eye for over 3 months. Meanwhile, deep underground in the Imperial University's Research Institute, Yihi's training continues relentlessly. Gong Qi, bare feet, steps on his broad back. She instructs in a hurry with his push-ups. Each time she steps on him, she injects pure martial energy that she personally condensed into his body. This energy is laced with her insights in the killer's Bodhi Heart Sutra, designed to strengthen his newly broken, through martial artist stage. She teases him, calling him lucky to feel her delicate little feet on his back. With his martial energy sealed and sweat pouring from his body, he continues his push-ups with a constipated expression, feeling as if he is lifting a mountain. He feels ticklish as Gong Qi's martial energy flows through him. Not wanting to be outdone by her teasing, he gathers his strength and picks up the pace. Seeing her punching bag still full of fighting spirit, Gong Qi no longer just stands on him but begins to jump repeatedly on his back, injecting more powerful martial energy into every part of his body. He groans, swallows the fishy sweetness rising in his throat, and endures the torture. Finally, after the 10,000th push-up, Gong Qi senses a change and quickly jumps off. Yahi's body explodes with a deafening boom. A large amount of blood mist bursts from his pores as his old, worn-out muscles shred. His old skin falls away, and a new layer of pink skin quickly covers his body, hardening with every passing second. These brand-new muscles are evidently charged with enormous martial power. The whole process resembles the metamorphosis of an insect, where old flesh and blood are erased and replaced with a new body. With his shirt gone, Gong Qi calls him a pervert and playfully covers her eyes with her fingers spread apart. Embarrassed, Yi tells her to close her fingers if she isn't trying to peek. Ignoring her childish reaction, he prepares to leave. Gong Qi asks with teary eyes and a pitiful expression if he is leaving. He confirms he is, explaining that after being holed up with her for 3 months, it is time to go out and see the sun. She wants to know if he will come back. He turns his head slightly and promises he will, adding that she needs to practice her video games more because she is terrible at them. She teasingly gets the last laugh, stating that he will play with her anyway. Once outside, Yi takes a moment to stare at the marvelous city and bask in the warm sunlight. He realizes it has been 3 months since he last saw the sun. Although he dislikes sunlight, he still missed it. Walking down the streets feels like being in another world, the entire secluded experience feeling like a lifetime ago. Still, his reason for leaving seclusion is important. A very important component of student grades each semester at Imperial University is the off-campus assignments. These assignments include a wide range of activities, from hunting down illegal wanted warriors to investigating situations in secret realms. supporting the fight against beast tides, or cracking down on illegal organizations and foreign forces. He left his quarantine specifically to complete these mandatory off-campus tasks for the semester. He decides to go to the Student Activity Center where these assignments are issued, but before that he plans to meet his friend. He reaches the activity center and surprisingly at the entrance, his good old buddy Chuzhou, dressed in a slick white shirt, is waiting for him. Chuzhou spots Yi and says so he is finally out, complaining that he kept him waiting for far too long. Yi immediately notices his friend's improved condition and asks if Chuzhou has made a breakthrough in his power. Chuzhou confirms that he, like Yi, has also broken through to the martial artist realm and has achieved this milestone 2 months prior. Chuzhou reflects that he has seen Yi for the first time in 3 months, and on the surface, Yi shows no obvious changes in his aura or physique, which Chuzhou finds to be the most terrifying change of all. With the help of his own mentor's resources, Chuzhou felt his own rapid growth, but he cannot even imagine how far his monstrously talented friend has progressed. He recalls a private ring match he witnessed 3 days ago between Xiang Jianhui, the representative of Hodu's local freshman, and Aoyang Zi, the vice president of the Dragon Blood Society. Aoyang Zi was defeated in just 10 minutes, and the shocking aspect was that Xiang Jianhui did not even need to go all out. Chuzhou wonders if Yi's strength is above Xiang Jianhui's, but then he thinks it cannot be possible. Just then Lu Qingzhou reaches there. Even in a university known for its beauties, her appearance makes others look dull. She has long, straight black hair and is wearing a cream silk blouse. She apologizes to the two for being late. He raises his eyebrows and playfully asks what else she might have forgotten, noting that after 3 months apart, she did not even say hello to him. She looks at Yi and turns red as she remembers her mother's teachings about what official couples do together. She nervously pinches her silk skirt with her delicate fingertips, wrinkling it. She even considers initiating a kiss to smooth things over, but is caught off guard when Yi, seemingly naive, asks what she is doing. Embarrassed by this rejection, she turns around and declares that she hates his guts. Only after he coaxes her and promises not to tease anymore does she relent. The three friends enter the University Activity Center, a 5-story dome-shaped building with a skylight pattern like the Imperial University's emblem of 2 alternating palms forming wings. A huge central screen in the lobby scrolls information about the latest popular tasks and the students who have completed them with outstanding performance. Chuzhou and Lu Qingzhou have already completed 3 tasks. Exceeding their target, they are here specifically to team up and help Yi complete his quota. At a table-to-bedded booth, Lu Qingzhou selects 3 missions she believes are the best fit: the Hengxian serial killer, the Lianqing beast tide anomaly, and the Lingshui County's abnormality. Each mission has a detailed description of its location, requirements, and difficulty. Originally, all 3 were Tier 2 missions, but the Lingshui County's abnormality was just bumped into Tier 3. University missions are divided into 5 tiers of difficulty, with first-year students generally only taking on Tier 1 tasks. The only Tier 2 mission Chuzhou and Lu Qingzhou ever participated in was a team mission of 10 people. For a 3-person first-year squad, Tier 2 missions are rarely approved. Fortunately, Yi possesses a privilege card given to him by Gong Kei. She told him that her student can already stand on his own and that among freshmen and sophomores, few can compete with him. He needs difficult missions to sharpen his edge. This card allows him to accept any mission within the school, though she warned him against randomly choosing Tier 4 or 5 missions, as their complexity and fatal risks are too great even for Xuanwu class warriors. He really wants to try a high-tier mission, but, considering the pressure on his teammates, he gives up on the idea. Lu Qingzhou wants to know where he got the privilege card. However, she asks her question at the same time Chuzhou asks for his opinion on the 3 missions. This coincidental timing saves Yi from having to explain. Yi analyzes the 3 options. The first mission is a pure manhunt, but he believes the efficiency will be very low since investigators have been chasing a cunning criminal for months. The difficulty lies in tracking, not killing. The second task is to assist in an investigation, which he deduces would relegate them to trivial tasks on the periphery, offering no real chance for action or growth. The third mission, however, would put the 3 of them in charge of the entire process. Although it has no safety net and carries great risk, the potential reward is higher. He states that if they always hide in a greenhouse and fear danger, there is no point in being warriors. He prefers the third mission, and the other 2 agree with his decision. They reach the reception area, and the front desk staff there nearly goes to bonkers when they hand in their selection for the Tier 3 Lingshui County mission. The girl cannot believe 3 first-year students would attempt a mission that already wiped out a second-year team. She rejects their proposal firmly. Yi has to show his privilege card to end her rant. Skeptical, she calls the director of the Student Activity Center to verify its authenticity. A minute later, she hands the card back and wishes them victory without any trace of her previous contempt. Though dumbfounded by the sudden change, Yi still takes a jab at her for her earlier harsh attitude, and as they leave the center, Yi tells the other two to prepare their gear while he goes to pick something up before setting off for Lingshui County. He heads to the College of Mechanics and Magitech Foundry, a huge and glorious building that serves as the forging factory for mechanical and magical equipment. Once there, he verifies his identity and is granted access to meet with the dean. He is there to claim his reward for winning first place in the Zodiac Pendant competition, that is a weapon made of special grade alloy. He chose this over a set of Disha level martial arts because, with Gong Qi as his teacher, he does not lack high-level techniques. What he lacks is a suitable weapon, as ordinary materials cannot withstand his violent fighting style. The dean explains the attributes of the weapon. It is made of meteorite gold, a special alloy with no attributes but with a martial energy conductivity of up to 95%, famous for its ultra toughness. Plus, this saber is perfectly suited to the physique and strength of Yi. The finished weapon is a top-grade divine blade about 1.2 meters long with a wide flat blade. The blade is dark in color with spots that shine like a starry sky, characteristic of meteorite gold. The back of the blade is covered with dense serrated patterns to increase its weight and impact, making every swing produce amazing power. The handle is wrapped in special non-slip black leather with visible metal threads, also made of meteorite gold, allowing for the effortless infusion of martial energy. When he draws and swings the saber, the air seems to part. Every movement is accompanied by a whistling wind and a dazzling light that could make anyone shudder. The sword feels perfect, not too light, with the right weight, and it fits his hand excellently. It was customized based on his measurements from 3 months ago, yet it still adapts to his new strength after his martial breakthrough, a testament to the amazing skill of the university's swordsmith. The dean proudly states that not even Gong Qi should call him anything less than the godfather of forging, and as Yi heads out, the dean implores him not to repeat the words to his teacher. Yi meets up with his teammates at the school gate. About an hour later, they arrive at Lingshui County, an extremely ordinary and backward small town. With no secret realms to attract investment, the county looks closed off from the outside world. The main transportation for residents consists of old buses, tricycles, and electric vehicles. To keep their mission secret, the three pose as ordinary university students on an internship. Yi naturally expands his life magnetic field for sensing but narrows its range to less than 100 meters. He reflects that after half a semester, he has raised his DONGHUA template to 71%, and his life magnetic field is powerful enough to cover the entire county. He is worried that their arrival might spook their targets into hiding, and the real trouble with exterminating rats is always the search, not the killing. Chuzhou suggests they go check the house arranged by the university. Just as the three are about to walk to their residence on foot, a tricycle slowly stops in front of them, and the man riding it offers them a ride. Lu Qingzhou instinctively wants to decline the tricycle ride, but Yi agrees to the free transportation before she can refuse. The three of them squeeze onto the back seat with Yi sitting in the middle. The old driver notices Yi's local demeanor seems more approachable and asks where he comes from and if he is holidaying in Lingshui County for sightseeing. Yi confirms this, stating he brought his 2 classmates for fun and that he currently attends university in Yunqing. Hearing that Yi might be a fellow Lingshui County resident stuns the old man, even causing his cigarette to fall to the ground and get crushed by the tricycle. He asks which family Yi belongs to, stating he does not recall seeing him before. Yi calmly informs him that he is the grandson of Wei Xiaorong, who passed away a few years prior, and that he moved away right after his grandfather's death. He speaks fluently in the local dialect of Lingshui County, having mastered its intonation in just over 10 minutes on the plane thanks to his enhanced memory. This little interaction fully convinces the old man, who laughs in sheer delight. He claims he actually knew Yi Xiaorong and states that Yi's life will be blessed for remembering his roots. Soon they arrive at the old house arranged by Imperial University, which was also the old house of Wei Xiaorong. Yi thanks the old man as they get off the vehicle with their backpacks and suitcase. Interestingly, the old man reminds Yi that in 2 days, Lingshui County's grand evening party, held every 3 years, will take place and that he must attend. He even offers to personally come fetch him if he is too shy to go alone. Yi thanks him again as the man takes his leave. Upon entering the courtyard of the old house, they find the place in ruins, clearly uninhabited for over a decade. The cement floor is riddled with holes from tenacious weeds, highlighting the desolation. Yi tells the other two to step back, raises his foot, and stomps on the ground. A strong radiation instantly covers the entire yard and the interior of the house, killing all the bugs and vaporizing the weeds instantly. His 2 classmates are not idle either. Lu Qingzhou checks for any monitoring devices or abnormalities in the house, while Chuzhou secretly installs micro-cameras around the property for surveillance. A second later, Lu Qingzhou spots something odd and calls Yi over to look. Embedded in the wall of the original owner's bedroom is a shrine with a clay statue. The statue has a small red cloth covering its head. Yi casually inspects the ominous statue and realizes the shrine was installed very recently. The wooden shrine would have rotted away years ago if it had been there the whole time. Although covered in dust, it looks practically new once wiped clean, meaning someone else placed it there. Chuzhou, who entered the room at some point, hears their discussion, ponders for a moment, and finally opts to chop it down, stating the damn thing makes him very uncomfortable. Lu Qingzhou feels Chuzhou is being too impulsive, arguing that they should not destroy such an important clue without checking it first. However, Yi, already charging up an atomic fist, agrees with Chuzhou's assessment. He believes they should take a hard look when in doubt. Lu Qingzhou screams in annoyance. She initially thought Yi would agree with her, but soon remembers her battle maniac Fianca always agrees with anything involving fighting and destruction. She concedes to a compromise, suggesting they at least look at what the clay statue looks like under its mask before destroying it. She only manages to lift a corner of the red cloth veil when a warm, big hand suddenly grabs her wrist. Yi, having trained in a killing illusion for 3 months, keenly senses a hidden evil and dirty spiritual energy emerging from the statue. He feels that something is off. He stares at the clay statue suspiciously, then instructs Chuzhou to cut the filthy thing down. The moment he gives the order, Chuzhou, who already enchained his sword, takes a stance and slices the clay statue and shrine in half. A strange scene then stuns the three into silence. An ominous black liquid begins leaking out of the slit clay statue, almost like it is bleeding. This dirty spiritual energy flows out like a leaky faucet, wanting to escape. However, a muscular golden arm, invisible to ordinary warriors, suddenly shoots out from the body of Yi and firmly grasps the invisible, dirty spiritual body in its hand. Chuzhou and Lu Qingzhou cannot see the humanoid Shikigami, but they see a twisted mass of flesh and dark blood in the clay statue, wriggling slightly as if it is alive. Chuzhou waves his hand and instantly freezes the flesh in dark liquid. Lu Qingzhou feels a chill run down her spine and questions what that thing is. This is her first time seeing such a strange scene. Much like how humans can easily crush cockroaches, but still instinctively avoid them, she could kill the strange mass with a wave of her hand, but is still afraid of its filthiness and weirdness. Yi pats her on the shoulder and injects martial energy containing pure spiritual power into her body. This instantly warms her up, dispelling all the uneasiness and terror that had encroached on her body and mind. She snaps back to her senses when he asks if she is all right. Although confused about what she just felt, she replies that she is fine. The anomaly in Lingshui County seems directly related to this strange clay statue. From the way it was handled, the group's investigation has just taken a crucial step in the right direction. A sinister smile curls up on Yi's lips. He tells the other two to stay in the house and observe the dirty spirit body for any changes. There is something he must take care of immediately. Apparently, he tagged the old tricycle driver with a radiation marker. If his timing is right, it is time to reel the old man in. He mutters that there is no need for that old man to come to get him, he will be going to him instead. Meanwhile, in Lingshui County stands the 1,000-year-old Jinshan Buddhist temple. Once a center of prosperity and magnificence, the temple filled the entire county with its followers. Almost everyone in the county goes there to burn incense devoutly. It turns out some time ago, the old tricycle driver, Lu Jinsheng, rode to the back mountain of Jinshan Temple. In present, the temple's red door opens automatically in front of him. A young monk with thin lips and big ears steps out and greets the old man and informs him that the abbot is waiting for him inside. Lu Jinsheng perks up in delight, already thinking of his upcoming blessing, and cannot help nodding at the thought. The two enter a secret passage inside the stone wall. It is dark, but this seems to be no issue for them, as if they are walking in broad daylight. The young monk leads Lu Jinsheng through many twists and turns in the complicated secret passage and finally arrives at the destination. A 22-gold painted, angry-faced bodhisattva with 4 arms stands there, holding demons, subduing pestles or swords on its left and right. In front of them is a vermilion gate with Buddhist scriptures engraved on it. The young monk comes to the door, bows, and informs the abbot that the donor Lu Jinsheng has reached the blessing standard and that he has something to report. A voice rings out from behind the vermilion gate, questioning Lu Jinsheng's intentions and his reason for visiting so suddenly. In that very moment, the young monk senses another person, and his pupils shrink and his face transforms into something grotesque. Someone has tailed them to their secret location. The terrifying face and body of that monk now resemble that of a lizard man, complete with scales and claws. Lu Jinsheng, who is standing by, immediately drops to his knees and exclaims repeatedly, "There is a god among us, there is a god among us." Just then, above him, the foot of a black shadow suddenly comes into view, and steps directly onto the forehead of the lizard monster, and it is crushed into a meat paste. With time slowed to an incredible degree, Yi stares at the vile remains. He feels a wave of relief. noting with satisfaction that his protective energy field prevents any of the filthy matter from staining his clothes. Lu Zhenqing is so scared that he begins to stutter uncontrollably. He cannot comprehend how the young man he met just 2 hours ago is suddenly standing in front of him here. Yi does not even spare the old man a glance, because the two angry-faced bodhisattvas in front of him have suddenly started moving. Their eyes glow with a deep shade of red, and their movements resemble a strange dance. One holds a demon subduing pestle, and the other holds a demon-slaying sword. They attack him simultaneously. Yi does not even bother raising his own hand. The humanoid Shikigami behind him, however, raises its two big muscular hands and bears the full brunt of the attack. From Lu Zhenqing's view, it looks like a divine punishment from the angry-faced bodhisattva has automatically stopped in front of Wei He. The two statues begin to tremble slightly because a much greater force is resisting them. One hand of each bodhisattva is firmly grasped by Yi He's Shikigami, and they cannot pull back at all. They give up trying to retrieve their arms and instead use their remaining 3 arms each, totaling 6 giant weapons, to attack Yi He together. He rubs the spatial ring on his finger, which shines with a cold light. A moment later, he pulls out his starful cleaver. He calmly unsheathes the sword and simply swings it in response. Like a hot knife through butter, the 6 weapons along with their arms are cut into pieces the moment they clash with the sword. Suddenly, a high-powered laser beam shoots out from the angry bodhisattvas. However, Yi He is faster. He quickly closes the distance between them and leaps high into the air. In one single effortless slash of his sword, he relieves the angry-faced bodhisattvas of their heads. Their eyes keep shooting out scarlet lasers that drift uncontrollably through the air. Before Lu Zhenqing can react, he is also cut in half by one of the stray beams. The 2 huge Buddha statues fall to the ground with a reverberating boom, revealing the sparking cables and mechanical structures inside. These angry-faced bodhisattvas are not living things after all. Yi He knew this from the very beginning, since his life magnetic field never sensed any life from them. What concerns him more is how such an advanced technological invention exists in a backward little city like Linshui County. He walks to the massive door, wondering if the answers to his questions are behind it. Being an uninvited guest, he naturally does not plan to knock in a friendly manner. He instructs his humanoid Shikigami to punch the door open. Upon doing so, it only leaves a dent the size of a fist on the door. In rapid succession, golden fists rain on the vermilion door like a meteor shower, and it takes less than 3 seconds for the visibly dented and dilapidated door to finally turn into a pile of scraps, crumbling away. He casually walks through the destroyed entrance and is surprised to discover that the entire place is a huge underground palace. Large vermilion pillars support the space, and lotus lanterns hanging on the walls illuminate the entire area. The most eye-catching thing is the giant golden, painted Buddha statue about 70 or 80 meters high located in the center of the underground palace. Such a huge structure would naturally make most people feel intimidated or amazed, but Yi He is not like most people. His voice echoes in the empty underground palace as he casually asks why the host is still hiding like a scared mouse when his guest is already there. He tells him to come out already. At the back, the giant golden Buddha statue keeps radiating a brilliant, majestic light that makes the entire space tremble. A moment later, a monk wearing a red robe walks out from behind the big golden Buddha. The old monk wants to know why Yi He is there, stating that their temple bears no grudges with him and has no connection to him whatsoever. Yi He lightly strokes his spatial ring, preparing to draw the cold blade stored within. His eyes flash with excitement as he lifts the weapon. The swift motion reflects in his bright pupils, and a mocking smirk curls at the corner of his mouth. He calls out the mechanical being disguised as a human, asking if it really thinks it can hide from him. He declares it a worthless thing. Blade energy explodes from his weapon. With just one upward strike, he cleaves the monk's figure apart, and that shadow shatters instantly. However, another monk instantly reappears right behind the first one like a cold machine, clasping his hands in prayer. This new figure tells the patron that the killing intent within him is too heavy. Yi He curls his lip and growls irritably, telling the figure to shut up and stop pretending. He lowers his body into a combat stance, one knee bent while gripping the long blade tightly, and his sharp eyes fix intently on the ground just below him. Suddenly, the floor shakes violently and a huge black hole opens up, swallowing him whole. Yi He falls straight down, but he maintains his composure, still clutching his treasured blade. He lands with a solid handbrace in the middle of a strange new area. Around him are 18 entrances resembling caves that look no different from giant sewer mouths. From those pitch dark cave openings, countless bright blue eyes gleam like eerie flames, ready to pounce at any moment. Yet he slightly tilts his head, still arrogantly carrying his blade on his shoulder. He calmly identifies the creatures as mutated lizards and notes there are really many of them, ranging from level 1 to level 2 martial artists. Before the sea of monsters can surge in, his eyes burn even brighter with excitement. He exclaims with delight that their life fluctuations are exactly the same, identifying them as mass-produced biological robots trying to overwhelm him with numbers. He comments that those who have tried this before already have grass growing over their graves. Saying this, he grips the hilt of his blade tightly and sweeps it forcefully down to the ground. A resounding shock echoes through the chamber as he unleashes his Xuanhuang blade art. Killing intent bursts out fiercely, his whole body immersed in a terrifying red glow. He bends forward, his eyes blazing as he shouts loudly, naming his technique as Azure 3 blades, first blade 1,000-mile massacre. The star-severing blade vibrates powerfully. The blade's light stretches 30 meters, slicing through the sky. With one swing, a giant blood moon flash appears, devouring an entire line of monsters. Their screams echo like the gates of hell opening. With just one strike, countless figures are crushed. Those behind them become terrified and retreat, not daring to take another step forward. Yi smirks with contempt and speaks coldly, questioning what kind of temple stuffs a bunch of full monsters underground. His words cut into the pride of the beasts like a blade, driving them to roar madly. The caves continuously spew out more figures, but all rush headlong into the grinder named Yi. 10 minutes later, he stands atop a towering mountain of corpses, clean without a drop of blood on him. He holds the star-severing blade tightly in one hand and the bald head of a monk in the other. The broken mouth of the head keeps repeating like a scratched tape recording. "Benefactor, your blood karma is truly heavy." Hearing that nagging phrase over and over, Yi clenches his fist in anger, his face coldly glancing down at the head in his hand. He condemns the cheap biological creature, noting that even though it's already decapitated, it still replays recorded words. He challenges whoever is behind this operation to show themselves. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoes through the space. The voice acknowledges that they truly face a formidable opponent this time, but states that this is only up to this point. The space trembles violently, forcing Yi to stand still and observe carefully. From behind, the grinding sound of gears echoes from the great Buddha statue. Cracks appear on the statue's head, radiating intense heat. Mechanical roars sound like a giant beast awakening. The Buddha's once compassionate face becomes distorted. Its eyes light up like combat lights, and smoke billows from its mouth. The Fenhonate prayer beads around its neck fall down, suspended in the air and transforming into electronic firecrackers. It becomes clear that the giant statue was originally created as a machine of destruction. From its two shoulders, jet engine systems activate, spouting blue flames. The great Buddha rises from the lotus pedestal, transforming into a giant armored machine in the blink of an eye. Its entire body becomes covered in steel plating, with cannons sprouting everywhere. The cold recorded voice echoes through the chamber, telling the benefactor he has no path to salvation. Yi smirks and acknowledges that the transformation is impressive. Immediately, the mechanical statue swings its giant arm, lunging straight down with its hand aimed directly at Yi's head while roaring for him to enter reincarnation. On the mechanical arm, the accelerator cluster opens with the engine roaring fiercely. The arm strike powers to maximum capacity, pounding straight down his position and shaking the entire stone ground. Yet Yi still stands firm atop the mountain of corpses, looking up directly at the giant shadow. In the blink of an eye, he activates his battle form Warrace Titan, and his pupils start glowing intensely with white smoke trailing behind him. He simply utters two words sharply. "Bring it." The mechanical hand slams down thunderously. Rocks shatter and dust swirls throughout the space like a closing iron cage. But just then, at the tip of the Buddha statue's finger, a strange light suddenly flashes. The mechanical system immediately issues a warning about the energy threshold being exceeded and the right arm overheating. Before the announcement finishes, error sounds continuously echo through the chamber. The system reports an uncontrollable energy increase. The Buddha statue tilts its head to look at its hand, its voice sounding doubtful about what is happening. Meanwhile, the human energy light grows increasingly dazzling. From the rubble emerges Yi in his Warrace Titan Godzilla form. Now he stands as tall as the Buddha statue himself. Spikes erupt across the body, and he clenches his fists, primed to explode. He chants Namo Amitabha, as his fist shines brightly, filled with nuclear energy and waiting for the moment to strike. He finally springs up and unleashes a terrifying punch, pouring all his fury into it. The giant Buddha statue takes the full impact and is violently thrown backward. Yi spreads out his giant hand, rivaling the mechanical one. The only difference is that his glows green and is filled with benevolent energy. The back of his hand is covered with hard scales and sharp spikes like Godzilla's armor. Yi decisively reaches out, squeezing the statue's face tightly and pulling hard until its neck nearly snaps. In that moment, his eyes flash and a thrilled smile appears. He declares that this game isn't over yet. One hand isn't enough, so he braces his head and forcefully lifts his knee. The collision lights up the sky with the impact so fierce that the ground trembles. He shouts loudly, challenging the statue to see how his black steel knee performs. The Buddha statue's face shatters completely. its outer shell falling away to reveal the metal and microchips beneath, and a harsh emergency alarm blares, critical warning, multiple damages detected to cranial unit. The giant Buddha statue staggers backward as if slapped by heaven itself. Then the statue begins to glow with intense energy. Hundreds of prayer beads transform into energy beams that shoot down like laser rain, forming a wall of light to block Yi from closing in any further. These beams converge at a single point, triggering a tremendous explosion that echoes through the space and makes the mountains seem to tremble. The Buddha statue continuously emits shockwaves that sweep through the area like a storm. It has massive weapons hidden inside its chest. The mechanical eyes of the Buddha statue glare ahead, and the operator of this machine speaks into the speaker, admitting that this opponent is stronger than anticipated, noting that even using all kinds of weapons hasn't defeated him yet. Yi dismisses the thermal energy weapons as mere toys that only martial artists like himself. These words enrage the controller behind the machine, who shouts through the loudspeaker system with the persistence of a leech, vowing to exorcise him. Immediately, the Buddha statue surges with energy again, preparing to unleash its ultimate strike. But suddenly, the ground cracks open as countless blackened bones thrust upward, pinning the giant Buddha statue firmly in place. He opens his mouth exactly like the Godzilla monster in movies, and from his throat bursts forth a brilliant blue energy like a nuclear waterfall aimed straight at the Buddha statue. Before the machine can understand what is happening, Yi roars that it's time to go to hell. When the energy storm passes, everything returns to silence. He stands there exhaling hot breath that emits white smoke. He looks around and shrugs casually as if he has just dismantled a toy. He comments that digging a cave in the mountain to hide a bunch of lizard people with a walking Buddha statue must be the work of a mad scientist. Finished with the destruction, he shrinks his body back to its original form and jumps down to the ground lightly like a feather. In front of him, the statue is now just a pile of scattered scrap metal, but beneath the lotus pedestal, he spots a mysterious passageway. Noting there's also a door down there, he decides to see what fun awaits below. Half an hour earlier, inside a modern laboratory, a young handsome man speaks to the old man beside him. He reports that the intruder has already taken down the machines at the gate, but assures him that the main door is made from the latest alloy, ensuring he can't get in. Before he finishes speaking, an image of Yi striding arrogantly inside appears on the screen. Both immediately turn pale, shrinking back like mice facing a cat. The young man stammers that they still have the biochemical army, 10,000 artificial warriors against one martial artist, but dares not finish his sentence because at that moment the scene of Yi wielding a 30-meter-long great sword slashing through the biochemical creatures appears clearly on screen. The two can only hear the hissing sounds echoing in the silent room. The young man's face drains of all color as he suddenly goes mad and shouts that they still have the trump card, the Buddha statue, the ultimate product designed to deal with demon beasts at the Lord level. He claims destroying a minor martial artist should be a small matter. But as soon as he finishes speaking, the screen immediately shows the minor martial artist crushing the Buddha statue like tofu. The old doctor glares fiercely and tells the young man to shut his crow mouth up. Then one of his eyes flashes with electronic light, showing a trace of cold reformation surgery. He mutters that they must retreat immediately and activate self-destruct to avoid exposing any data. This doctor is Feng, who once belongs to the third-level Prometheus Institute and has now been secretly recruited by the Laser Bird organization. The entire tragedy began 10 years ago when Laser Bird silently its claws into the small town of Lingshui. They replaced all the monks of Jinjin Temple, exploiting the villagers' faith to brainwash them and turn them into guinea pigs for biological projects. In exchange for promises of blessings, the people obediently offered themselves for experiments. Before the two core researchers can even set foot on the escape door, a brilliant blue light tears through the ceiling, slicing it cleanly like a hot knife through butter. Immediately after, the sturdy steel door of the laboratory explodes into hundreds of pieces, scattering like fireworks on doomsday. The two doctors are instantly startled to the point of nearly losing their hearts, their faces pale as if they have just been summoned by the king of hell. In the hazy dust smoke, Yi slowly descends with arms crossed over his chest, looking no different a demon king stepping out from dark legends. He tilts his head and speaks with a lazy voice full of disdain and asks Dr. Feng where he thinks he's running off to. Upon hearing this, the young doctor is terrified out of his mind and drags old Feng away in a desperate escape while shouting to the bodyguards to stop the intruder and protect the doctor. The poor bodyguards, who haven't even understood what is happening yet, see the figure rushing towards them like a lightning bolt. He doesn't even bother to waste effort fighting these low-level guys. He sweeps past them like a cold wind, heading straight for the two leaders. Old Feng is small and shriveled with a face wrinkled like an ancient tree. He trembles as he steps forward, trying to appear calm and asking if they can talk. While saying this, he secretly pulls something out of his pocket, a a self-destruct activation device. The old man calculates that just pressing the button will blow up the entire base, destroying him and the Laser Bird group but absolutely preventing any secrets from leaking out. Laser Bird has implanted tiny bombs inside each key member and used their families and loved ones as leverage to ensure no one would betray them. But this plan proves to be just a brief dream. Just as the old man's trembling finger is about to press the button, Yi grabs that wrinkled wrist and breaks his wrist bone. The old man screams silently, only making pitiful sounds. Yi squeezes harder, lifting him up like carrying a chicken. Dr. Feng's skinny legs kick wildly in midair. Then suddenly, Yi lets go and the old doctor collapses to the floor with a thud. Yi demands that the doctor now tell him everything they did at Ling Shui. This single sentence causes old Feng to freeze on the spot. Yi stands casually with hands in his pockets and asks whether Feng killed the 3 young martial artists and what secrets this place truly hides. The old man remains stubborn and defiantly states that Yi should not even dream about getting answers, explaining that he has a monitoring device in his head that will detonate a bomb if he reveals any of the company's secrets. Yi's sharp eyes briefly glance into the man's mouth, noticing a decayed tooth deep in the jaw that emits faint blue smoke. At that moment, the old man grits his teeth and coldly declares that since he is going to die anyway, he will choose the most exhilarating way. Poison immediately surges out, corroding his tongue and throat as his face twists in agony. Yi clicks his tongue and bends down to observe with displeasure, recognizing it as preloaded poison and commenting that Laser Bird is full of reckless fools. Suddenly, the room's lights turn bright red and a loud emergency alarm blares through the facility. Yi looks up at the ceiling. Realizing the self-destruct sequence has begun, he immediately summons his vampire model and declares that even death is too much of a luxury for people like the doctor. Then, in the blink of an eye, the vampire model lunges forward and stabs through the doctor's throat with its finger. Vampire venom spreads through the entire body. Normally, vampires can turn humans, or corpses, into corpseborn, but aside from a rare few, most are no better than zombies, no regeneration, dulled intellect, bodies that rot. But Yi possessed the ancestral humanoid power. Fuse it with the vampire's gift and the result is something else. Feng's body starts trembling violently and glows with blazing red light. His skin becomes smooth, and he grows his hair back. The metallic fake eyes fall off as real eyes are reborn. With a soft pop, the old man slowly stands up with a rejuvenated face and bows respectfully to his new master. He curls his lips in satisfaction, describing the perfect Bloodling's memory that intelligence, lacks fear of light, possesses strong recovery abilities, and offers absolute loyalty. He looks down at the transformed doctor and chuckles deeply, stating that since he can no longer die, the self-destruct program will also stop. From this moment, his past ends and he has only one identity to serve Yi. The transformed doctor acknowledges that serving the master is his honor. Yi then commands the doctor to show him when this city was infiltrated. A blood-red light flares up in Yi's eyes while Dr. Feng's eyes also emit a strange radiance. The two energy sources intersect, creating mysterious waves. In just moments, old Feng's mind is pierced layer by layer, and all of his memories are laid open for Yi to see. He sees a younger doctor trembling with blood-smeared hands, wild bloodshot eyes, and a mouth dripping with thick red fluid, looking no different from a starving beast. Old Feng scolds the assistant for sneaking food before break time. Another memory shows the gloomy main hall where an old woman is bowing her head asleep. Feng whispers that she's sleeping again right in the Buddha hall. The young doctor responds coldly as if discussing routine work, stating that the more they sleep, the better. Yi then senses something unusual. The stream of memories changes color, turning into chilling scenes of Earth. Feng kneeling before a clay Buddha statue and murmuring about a heavenly kingdom descending. The old man rolls up his sleeve to reveal strange numbers deeply engraved into his flesh. 60, 75, 33, 42, 1. He whisks questions about what this means and who carved it onto his arm. The memory shows old Feng writing on paper, calculating and analyzing what appears to be a code string in internal document format code. Images shift rapidly as old Feng types the sequence 0A425521 into a computer, making the screen light up with files full of ciphers. He says that things are not good as his consciousness has been interfered with. In the darkness, old Feng hisses about who dares to turn him into a test subject and treat him like a guinea pig. It becomes clear that he had engraved this puzzle on his own hand beforehand as a reminder of when his memory was manipulated. The cannibalism, those who fell into deep sleep, and the heretical statue all trace back to one name, Divine Descent Nation. Returning to reality, Yi's eyes flash with light. He now understands that what they called raw flesh was human blood and flesh, and Divine Descent Nation is nothing less than a mad cult. Dr. Feng, now a loyal servant of Yi, kneels down and hoarsely reports that Laser Bird chose this place as an experimental base, but that heretical organization infiltrated it, turning everyone into puppets like those villagers with their consciousness wiped clean and made absolutely obedient. Hearing this, Yi stares straight at the pale face of the old doctor. He questions whether the three Huadu warriors were butchered, and whether Shu Zhou, Qing Zhou, and himself are just premium ingredients in their eyes. The stream of memories continues spiraling deeper, bringing him back to when old Feng sat before a screen dense with data. In the 8th year since taking over Lingshui, the Jinshin base was complete with biochemical technology matured and ready for mass production. His mind was filled with ambition about a new era where martial artists would be only a memory, giving way to cold biological machines and creations surpassing human limits. But reality proved different. In February last year, the first anomaly appeared at Lingshui. A month later, reports of strange phenomena were sent back, an investigation team was dispatched, and experiments were launched. Day by day, Feng's consciousness was eroded. He repeatedly warned himself, relying on his scientific intellect to detect logical loopholes and nearly escaping control at times, but all was in vain as Jinshin had been assimilated too deeply. Through each layer of data, Yi clearly sees that the mutation process at Lingshui has 4 stages: cannibalism as the first sign of spiritual contamination, slumber as the next step deeper into invasion, and kneeling before clay statues indicating body and mind completely stained beyond cure, and finally collective sleepwalking where humans become nourishment source for that will. Inside those memories, Yi sees the old doctor staring at a screen where divine designation is written in blazing red characters. He admits that he once thought his inhuman experiments were the utmost cruelty, but compared to them, they were still too insignificant since they not only took lives but offered an entire city as sacrifice to that will. He says that the thing used to infect and devour lives was a demon fetus brought out from a mysterious relic. All the facts suddenly click in Yi's mind as he returns to reality. He coldly states that the day this demon fetus matures is the night 2 days later. A flash of memory appears. The old man riding the three-wheeled bike once patted his shoulder and said with a smile that in 2 days would be the biggest festival in Lingshui held once every 3 years, telling him not to forget to come. Everything becomes clear to Yi, and he realizes that the old man had already given him a hint. Yi fully absorbs all the memories from Dr. Feng, gaining complete knowledge of Laserbird's illegal experiments and secrets. He now understands the global power and complex network behind Laserbird, which allows it to conduct dark experiments without fear. Yi recognizes he is not strong enough to confront such a giant yet. He plans to handle the research base by later handing it over to Imperial University along with its associated troubles. And his current priority is resolving the abnormality in Lingshui County. The mission from Imperial University permits students to end it after discovering the truth, but Yi chooses to continue. He desires not the mission reward but aims to steal the prize from the divine distant nation for himself. He instructs Dr. Fahide in Lingshui County and find an opportunity to inject Yi's blood into the water system. The goal is to ensure maximum infection among the residents. Feng feels excited upon understanding his master's plan, admiring Yi's bold imagination to compete with the demon fetus for believers. Since the entire county has reached the 4th stage of contamination, reverting people to normal is impossible. Yi believes controlling them under his influence will prevent harm to society, and he hopes to restore their lives after the crisis. Yi returns to the old house and reunites with his teammates, Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu. They are eating combat rations, showing their awareness that local food is unsafe. Lu Qingzhu's face changes with disgust as she remembers the cannibalism, while Chu Zhou remains calm. Both have scouted the area and discovered the townspeople eating human flesh with warped cognition, akin to enslavement by some force. Yi acknowledges Chu Zhou's accurate guess about the situation. He shares details of his visit to Jinshin Temple but omits the assimilation of Dr. Feng and the truths about Laserbird. Yi fears his plan is too crazy, and he cannot explain his ancestral vampire virus, so he avoids risking his teammates' support. Lu Qingzhu is surprised by the complexity, noting the illegal lab's presence suggests the anomaly has affected even powerful groups. She suggests calling Imperial University for backup, but this dampens Yi's mood. He convinces them that the mission, though suddenly weird, does not threaten their safety. He argues that always seeking help hinders their growth as martial artists. Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu feel a surge of fighting spirit and agree to hold their position until nightfall to observe the mass sleepwalking, the last unexperienced anomaly. Meanwhile, Laserbird headquarters in Magic City. The board of directors holds a meeting. They discuss the loss of contact with the Jinshin Temple base after the self-destruction program was triggered and terminated within seconds. The information department alerts them after failed attempts to reach the lab. Following a principle of eliminating witnesses, the board decides to activate heart bombs implanted in all researchers. They then dispatch a special team to Lingshui County to investigate. Back in Lingshui County, Dr. Feng experiences the heart bomb activation, but survives due to his immortal nature. He removes his heart and enters a weakened state as it regenerates. He informs Yi about Laserbird's actions and the incoming special team. Yeah, he assures Dr. Feng to continue with their plan without worry. Night falls, plunging the county into darkness with only streetlights illuminating the empty streets. A train arrives at Lingshui County Railway Station, and the Special Laser Bird team disembarks. The team comprises 5 members. Black Lion is the captain, along with Catfish, Aries, Goldsnake, and Bluebird. Catfish, a middle-aged man, observes the secluded environment and remarks that it makes sense for the company to choose it as a black site. Aries, a woman carrying a baby, adds that the company has investigated and found Dragon Finch not involved in the Jinshin Temple base incident. She wonders aloud then who did it, given Laser Bird's many rivals. Their leader, Black Lion, tells them to hit the base first. He orders the team to destroy all experimental equipment and materials. They divide tasks, with Goldsnake and Bluebird investigating the town disguised as a couple, while Black Lion, Catfish, and Aries check the underground lab. The team moves out, with Goldsnake and Bluebird stealthily exploring the town. They find the streets eerily quiet, with pitch-black residential buildings and new sounds of animals, creating a dead city atmosphere. They sneak into an apartment covered in dust and cobwebs, discovering a rotten dog head in the kitchen, implying residents have eaten all pets. Bluebird checks the living room but finds nothing unusual. Upon entering a bedroom, she sees a shrine with a clay statue and lifts the red cloth, immediately falling into a trance. Goldsnake, in the living room, listens through his earpiece as Black Lion reports finding the base destroyed by a powerful warrior, with thousands of bioman corpses and a combat mecha torn apart. Black Lion notes no survivors and Dr. Feng's body is missing. Just then, communication cuts off abruptly. Goldsnake realizes the equipment has been disturbed. He glances out the window and sees the empty streets now filled with sleepwalking residents in pajamas, their eyes closed and closing in on their location. Goldsnake understands they are discovered and attempts to warn Bluebird. Before he can act, a tactical dagger coated with anesthetic suddenly stabs into his abdomen, and his acupuncture points are sealed. It is Bluebird who has attacked him. Goldsnake drops to his knees, terrified to understand his teammate is under some form of control. Before losing consciousness, he notices the clay statue in the shrine. The bed has the same glowing eyes as Bluebird. He recalls a past event from the secret ruins where he saw a group of statues worshipped by a ruined civilization. One statue was an exact match, known as Moon Nightmare Barrows. Outside, the cold white moon over Lingshui City appears exceptionally large this night, brightening every dark corner. He is standing atop a clock tower, observing the entire city. The enormous size of the moon makes him feel his life magnetic field is being jammed. He smells a strong stench of blood coming from a massive gathering of people to the southeast. Despite this, he detects a strong stench of blood from a southeast direction where countless people are gathered. He messages his teammates Chu Zhou and Lu Kunju, who are investigating elsewhere. Since the mass sleepwalking involves eating, he wonders about the process but expects to witness it soon. Goldsnake wakes up after the anesthetic wears off and finds himself tied to a pillar next to Bluebird, who remains unconscious. He attempts to rouse her, but she seems deeply lost in a dream. Goldsnake feels terrified watching the naked crowd surround them. He tries to reason with the townspeople, but they appear so altered that their humanity is questionable. Their creepy, constant smiles suggest they are now monsters in human skin, perhaps more frightening than actual monsters because they fear nothing and show no respect for life or death. A bell suddenly rings, signaling the arrival of some existence. Goldsnake instinctively looks skyward to see the moon looming only a few miles away, nearly touching the ground. The sleepwalkers then climb on top of each other, forming a massive human ladder that connects heaven and earth. The pillars holding Goldsnake and Bluebird are lifted high into the air by this human structure. Meanwhile, at Jinshin Buddhist Temple in Lingshui City, Black Lion loses contact with Goldsnake and Bluebird without clear reason. He suspects this trouble relates to whoever destroyed the underground lab. Believing a major event is unfolding in the city, he decides to take initiative and return quickly. The moment Catfish and Aries exit the temple, they sense something unusual and glance upward. All dark clouds have vanished, revealing a huge full moon that seems closer to Earth. A visible beam of moonlight then projects onto a specific part of Lingshui City, resembling a miracle. Even knowledgeable Black Lion finds this bizarre situation startling. He now thinks the lab's destruction is more complex than company leadership assumed. He resolves to carry out the mission with ruthless efficiency, even if the road ahead is hell. The three immediately head down the mountain towards the urban area where the moonlight shines, believing it holds the reason for their teammates' disappearance. Just as Black Lion and his team get closer to their destination, they unexpectedly encounter another team of 2 martial artists. It turns out Black Lion, being extremely vigilant, has discovered the other party's presence in advance, and his first reaction to the sudden appearance of 2 warriors is to kill them quickly. With a flip of his palm, he hurls a dagger imbued with powerful martial energy with tremendous force. Lu Chungju reacts decisively. She summons a large blue umbrella with the jade pendant her mother gave her. This protective magic tool can predict fatal killing intentions. The dagger collides with the seemingly weak blue umbrella, trembles, and bounces away, piercing a nearby building and denting it greatly. Black Lion never expected a mere martial artist to possess such a treasure. However, the failure of the attack means they are exposed. Black Lion demands to know who they are and why they are being attacked. Upon seeing the clothes on Lu Chunju and Chu Zhou, he figures they are not locals but the vermin who trashed the underground lab. Black Lion orders his teammates to crush their opponents within 3 seconds. Catfish and Ares immediately rush into action. Chu Zhou draws his ice sword and takes a decisive stance beside Lu Qingju. Catfish, who enjoys teasing his victims before killing them, directs creepy and disgusting remarks toward Lu Qingju, mentioning how he would enjoy her corpse. Lu Qingju feels disgusted. She blocks Catfish's attack and forcefully pushes him backward. Chu Zhou summons a massive ice peak that rises from the ground and charges straight toward Ares. However, Black Lion intercepts the attack effortlessly, shattering the ice with a wave of his hand. Chu Zhou understands that such a large-scale attack lacks killing power against strong foes, but his goal is to stall for time. He casually throws down several smoke bombs specially designed to block perception and vision, then escapes the scene with Lu Qingju. They are aware that instead of fighting head-on against high-tier martial masters, it is better to run. But suddenly, Black Lion stealthily appears near them with daggers dangerously close to their throats. Before he can slit their throats, an extremely heavy horse-slang sword falls from the sky and stabs the spot where he stood moments earlier. It is Yi who has thrown the sword. Black Lion feels surprised for a moment and curiously asks if Yi is with the two. When Yi boldly declares his intention to kill him, Black Lion scoffs at the absurdity, thinking this young man is eager to die. Black Lion decisively uses his assassination technique, the Phantom Clones, transforming into 12 afterimages that all dash toward Yi. Yi counterattacks with his Time Freeze ability. The domain of stasis unfolds, causing the 12 Phantom Clones to slow down and hang motionless in the air. Yi grins knowingly, aware that even a Grandmaster's body reinforced by great martial energy can withstand tank shells, but can still be killed. The 12 Phantom Clones technique is clever, and he initially cannot identify the real body. With time frozen for 5 seconds, he has ample time to locate the real Black Lion. Yi's Time Freeze is a unique ability. To keep it hidden, he kills any enemy who discovers it. Channeling his vampire control over blood, he drives the blood on his fingertips into a high-pressure arrow infused with lethal intent and kills each of the clones. This technique of is called the heart-piercing demonic bloodthorn. When time resumes, Black Lion, the former king of assassins, instinctively senses death. A sniping blood arrow is aimed directly at his forehead, and he fails to dodge it. The blood-red devil thorn pierces straight, shattering his brain. The king of killers dies in a hasty manner, his final thought wondering how the enemy appeared before him instantly. The battlefield falls silent as Yi casually grabs Black Lion's body. He pierces 5 fingers into the man's throat and draws out the blood, then refines it inside his own body. The blood is strong, and Yi can feel power rushing through him like a fast river. Each second, his aura grows. The barrier that most fighters need a long time and many resources to break is crushed by this surge of blood and energy. Some of the energy leaks away during absorption, but there is still more than enough. The physical foundation still elevates him to the 8th stage. No matter how experienced Catfish and Ares are, they feel stunned by Black Lion's sudden death. Judging from the martial energy fluctuations, the one who killed their captain also drained his blood to cross 2 levels instantly. The two decide to make a strategic retreat and report the gathered intelligence to headquarters. Before bolting away, they witness something even more terrifying occurs. He uses the demon imprisoned in the flesh to summon a bloody demon puppet. A translucent dark red hand stretches out from the shadows, and when the evil shadow fully emerges from the blood below, Catfish and Ares feel horrified. This demonic shadow looks exactly like their captain, who has turned into a human corpse. Catfish nearly soils his pants right then, wondering what kind of monsters they have provoked, each more terrifying than the last. He even doubts if Yi is just a martial artist. Ares, with a serious expression, throws away the baby in her arms. The baby grows rapidly in midair, soon turning into a 3-meter tall muscular monster. After instructing the monster baby to hold off the enemy, Ares and Catfish separate and flee. Upon seeing this, Yi instructs Chu Zhou and Lu Qingju to cooperate with his demon shadow and deal with the monster baby, while Yi chases after the 2 martial artists. Chu Zhou does not waste a second and immediately awakens his bloodline, the icing dragon shadow, to fight off this monster baby. Chu Zhou turns into a soaring ice dragon. The baby monster roars in anger. Its black muscles swell and glow with dark red light. Heat pours off it as it smashes a burning palm down at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou answers with his ice technique, the soaring dragon shadow. Frost covers his ice sword and forms a dragon-shaped phantom. With a light swing, He sends out a huge wave of freezing power that becomes a dragon's head and rushes forward to swallow the baby monster whole. The monster baby roars again. Its burning muscles crash into the freezing wave, and a thick mist rises. It doesn't notice the real danger hidden inside the ice. A sword blade concealed in the ice dragon's shadow suddenly cuts toward the monster baby's throat. Caught by surprise, it jerks its head away. Even so, half of its cheek freezes and then breaks off like glass. Under the broken flesh is an alloy skull, proving it is a bio-engineered creature. Chuzhou had not expected a creature of such enormous size to react so swiftly. Its agile movements make it so fast that it closes in on Chuzhou in an instant. Fortunately, he does not fight alone. The blood demon Shadow, which waited patiently in the shadows, transforms into 12 blood shadows in midair. Their bloody knives whip into a dense storm of slashes, tearing into the monster baby's muscles. Even though the monster baby's regeneration ability is not weak, the speed cannot keep up with the wounds inflicted, leaving the monster baby drenched like a blood gourd. Subsequently, Lu Qingju fully accumulates her strength with huge purple wings spreading out behind her. She flies high in the sky like a goddess and activates a genetic technique, the purple dark sun flame. The strange lines on her cheeks flash with a dazzling purple glow as countless purple-black feathers gather in her palm and spontaneously combust into purple-black ashes. When the radius of the spherical ash ball reaches 5 meters, the entire ash ball instantly ignites, turning into a purple scorching sun. At that moment, Chuzhou swings his ice sword and freezes the monster baby's legs to the ground. The blood demon Shadow grabs it from the front and holds it in place. It can't move. High above, Lu Qingju lifts the purple sun with both hands and throws it down. A thunderous boom follows. The explosion shakes the whole city. A giant pillar of burning purple fire bursts into the sky and, for a moment, even hides the cold moonlight. The monster baby is swallowed by the flames. It howls and screams as the fire closes in from every side. Like a maggot attached to a decaying corpse, the violent purple flames seep into its body through the dense cuts, reach its organs, and light them on fire. The monster baby burns from the inside out. In the end, nothing remains but drifting ash. Elsewhere in the silent city, Catfish desperately runs for his life in the sewers. The last time he ran so frantically was on the battlefield of the warlords and drug lords in the Black Triangle. Suddenly, Catfish feels something deadly and leaps backward instinctively. A blue beam of light, like a divine punishment, cuts through the stone bricks on the ceiling, allowing the bright moonlight to shine into the dirty and smelly sewer. Yi appears, sarcastically commenting that rats really like to crawl into sewers. Catfish hears these provocative words but feels no anger, only a primal fear that paralyzes him. Meanwhile, outside the sewers, Aries is running away while keeping a vigilant eye on her surroundings. She sees in the distance a 20-meter-long crescent blade aura shooting straight into the sky under the bright moon. She can feel a familiar killing aura and knows it can only be Yi. Her stomach sinks. The bright blade light is coming from the same direction Catfish ran. Goldsnake and Bluebird are probably dead, the captain is already gone, and now Catfish too. She is the only one left, yet Aries refuses to die. She forces herself to think fast. She wonders which path gives her the best chance to live. She pictures all the routes she knows, weighing speed against safety. She looks for a way with cover, places to break line of sight, and more than one exit. She plans to drop anything heavy, change direction if chased, and use any distraction she can find. Then she picks the route most likely to keep her alive and runs. Aries suddenly looks up at the strange lunar ladder in the sky and thinks of a bold idea. The only thing she can imagine stopping Yi from chasing her is this weird ladder in front of her. She wants to live even if it means giving her soul to the devil. Aries takes a deep breath and quickly makes her way to the location of the moon ladder. Upon arrival, fear immediately grips her when she sees the densely packed naked human bodies with creepy, peaceful smiles on their faces, forming a bridge connecting heaven and earth. She also finds them all extremely old with skin covered in wrinkles like dry bark. It seems that while forming this weird ladder, their vitality has been taken away by the moonlight. Suddenly, a cold voice comes from behind, questioning if she wants to go up there. Terrified, Aries turns to see her pursuer, Yi walking closer. He is holding Catfish's severed head in one hand and a long sword in the other. Waves of killing intent roll off him. Fear takes over. Aries stops thinking about everything else and rushes onto the moon ladder. The ladder looks endless, but she climbs fast, driven by terror. She can feel her lungs burning, yet her feet keep moving. At last, she reaches the top, and what she sees shocks her. A door stands there, carved with delicate patterns. It is beautiful, almost holy. Suddenly, the door opens, flooding the space with a bright purple light. Aries' mind blurs. In the glow, she sees her parents, smiling and reaching out to her, inviting her inside. Tears fill her eyes. She smiles through them, steps forward, and says she has missed them so much, then walks happily through the door. Meanwhile, the figure who suddenly appeared at the bottom of the moon ladder curls a strange smile after seeing Aries enter through the door. The figure looks like Yi, but it is nothing more than a phantom. The illusion was created to push Aries into climbing the ladder. Once its purpose is fulfilled, the phantom dissolves into a streak of moonlight and fades away. The real Yi stands quietly in the distance, observing everything. His eyes reveal both calm and interest. He realizes that the moon nightmare, Barrows, had drawn on Aries' fear and shaped it into an image of him, using illusion to control her actions. This method intrigues him, showing how fear itself can become a weapon. Yi then turns his focus back to the larger picture. 2 members of the Laserbird assassin team are already dead, and the rest are likely to be finished as well. His calculations tell him that the people of the god-descent Heavenly Kingdom will arrive the following day. Laserbird, having lost both its base and one of its squads, will probably lie low and not interfere further. That leaves no more distractions. After so much preparation and maneuvering, Yi finally senses that the stage has been set. The real performance is about to begin. At dawn, the huge moon moves away from the Earth's surface reluctantly, and the beam of light from the moon dissipates. The people of Lingshui County who formed the human ladder return to the ground. When not bathing in moonlight, they resemble dead wood. Their lifeless skin becomes full again, seeming to return to normal. But this is just an illusion. Their lost vitality has been permanently plundered by the moonlight. They return to their homes with eyes closed as if nothing happened. Yi and his 2 classmates watch the strange scene silently from a distance. Lu Qingju feels worried, thinking the mission's strangeness has exceeded their imagination. She indirectly asks Yi if he truly wants to continue. Chu Zhou stares in Yi's direction, waiting for a reply. Yi reassures them not to worry, expressing strong confidence in seeing this through to the end. He mentions they have a powerful ally helping in secret, though this individual does not wish to show themselves. Chu Zhou nods slightly in understanding. He suspects Yi is not from an ordinary family, perhaps an illegitimate son of a powerful warrior or a young master undergoing trials. This would explain the hidden protector Yi refers to as an ally. Yi delegates an important task to Lu Qingju and Chu Zhou. Countless demonic shadows burst from his body, densely filling the surrounding space with their murderous aura. He wants the 2 to move with his demon shadows and smash the clay statues in every apartment in the city. Chu Zhou leaves without a word, sword in hand, accompanied by some demonic shadows. Lu Qingju looks at Yi with concern but ultimately follows his plan. As she turns away, Yi calls her back. His eyes show confidence, and with a smile he tells her to believe in him. Lu Qingju remains silent for a moment, her ears turning red and her mouth curling into a reassuring smile. She replies that she does believe in him but adds that Yi should trust his teammates more in the future and not handle everything alone. Yi returns to the underground palace of Jinshin Buddhist Temple, where Dr. Feng waits patiently. Time is running out, and Yi is not in the mood for Dr. Feng's flattery. They need to prepare for battle quickly. Yi stares at the mountain of reptilian corpses in the pit of the underground palace, a result of his own slaughter. He now wants to give them a chance for rebirth. Activating the power of his anthropomorphism, Yi controls energy lightning to avoid damaging the reptilian cyborg corpses. A 50-meter tall giant with only the upper body forms. The giant raises its hands and tears open its chest, revealing a throbbing heart. A large amount of the giant's blood pours down like a waterfall onto the mountain of corpses. The moment the reptilian cyborgs contact the giant's blood, their dilated eyes tremble and refocus. Their broken bodies squirm with flesh fibers and begin to regenerate slowly. Yi plans to use the vampire virus to revive the reptilian cyborg corpses first. Then, he uses the founding power of his anthropomorphism to grant them the power of giants. When the moment arrives, they will evolve into an army of undying giants, completely bound to his will. Doc Feng deploys biomosquitoes through his computer to fly into every household in Lingshui County and deliver Yi's vampire blood to every resident. Dr. Feng's work does not stop there. After the infection is complete, he is supposed to repair the golden mecha Buddha that Yi tore apart. Though impossible to fully repair after brutal dismantling, it is still possible to remove some weapons and modify it. Yi feels pleased that everything is progressing smoothly on his side. But as Yi prepares for war at full speed, and Heavenly Kingdom is about to set foot in the city. At this time, 2 buses are on the road to Lingshui County. Inside are 53 passengers, each dressed in a holy white robe embroidered with noble golden patterns. They are the believers sent by the Heavenly Kingdom to welcome the birth of the demon fetus. Among them, there is a bishop with the aura of a great martial artist, 2 deputy bishops with the aura of a martial artist, and the remaining 50 people are all at the level of an ordinary martial artist. The Heavenly Kingdom did not begin as a strong force. It first appeared during the early invasion of the Secret Realm as a small doomsday cult. The group was made up of desperate fanatics, poor, powerless, and pushed aside by the world. Everything changed when a mysterious pope appeared. He brought frightening powers taken from ancient ruins inside the Secret Realm. With this new strength, the cult grew rapidly and transformed into the heavenly kingdom. Their mission became clear: to bring gods from the secret realm into the human world and reshape humanity into what they called a true heavenly kingdom. For many years, the Xia kingdom resisted their influence more than any other nation on Blue Star. Yet after endless effort, even Xia is on the verge of falling under their shadow. The Buzes speed forward, carrying their holy followers. Faith burns in their eyes and their hearts are set on the same goal. In only a few hours, the demon fetus will be born, and the heavenly kingdom plans to seize that moment for their gods. The bishop stares at Lingshui City just ahead. He knows the divine fetus planted by the archbishop 4 years earlier is hidden there, waiting for the time of its birth. A believer dressed in a red robe, marking his position as an archdeacon, speaks with sorrow. He reminds the others that their archbishop devoted his life to divine faith, yet was struck down by the ignorant people of Dacia. He says the archbishop never lived long enough to see the divine fetus grow, calling this world cruel, a place where the strong devour the weak like beasts. Another believer responds with grief. He recalls the archbishop's unwavering faith and gentle nature, mourning that not even his body remained after his death. The bishop, wearing golden robes patterned with red, lowers his head in sorrow. In a firm voice, he declares that the archbishop's sacrifice must not be wasted. Ignorance, he says, has already driven the world into ruin. If left unchecked, Blue Star will soon collapse completely and become another cursed zone of sin. He proclaims that the gods must be welcomed into this world, not as a simple act of faith but as a revolution. To him, it will be the greatest gift for their children and the final liberation for all of humanity. All the devout believers become influenced by the bishop's words. Their faces morph into fanatical expressions, and they raise their hands hectically, repeatedly exclaiming phrases about a god on earth. Nightfall soon arrives, and an exaggeratedly large full moon rises, looking creepy with 2 huge craters and a row of curved cracks that form a strange visual illusion of a smiling moon. In the dark of night, the heavenly kingdom reaches Lingshui City. The ladder to the moon is already built, waiting for these devout believers to welcome the birth of the moon god. The bishop feels really excited, thinking that throughout the history of the divine religion, only 2 divine fetuses have been successfully hatched. He believes he is about to be recorded in their history. In the past, the first divine fetus caused global climate anomalies, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and related disasters. These events resulted in the deaths, injuries, and exile of hundreds of millions of people. This was the result of just 1 minute of the god's activity. When that god appeared, the clear sky turned into a thundering hurricane. That 1 minute on Blue Star is still recorded as one of the world's top 10 mysteries. The second descent was not as exaggerated as the first. But after another god descended on the Australian continent, he caused fog and undercurrents to rise in the surrounding seas, completely blocking the entire continent. Then nothing happened. The entire Australian continent lost contact, and that area is now completely blank in satellite reconnaissance. The countries of Blue Star formed coalitions to investigate or attack, hoping to understand the god's intentions or see if the god could be killed. However, the entire Blue Star alliance could not break through the sea fog undercurrent. They suffered almost no casualties but found no way to penetrate it. The strangest part was that according to all coalition participants, they lost their way in the sea fog and traveled for 5 whole years, but the rest of the alliance knew they had only been in there for a few days. Scientific testing revealed that the participants were indeed 5 years older than before entering the sea fog. Since then, the Australian continent has been listed as an S-level life-restricted zone, and no one dares to set foot there anymore. Now, the bishop is in Xia country to welcome the arrival of the third god. 50 believers form a human flesh magic circle under the moon ladder. They chant the hymns of their religion loudly and drip blood onto a crystal from the secret ruins placed on the ground. The bishop steps onto the lunar ladder, chants with his head down in great piety, and gradually walks toward the strange moon. He sees a magnificently carved moon gate on the moon and kneels from where he stands. He cuts his wrists with a golden dagger and spills his blood. As if confirming his identity, a hall appears behind the moon gate. The bishop keeps his head down, not daring to look directly at the hall's details. A voice in his mind guides him forward until he finds an altar made of moonstone. On it is a platinum coffin engraved with the symbol of the cult. The divine fetus cultivated by the archbishop is inside. After absorbing nutrients from the people of Lingshui City for 4 years, the divine fetus is almost matured. Although it was cultivated with the inferior life energy and faith power of the people compared to the 2 previous fetuses that used entire countries' efforts, it is still good enough. The bishop carefully lifts the platinum coffin, finding it surprisingly light. He carries it with utmost care and walks out. Under the lunar ladder, the believers see the bishop carrying the divine coffin and reciting scriptures devoutly as he descends. They feel great admiration for him, believing his devotion to their god is worthy of a bishop. The believers make way for him to enter the center of the formation and place down the sacred coffin. At the center, the bishop shouts, opens his arms, and calls out to the great moon, the nightmare god of the dream realm. He identifies himself as the most loyal servant and asks permission to call the god by a moon named Nightmare Barrows. Just at this moment, the bell tower in Lingshui City rings the midnight bell, like opening fireworks signifying the show has begun. Throughout Lingshui City, a white spirit emanates from the bodies of all the residents. These spirits embody the power of human faith. Tens of thousands of spirits gather into a white wave and fly toward the divine coffin. But at that precise moment, a loud beast roar explodes like thunder, revealing the power of an emperor. Like a signal, all the faith power in the white wave suddenly turns blue. Some are completely blue, others are shades of blue, but no matter the shade, it shows their faith in Moon Nightmare Barrows has been tarnished. They now believe in another unknown king. Since this ceremony cannot be reversed, all the believers of the heavenly kingdom watch helplessly as the impure beliefs enter the platinum coffin, nurturing the gods. Their minds fall into a state of shock, unable to comprehend what they are seeing. Yi chooses this moment to strike. In a blink, he appears right behind the bishop, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he mocks him. The bishop stiffens, shocked, and demands to know who Yi really is. Before Yi speaks, his vision changes. The world loses its color, leaving only glowing lines that trace the shape of the human body and its organs. Among all the lines, one stands out more than the rest, a bright red mark glowing at the bishop's throat. Yi instantly understands what it means. He can now see the kill line. Murderous aura floods into him and into his weapon. He tightens both hands around the handle of his starfall cleaver and lifts it with deadly intent. The bishop's world spins. The only thing he sees before darkness takes him is a blood-red crescent tearing across the sky as Yi descends from above with his cleaver. He tells Bishop that he is the devil before killing him. The deep toll of a church bell echoes as the golden-robed bishop collapses onto the ground. With his final breath, he calls out desperately to Moon Nightmare Barrows, whose form now glimmers faintly with a layer of blood. Yi looks on with disdain, scoffing at such a pitiful scene. Inwardly, he mocks the bishop, noting that even with 3 life-saving treasures, the man still could not endure a single strike. Suddenly, a voice commends Yi for his incredible display of strength and invites him to join the church. He turns his head slightly and sees another figure standing close by, a bishop clad in a crimson robe. This person introduces himself as Lin Chu, the current highest leader of the cult within the Xia Kingdom. His presence radiates both power and authority. Lin Qi explains the deception without hesitation. He says that serving the divine religion is a dangerous role, one where life is often at risk. For that reason, it is reasonable to let a subordinate take the place of a superior as a shield. Yi's eyes narrow. Realizing the truth, the bishop he killed was only a decoy. Sensing danger, Yi immediately chooses to withdraw. However, Lin Qi's mocking voice follows him. He declares that the land they stand on is sacred ground, chosen to welcome the gods, and no one can simply leave as they wish. Lin Chu then raises his hand. At once, Yi feels his body grow unbearably heavy. An unseen force crashes down upon him, pressing against his bones and muscles. His movements are restrained, his body bound tightly in invisible chains. The moment he tries to rise into the air, the crushing power drags him back down, locking him in place. Yi recognizes the use of telekinesis, feeling that the telekinetic power is pure spiritual energy. He understands that only spiritual energy can counter it. A golden armored demon emerges from behind Yi, tearing apart Lin Chu's massive telekinetic hand. Lin Qi's pupils shrink with shock flashing across his face as he stares at the figure behind Yi. He realizes that Yi has also been trained in the divine arts, possibly due to his towering spiritual power and constant exposure to divine sounds. Lin Kuai even curses through gritted teeth, wanting to avoid fighting near the coffin, but Yi's reaction makes him presume fear. Yi sneers and throws a punch, his arm bursting out with blue lightning instantly. Bones as thick as pillars sprout from the lightning, along with muscle fibers as tough as steel bars, sparks racing alongside. With just one punch, a roaring flesh-forged dragon bursts out in a flash like towering pillars. The dragon's maw crashes toward Lin Chu's stunned face. Lin Qiu smirks and informs Yi that such abominations cannot harm him. A thunderous explosion shakes the ground as Lin Qiu is blasted away. The flesh dragon barrels forward with unstoppable force, slamming him relentlessly. It drives him straight through a fortified building like a bullet train at full speed, shattering the entire structure instantly. The exposed muscle fibers stretch for hundreds of meters, dragging Lin Qiu as they tear through countless buildings with blinding speed. Lin Qiu's world spins violently, and when he regains his senses, he is pinned beneath the raging flesh dragon. His ornate crimson robes are reduced to rags. Without the psychic barrier shielding his body, he would have been crushed to dust. At that moment, his veins burst under the strain of overdrawn mental power, with blood pouring from his organs, nearly causing him to black out. Yet, in the next second, his wounds begin to heal. Lin Qiu grins with satisfaction, believing Yi cannot hurt him because he is a being blessed by the gods. Yi stares with an expressionless face and scoffs. He expected that these cult lunatics are nearly impossible to kill, finding it really troublesome. Suddenly, the rest of the frenzied cultists start gathering around him, chanting repeatedly in unison. Yi gives them only a passing glance, smirking to himself. He had almost forgotten these fanatics even existed. The chanting grows louder, reaching a fever pitch. Then, in perfect unison, every cultist draws a dagger. Without the slightest hesitation, each one slashes it across their own throat. Dozens of bodies collapse at once, spraying the ground with blood. He sneers at the display, thinking that mass suicide must be the only trick these lunatics know. Their twisted logic is something even he cannot begin to understand. Still, he chooses to wait and watch, curious about what sort of scheme they hope to achieve this time. The answer arrives almost instantly. A cold, slimy wave of spiritual energy sweeps through the air, wrapping around the fallen corpses. The bodies jerk and thrash violently, as if something monstrous is pushing from inside, desperate to escape. He narrows his eyes. A sudden tear of flesh splits the silence. A blood-red hand bursts out from the chest of one of the dead cultists, claws dripping with gore. The corpse shudders one last time before splitting open entirely. Crawling free from the ruined shell comes a creature with skin the color of fresh blood, twisted horns jutting from its skull, and long, razor fangs glinting in the light. He stares at the demon without alarm. To him, it is nothing but foreign trash in a borrowed form. He cannot help but smirk at the lunatics using their bodies as conduits to summon what he considers trashy demons. 50 cultists attempt to flood the battlefield with these mass spawns. However, he has his own mass spawn ready. The moment he throws his head back, a roar reverberates across the entire county. Bolts of lightning identical to his earlier transformation into a giant explode throughout Lingshui City. Countless giants, each over 20 meters tall, rise from the ground and rush toward the battlefield, responding to their king's call. The demons shriek in frenzy, but they are no match for Yi's giant avatars, being crushed into dust within moments. The Archbishop stands dumbstruck, staring at the towering giants born from the Byarillion warriors. His mind reels from the sudden events. An archbishop killed instantly, an army of giants appearing from nowhere, and Yi disappearing from sight. The archbishop quickly uses his spirit sight to locate. He's striding toward the divine coffin. Realizing Yi's target is the god fetus, he bolts to stop him but is immediately intercepted by Chu Zhao and Lu Qinzu. Scorching violet flames and a blast of freezing dragon breath flare up, boxing him in with each aura carrying terrifying weight. The archbishop's brow furrows as he recognizes the preparation behind this attack. From the decapitation strike to the giants crushing the demon horde, and now this pincer move. He wonders if they are Lonko operatives who knew of the church's plan all along, fearing the mission might be doomed. Yet he reaches the divine coffin, feeling a chill cold enough to freeze his soul and a searing hostility radiating from it. He understands this reaction since he is entering the presence of a so-called god. A system panel flickers before his eyes, announcing the acquisition of special energy. During the Heaven's Descent ritual, half of the faith energy hoarded for 4 years was corrupted by Yi. That tainted faith was used by the god fetus to build a body for Moon Nightmare Barrows in the mortal realm. Yet part of its divine power was stolen by Yi. He reflects that the heavenly kingdom was never worth his attention, being weaklings and cannon fodder. His true enemy has always been the deity tied to the moon in dreams. Even stripped of divine power and malnourished, this god should have awakened by now, so he questions why it remains hidden. He decides to pry the lid off himself if it will not come out. With a single flip, he blows the lid of the divine coffin open, but his pupils shrink upon finding it completely empty. He curses inwardly, wondering where the bastard god is skulking. He takes out his starfall cleaver, tightening his grip with every muscle tense. A suffocating stillness hangs over the battlefield. The roars of giants and demons vanish, and the clash between his teammates and the archbishop goes silent, as if the entire world has muted itself, leaving only Yi. Then a voice echoes from the void. He turns to see the bishop he beat earlier, with a creepy figure hanging behind him, indicating an illusion. He narrows his eyes, recognizing the familiar sensation of being entranced. Lin Qiu's voice slides into his ear, cold and amused, questioning when he fell asleep. In the real world, the archbishop successfully summons a hulking demon to pin Chu Zhao and Lu Qinzu, buying himself a precious moment of respite. He wonders anxiously how Lin Qiu is faring. Using his spirit sight, he turns his attention back to Yi by the coffin and senses something seriously wrong. Yi is under divine punishment for offending a god, and Lin Qiu's spiritual presence is no longer detectable. This thought chills him, and he dares not imagine the rest. Left with no choice, the archbishop decides to reach the divine fetus as soon as possible. He draws a short blade set with a green gem, a wooden tribute relic called the Xuanwu Divine Needle. Once it pierces an enemy, blood thorns sprout within and grow outward until the enemy is shredded into a pulp. The archbishop dashes toward Yi, judging him as a sinful soul deserving punishment by the gods and intending to execute him personally. Nearby, Chuzhou and Lu Qingzhu, pinned by the hulking demon, watch Yi He teetering on the brink, their faces white with rage. Chuzhou curses through gritted teeth as the archbishop heads straight for Yi He. He instructs a hesitating Lu Qingzhu to save Yi He while he holds the demon back. Chuzhou unleashes the blood, burning forbidden technique, causing a surge of massive frost to burst forth. The demon, previously having them subdued, suddenly loses its edge. Freezing such a behemoth takes all of Chuzhou's martial energy. But he still urges Lu Qingzhu not to hesitate, emphasizing that their lives are not worth as much as Yi He's. Lu Qingzhu no longer hesitates, unfurling her wings and rocketing off to intercept the archbishop. Before leaving, she implores Chuzhou not to die. However, the tide soon turns because Chuzhou cannot hold the beast forever. With a thunderous boom, the frozen bindings melt away as unquenchable hellfire bursts out, turning the ice to vapor. The 5-meter-tall horned demon breaks free at last. Flames burn inside its eyes as it glares at Chuzhou with hatred. The fire gathers and hardens in its massive hand, shaping itself into a giant war axe made of pure hellfire. The demon raises the weapon high, and with terrifying power it swings the blazing axe downward. The air splits with the force of the strike. Chuzhou cannot dodge as his legs remain badly injured from earlier, when he forced himself to hold the monster down. Pain burns through his body, but his spirit does not waver. He makes a choice. Roaring with all his strength, Chuzhou declares that he will see his revenge through to the very end. At that same moment, several sharp ice needles shoot from his body and stab into the demon's pressure points, carrying the cold intent of his will. Chuzhou unleashes the hidden bloodline power from his proud family in the imperial capital. A flood of martial energy bursts out of his exhausted Danshin, filling his body and restoring the vitality he had nearly lost. The dragon horns on his head lengthen, sharp and majestic. The wounds and torn flesh across his body knit together, replaced by a layer of icy, scale-like armor, and his dragon eyes, once dim and fading, blaze with light again. The aura around him surges higher and higher, even surpassing the strength he once thought was his peak. Yet this new power comes at a terrible cost. His lifespan now burns away at twice the speed. Chuzhou ignores the price. He lifts both hands high, summoning an invisible storm of martial energy. The power churns wildly around him, then gathers into a single form. With a deafening roar, the energy condenses into a massive chi, sword stretching tens of meters long, its edge shaking the very space around it. The icy kai sword glimmers in his grasp. Despite his smaller frame, the weapon looks like it belongs to a towering giant. He channels all of his killing intent, rage, and strength into this one strike. With a roar, he swings the blade down, the sheer force of it tearing through the battlefield like judgment itself. The demon monster senses the bone-chilling murderous aura and opens its mouth to unleash a massive flame. But before it can, the overwhelming destructive power from Chuzhou envelops everything. The icy kai, sword formed by his blood, burning forbidden technique strikes down with earth-shattering force. Blazing flames roar fiercely in response, clashing violently against the icy power. The two opposing forces merge and spread across the battlefield. Chuzhou's eyes widen in astonishment, his face slightly pale as he feels something is wrong. The beast roars defiantly, crouching and bracing against the slash. Its whole body trembles but remains firm, with scorching red flames and icy force splitting the sky in half. Chuzhou watches the beast gradually break through his kai sword and scorch it to pieces with demonic flames. With his martial energy depleted, Chuzhou feels at a loss. Suddenly, a bullet fires from behind, piercing the demon's skull and exiting through its mouth. Blood erupts violently. Before the beast can recover, a series of heavy armor-piercing rounds follows, piercing its nape, waist, abdomen, and back, creating large blood holes. The demon monster is mutilated on the spot. Chuzhou, nearly drained of all energy, deactivates his blood-forbidden technique. He glances around cautiously, wondering if the helper is the ally he mentioned. He spots the source. The rifle's muzzle glows faintly with heat, smoke curling from the barrel. Behind it stands Dr. Feng, calm and focused, who keeps his eye pressed to the tactical scope, covertly observing the battlefield. Dr. Feng reflects that without the armor-piercing bullets imbued with martial energy in advance, saving the situation would have been impossible. He initially thought Chuzhou was the weakest in the team, but now recognizes his powerful trump card. Considering the warrior hierarchy from martial disciple to National Guard level, Chuzhou seems close to breaking through to martial disciple. Lu Qingzhu also appears formidable. In dark, Feng's eyes, those with good potential, are worthy of assisting Yi He, so he decides to send a drone swarm to help Chuzhou recover strength. Immediately, drones fill the sky and fly toward Chuzhou, making taking down the demon easier. On the other side, the Archbishop's face twists in anger, his eyes full of resentment. Even though his opponents are not Lanka operatives but younger and weirder individuals, they counter every obstacle. He wants to know who these kids are. Chuzhou and Lu Qingju stride confidently toward him and simply reply through their actions that they are ordinary freshmen from Imperial University. At that moment, perhaps sensing its believers' helplessness, the moon deity intervenes directly. 6 massive coffins made of heavy alloy crash down from above, striking the ground with an earth-shattering bang. These coffins are suckers summoned by the moon deity to confront Chuzhou and Lu Qingju. Each coffin trembles violently as the lids fly open, revealing 6 undead martial warriors exuding a murderous aura under the cold silver moonlight. Their faces and expressions are identical, with strange purple glowing eyes, as if controlled by an invisible force. Lu Qingju feels shaken, recognizing several familiar faces. 3 missing students from Imperial University and 1 woman they fought earlier. The Archbishop, initially stunned, becomes ecstatic upon sensing the familiar breath of God from the corpse warriors. He delightfully declares that his God is blessing him. Nearby, Feng grows worried as he watches the 6 martial corpse warriors advance toward Chuzhou and Lu Qingju. His orders are to protect the two, especially Lu Qingju, as the primary target. Facing 6 undead with the aura of martial instructors, she seems doomed. Dr. Feng understands why he previously didn't dispatch the massive army. Their weak strength and lack of intelligence caused Chiao's in battle, but the situation changes now. Without reinforcements, the mission would fail, and his own death would be miserable. Left with no choice, Dr. Feng uses Yi as a conduit to order the giants to join the fray. Heavy footsteps surge toward the chaotic battle, forming an encirclement behind Lu Qingju and Chuzhou. They coordinate with the two to stop their opponents, making the battle formation tense. Lu Qingju glances around. She quickly realizes the towering giants are allies sent to delay the corpse warriors. Her heart steadies. This is the perfect chance to save Yi. Without a moment's hesitation, she spreads her wings and changes direction, streaking through the air like a ray of light. Her figure blurs as she darts past the giants below. The Archbishop notices at once. He shouts for the corpse warriors to intercept her before she can reach the divine fetus. The 6 undead soldiers react instantly. Some gather dark energy and hurl it upward in destructive waves, trying to strike her mid-flight. Others roar with reckless abandon, throwing themselves through the crowded giants, tearing flesh and bone apart to block her path. Dr. Feng's commands push the giants forward to act as living shields, though their strength is far too weak. Their massive bodies shatter under the onslaught, limbs and torn flesh flying high into the air. Even so, Lu Qingju refuses to slow down. She forces her way through, blasting the corpse warriors back with her full strength. Just as she comes within a few meters of Yi, disaster strikes. The Archbishop unleashes the Xuanwu Divine Needle, its sharp gleam tearing across the battlefield. It nearly pierces her heart. A spray of bright red blood bursts into the air as the attack rips through her side. Her momentum falters, and her body drops on the verge of crashing into the ground. Yet in that desperate instant, her wings snap open again. She forces her battered frame upward, the wind rushing violently against her face. Blood trails behind her, but her willpower carries her through. The Archbishop freezes in shock, and his face twists in disbelief. All his efforts to stop her have failed. At last, Lu Qingju reaches Yi. She collapses into his arms, wrapping herself around him with trembling strength. She gently rests her head on his shoulder. And that is it for today. If you enjoyed this recap, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button and drop your thoughts in the comments. Until next time.